A Rancher's Surprise Mail-Order Bride. Westward Hearts, Book 3. By Blythe Carver. Chapter 1. Ryan Belton stared at his sister, just as frustrated as ever. "How many times do I need to tell you? I don't need anyone here at the house to help me once you're gone, no matter how you demand it. The entire world doesn't turn around you, Lena." Lena's dark eyes narrowed in what he knew was a dangerous manner, but he could not help himself. She was entirely wrong about this, and she needed to hear it. Whether she would throw something at his head remained to be seen. He'd make her hear his side of the argument, at least. "The world doesn't turn around me," she hissed. "I see. Wait until I've married Edward and moved away from here. You shall see in short manner how much of the household revolves around my work, my forethought, my oversight. It will be a very rude awakening. I'm a man. I can take an awakening, rude or otherwise." She shot up from the supper table like a bolt, throwing down her napkin and storming from the dining room. He sat back in his chair, eyes rolling up to the ceiling. There were times when he wished Edward Cunningham had never come to ask for his sister's hand. Edward was a good man. Solid, strong, honest. Boring? Yes. The man was rather dull, but Ryan supposed a banker could not be expected to keep listeners enthralled. He counted money all day. How could that ever be made to sound interesting or exciting? Ryan much preferred his own life. And he preferred living it without a woman telling him what to do, where to be, when to be there. A rancher could not live by the sort of schedule a banker did, or any man of business. A man who sat behind a desk all day. He could not imagine anything worse. A wife would expect him to spend time with her, would she not? To be available when she needed him. He couldn't guarantee that this would be possible. He would only make her unhappy, whoever the unfortunate woman happened to be. How could he put a woman through such unhappiness? He was not a brute. Lena would hear none of it. She demanded he bring someone on to run the household after she'd wed, and fretted over how he would handle himself. Who did she believe she was to him? A mother? No, she wouldn't make that mistake. They'd been without a mother far too long, but they'd had one long enough for both of them to know what it meant. He got up from the table, touching his napkin to the corners of his mouth before tossing it to his chair. He already had someone to run the household. Mrs. Hughes had been the family cook since he and Lena were children. She didn't know what to do with the rest of the house, or so Lena swore. In his more charitable moments, Ryan understood that his sister was merely concerned for him. Her expansive, loving soul simply wished for his safety and happiness and security. Nothing more. The household was not what concerned her. He was. Stepping out onto the porch allowed him a breath of fresh air and a view of the setting sun. It was lovely and peaceful. Just what he needed when he was in such turmoil. The wedding was a mere 2 months away, and he found himself longing for the time to pass quickly. He loved his sister, but she brought him to the end of his sanity. The hands were finishing supper in the longhouse which sat alongside the stables, judging from the number of them enjoying a pipe or cigar outside. He waved to them, and reminded himself that he was well within his rights to enjoy a quiet supper with his sister, rather than with them. Though the supper had been anything but quiet. And he would rather have taken it with them. One thing which had always weighed on his mind was the question of whether they felt he was one of them. He wished very much to be. Yet they were the hands, and he was the owner. Their employer. Like his best friend Mark Furnish, he felt himself no better than the men who worked to keep his ranch running smoothly. He owed them everything. Every comfort he enjoyed, every night spent in a warm bed with no question of where the next day's meals were coming from, was a result of their work. Theirs and his father's. He ought to be there to give Lena away, and their mother ought to have been fretting over Lena's dress and flowers, her trousseau, and the setting up of her home. A momentary flash of guilt hit him then. Lena had so much with which to concern herself, yet she worried about him. And all he could do was make life difficult at every turn by refusing to hear her out. But the woman would not tell him what to do. She simply would not. He would not allow that. He headed inside, to his study. The house he and his sister shared was nowhere near as large as the one Mark had built for his bride, the bride he believed he would wed, rather. The woman he had made his bride was far different from the one he'd first sent for by way of a newspaper ad. That damned ad was what gave Lena the idea that he ought to place the same ad for himself. "You see how well things turned out for Mark and Jed," she was fond of reminding him. Mark didn't find a wife through an ad, he was quick to correct every time she did. No, but he found an excellent foreman, if indirectly. "We have a foreman. He is quite excellent." That was when she'd lost her temper during supper. She did so hate to be proven wrong. A trait they shared, along with so many others. Yet where she was mercurial, rather highly strung at times, he was of a far more laid-back temperament. Yes, he could indeed be quite serious and driven. He hadn't kept the ranch thriving after his father's death, by lying abed until all hours and shirking hard work. But Lena was something else entirely. When she got an idea into her head, there was no ridding her of it. She reminded him of a bull, charging forward with its head down, little regarding anything or anyone in its path. His freedom happened to be in her path just then. His study sat at one of the front corners of the house, overlooking the little garden she tended. He'd expected to find her out there. She normally went out there to walk or work when she was in a state such as the one he'd put her in, but all was quiet. She must have fled upstairs. He sighed at the thought of being the one to reach out first with an olive branch. It wasn't in his nature to admit when he was wrong, especially when he didn't entirely believe himself to be in the wrong at all. But he knew his sister too well, and she certainly wouldn't be the one to own her fault, or, worse still, she would apologize for caring too much and wanting to ensure he didn't die after her wedding. How he hated when she did that. Her sanctimonious behavior was most difficult of all to live with. He'd found a way over the years, just as she'd found a way to live with his stubbornness and refusal to listen to anyone but himself. It was a wonder they didn't both bear permanent bruises from all the times they'd butted heads. The downstairs hall was cool and dark as he passed through on his way to the stairs. Peaceful. He liked his peace. Another thing Lena found it difficult to understand. Having somebody else in the house would mean upheaval. He tapped on the door with his knuckles. "Lena, I want to talk to you." "Come in." The woman all but sang it. He frowned at the door, wondering if he was about to walk in and find her leveling a shotgun at his head. Was it worth the risk? He supposed so. Still, he took his time in opening the door, just in case. She sat at her desk, in its place beneath the window which looked down on her garden. Her dark curls hung in front of her face, normally held back by their customary ribbons but loosened now. She had already begun dressing for bed, he supposed. "I got a letter today," she announced without looking up. "I'm writing back as we speak." "Oh? Yes. I'm quite busy, truth be told. What do you need?" Had he imagined their fight? Or was she simply out of her mind? Yes, there were times when he'd told himself she might be, but that was never serious. The sort of thing a brother thought about his sister from time to time, or so he assumed. "I wanted to talk about what we said to each other downstairs. It was unfair of me." "Oh, that." Lena waved a hand, dismissive. The fight had already blown over, though he was not foolish enough to believe it would not flare up again. His sister tended to live by extremes, like a summer storm. She pointed to the letter in her hand. "I received this from my friend Abigail. She'll be here for the wedding. Rather than having her stay in town, I would much rather have her here at the house. With us. We haven't had enough time to catch up on each other's lives, and I certainly wouldn't be able to do so once the wedding takes place." Ryan frowned. There was more than enough room for a guest, certainly, but he was a creature of habit. He was not in the habit of living with more than one woman at a time. "I've never heard of this Abigail. Why have you never mentioned her to me before this?" Lena shrugged. "I'm sure I did. You simply weren't paying attention. You have a bad habit of not paying attention, you know. Where is she from? Back east. She barely glanced up as she said it. I will go down to the station tomorrow and purchase tickets for her to ride out. She'll need to leave right away if she's to make it in time to assist in planning the wedding. It will be so nice to have a woman here, in the house. Belinda is wonderful, but she is too far away to be of much help. East? He asked, standing behind his impossible sister. She'd said a good many words, but all he'd heard was that her friend was from the East. How did Lena have a friend in the East of whom he was unaware? He knew her well enough to know that when she made such noises without bothering to look up at him, it was over. She would no longer entertain the possibility of speaking on the subject, or on any subject at all. She had moved along. Perhaps it was for the best, since he had no desire to discuss his future. This Abigail could not have written at a better time. He would have to thank her when they were face to face.
Chapter 2. Abigail. Abigail dear. You've a letter. Mrs. Mahan called to her from downstairs, her booming voice carrying up the stairs to Abigail's tiny room. Abigail's heart skipped a beat. She never received letters, not ever. Nobody knew her, even if they did, they didn't know where she was. Where she'd been living. A quick glance in the looking glass over her wash basin told her she looked presentable, brown hair in a braid which she'd wound around the back of her head, face freshly scrubbed. Her green eyes sparkled with the promise of what might be waiting in her landlady's hand when she reached the kitchen. The narrow hall and even tighter staircase, winding its way down to the first floor, was always rather treacherous. It had been a month, more or less, since she'd first come to Mrs. Mahan's boarding house, and she still took her time on the unlit staircase. She'd never been graceful to begin with, and needed no assistance in injuring herself. The cramped yet cozy kitchen was warm thanks to the fire in the oven. Abigail held her hands close to the stove for a moment to heat her chilled fingers before holding them out to accept the letter. It was thick, the envelope heavy. My goodness, she whispered, her hands trembling. Open it. Open it, dearie. Mrs. Mahan, already halfway through a cup of milky tea, settled her impressive girth into a wooden chair which creaked under the strain. I'm afraid to, Abigail admitted with a breathless giggle. Doesn't that sound silly? I've been waiting to hear for weeks from this person in Carson City, and here we are. The way I see it, dear, ye have to take a chance. Just as ye did when ye wrote in answer to the advertisement in the newspaper. Isn't that true? It is, Abigail sighed, taking a seat across from the woman who owned the house in which she lived. A kind woman, a lovely woman, a woman who understood too well what it meant to be desperate. And Abigail was certainly desperate. No doubt could be had. Hurry now. Mrs. Mahan laughed. I must admit, I'm likely more excited over this than ye are, dear. I owe it to you, Abigail reminded her. I never would have thought to write in if it weren't for you. And if it didn't work out, Abigail thought with a wry smile, she would know who to blame. For Mrs. Mahan had convinced her of the virtues of becoming a mail-order bride. They'd been sitting in this very kitchen only 2 weeks earlier. Midnight had long since come and gone, with Abigail unable to sleep. This was normally the case as of late, while in her little room. She'd never suffered from sleeplessness before, but she'd never shared a home with young women who invited men into their rooms prior to this point either. They peddled themselves at all hours of the night, and they were never exactly quiet in their work. Nor were the men they brought home. She had been lamenting her lack of money, and the lack of any job prospects. She'd poured her heart out to her new friend, a motherly figure she trusted. It had been many years since she'd had a mother. That was when Mrs. Mahan had told her own story, and suggested Abigail take the course of action she herself had taken. I suppose I ought to get it over with, she whispered, tearing at the corner of the envelope. It had been addressed in a fine hand, the writing of an educated person. Abigail had little education, though she could read and write. Her script was nothing as lovely as this. The writing inside was just as lovely, written on thick paper of good quality. Along with the letter was a ticket. Abigail stared at it before reading the letter. A train ticket. She was to take a train. Mrs. Mann held out her hands to examine the ticket, while Abigail turned her attention to the letter. A rancher, she whispered as she read, her heart racing. Carson City, Nevada, as per the advertisement. I'm to take the train leaving from Boston tomorrow morning. Her head snapped up, eyes meeting those of Mrs. Mann. Abigail gulped. Tomorrow morning. Mrs. Mann frowned. So soon. It's a grand thing the letter arrived when it did, lass. I suppose it is. Why then was there such an aching in her chest? I never believed this would happen. Not for me, not ever. I was certain I'd never hear from the man who placed the advertisement. This? She skimmed the contents of the letter once again. Ryan Belton. Ryan Belton. She would be Mrs. Abigail Belton. It had a lovely sound to it, she had to admit, though she of all people knew there was more to marriage than simply changing one's name. I shall be sorry to see ye go, and that's a fact. Mrs. Mann groaned upon standing, as she tended to do. Would ye like a cup of tea? Please. Sweet? She read the letter again. And again. There was not an abundance of information included, though she supposed there would be more than enough time in which to learn of her husband. The rest of her life, in fact. Worry not, dearie. Mrs. Mann served a cup of tea in her fine china with pink cabbage roses painted along the edge. Abigail had already taken many cups of Mrs. Mann's fragrant tea in these cups. She would miss them, she realized. One of the few things in Boston which she would regret leaving behind. The older woman placed a plate of cookies on the table, which she referred to as biscuits. Many of the turns of phrase Mrs. Mann learned during her girlhood in Scotland had carried over into her American life, no matter the fact that she'd left her country of origin some 4 decades earlier. Mrs. Mann sighed as she tucked a strand of gray-streaked red hair into the bun at the nape of her neck. I shall never forget the nervousness in my stomach when I made the journey across the ocean. At least you will not have to leave for another country, though I have heard the West described as such, and that's a fact. As have I. Even so, ye have education and a better understanding of the world than I had at the time. And I made out just fine, did I not? I was happy with my husband until the day I lost him, God rest his soul. From the very beginning. Abigail found this difficult to believe, and wondered how much of the tale her friend embellished so as to ease her fears. Och no, not from the beginning, Mrs. Mann laughed, throwing back her head and clapping her hands. It took a wee bit of time, that's the truth. Perhaps a fortnight, perhaps 2. It took a bit of getting used to. Learning his habits while he learned mine. Not to mention the fact that I had a new country to accustom myself to. It was considerable work, and that's the truth. But you managed it, Abigail murmured before sinking her teeth into a cookie. She would certainly miss the buttery, rich delicacies Mrs. Mann made. I did. I was patient. I understood that nothing worth having will come all at once. And I reminded myself time and again that I was indeed fortunate to have wed a good man such as my blessed James. And he was able to help me along, ye see, as he'd come over from Scotland himself only 5 years earlier. He understood what I went through. Missing home, ye see. That was how we first became acquainted, truly acquainted. By speaking of our lives before we met. I see. She made a mental note of this, for use once she reached Carson City and her new husband. Yes, it was a blessing indeed. Mrs. Mann's smile was soft, fond as she looked down into her teacup. I was fortunate that he left me this place, and a little money he'd managed to save. I did not have to marry again. I could never have found a man as good as him. As kind, caring, gentle. But let ye not be mistaken, dear. He was a man's man to the end. She sighed. Och, I do miss him so. I hope to be as fortunate as you. She did more than hope. She prayed. She prayed most fervently that she'd agreed to wed a man even half as good as Mr. James Mann. I hope ye are, dearie. I truly do. Mrs. Mahan stood then, groaning as ever. I had best get about preparing supper. I will help you, Abigail offered. It would be her last chance to do so, after all. While she had paid Mrs. Mahan each week, as per their arrangement upon meeting, she felt as though she owed her boarder something more for suggesting she reach to Mr. Belton about becoming his bride. It took a special sort of woman to take such a task in hand, Mrs. Mahan had warned her at the time. Abigail could see why. It meant acting in blind faith and simply hoping all turned out for the best. It especially meant quite a lot of faith on her part, as she'd never had much luck up to that point in her life. Acting in faith took quite a bit more strength for an orphan who could not afford to take her sisters out of an orphanage and bring them to live with her. Then again, where would they live? In that tiny little room upstairs. She would not have them listen to the nighttime activities here, for anything in the world. They were far too young to know of such things. She'd learned of those goings-on at an early age, but it did not mean they need do so. As the scent of bubbling stew filled the kitchen, and then wafted up the stairs, the girls began coming down to the kitchen. Molly, Catherine, Peggy. All of them sweet girls, all of them having fallen on hard times. You'll never guess, Mrs. Mahan announced with an excited gleam in her eyes. Our Abigail is taking the train to Nevada on the morrow. She's to be wed. Oh, Abby. Peggy took her hands, squeezing hard. Her cheeks pinkened with gladness. I'm so happy for you. This is to be your last feast with us. We shall miss you, Molly declared with a quick, tight embrace. We shall, Catherine agreed. You gave us an air of respectability. Now, Mrs. Mahan chided, waving a finger. You're all good girls. Ye merely need a bit of help in getting yourselves situated in the world. 'Tis a hard thing indeed, for a young woman to live in such a city as Boston, when she has no family or loved ones to care for her. That's a fact. Abigail merely nodded. She knew all too well the truth of this. For had she not been in possession of a sum of money, the last of that which she'd been left by her parents prior to their death, she would have been in a similar situation as the girls who now sat around the old dining-room table when Mr. Hubbard demanded she leave his employment. Mr. Hubbard, for whom she'd served as a maid for 6 months. Mr. Hubbard, whose wife was a lovely, sweet-tempered woman. A trusting woman. A woman who had no knowledge of her husband's wandering eye and wandering hands. Who had believed him when he'd accused Abigail of making advances toward him, when really the situation had been reversed. He'd been the one attempting to force himself upon her. When she'd threatened to go to his wife, more out of pure terror than anything else, the idea being that he would stop and rethink trying again, he'd acted out of vengeance and promised she would never find another position in Boston. He'd been as good as his word. Writing in response to the advertisement had been her last resort. She had nearly no money left, no prospect of employment. No future. Perhaps once she was settled and her husband was pleased with her, she might send for her sisters. Mary and Agnes were all she had left, the only connection to the happy, loving family she'd once known. Oh, how she'd prayed to go back to those days. Those carefree days in which she had known security and laughter. Until she'd lost her family, she had truly believed she would never know anything but that happiness. How foolish she had been. How young. Do you have any advice for our new bride, Mrs. Mahan? Polly asked with a playful grin. Mrs. Mahan pursed her lips, thoughtful. I would tell ye to believe that ye might find happiness, she decided. I believe a body can be as happy as they decide to be, no matter the hard times upon which they fall, she added with a shrewd eye around the table, speaking to each of the girls at once. Believe that your love is waiting for ye, and treat him as such when ye meet him. Anything is possible. Abigail responded with a firm nod. Yes. Anything was possible. Such as ensuring the safety of her sisters and herself. Love? A luxury, one she could ill afford. Even so, in the interest of keeping her friends happy, she smiled in agreement.
Chapter 3. We finished checking the fencing around the western border yesterday. Ryan nodded as he rode alongside the foreman. All is well, I take it? Well as can be. I'll have a group of 3 begin on the eastern border today, and another 3 to the south. Sounds fair. Ryan tipped his hat to Kenneth, the foreman who might well have known more about ranching than Ryan himself did. In fact, Ryan wouldn't have been surprised if the man could keep the place running better. Granted, he could hardly read, and couldn't add up a column of figures, no matter how much time he'd be given to do so. There was something to be said for knowing how to run a business, as well as how to best manage cattle. For the ranch was a business when all was said and done. Something his best friend Mark had nearly lost sight of. It wasn't Mark's fault, certainly. Bad luck was bad luck, and Furnish Ranch had seen its share. Perhaps because their bad luck had hit prior to Jordan Belton's passing, Ryan was better prepared for the eventuality of illness or drought. Mark's father had never known that sort of hardship. It was up to Mark to face the realities of ranch life on his own. And he'd done it, and he'd gotten through. Ryan did wish his friend had felt comfortable with sharing his troubles, as he would have liked to help when money began running out of the ranch like water through a sieve. But Mark was a proud man, not unlike Ryan. He couldn't blame a man for the same pride he struggled with. After discussing the day's work, Ryan rode out to the stretch of river where the herd was watering that morning. It was a magnificent sight, all of them moving as one. He sat atop the ridge which led down to the banks and waved to the hands who noticed him up there. He owed them everything, and he knew it. Just as they owed him. A delicate balance. It was in their best interest to work hard then, so as to maximize profits and earn more for themselves. Ryan looked out over his spread. Not as grand as some, certainly not as expansive as Furnish Ranch, but he'd be the largest landowner in Nevada otherwise. He was all right with that, never seeing the need to be the biggest or the grandest. He lived more than comfortably, and the ranch grew year by year. That was enough. He couldn't see needing anything else. His sister's words rang in the back of his mind, reminding him of one thing he still lacked. It weighed on his conscience, and that was a fact. He would never admit it to her, as that would be tantamount to admitting she was right and welcoming her to meddle in his private life all at once. Neither of which could he stand. Yet he would need an heir. Someone to pass this down to. Perhaps Lena and her husband would be blessed with children, and that would be a suitable transition, he supposed. But hardly ideal, as any child of her and Edward would be raised by a banker. A banker's son running a ranch? No, a rancher had to love the land. The cattle. The work it took to keep the herd healthy, to keep them strong. It was not merely a job of dollars and cents. If it were, Edward Cunningham could easily take his place tomorrow. A rancher, like a farmer or any man whose vocation had to do with the land and Mother Nature, had to wake up every morning with a thrill for what the day would bring. With pride in his heart when he looked over his herd, as Ryan had experienced a heart-swelling sense of pride that morning and every morning prior. His stomach rumbled, a reminder that he'd had little more than a cup of black coffee that morning. His typical morning schedule. Up well before dawn, a cup of coffee, perhaps 2 if the night had been a short or fitful one, and a ride with the foreman to discuss the plans for the day. Lena woke somewhat later but still not much past dawn. He would join her for breakfast, before going to his study for the rest of the morning. Only she was not at the table when he arrived at the house. She rode out to town, Mrs. Hughes explained when he asked after Lena. Took the buggy. Went to fetch her friend, Abigail. He ran a hand over the back of his neck, distracted. Already. The poor lamb has been on the train for days, Mrs. Hughes lamented, shaking her gray head. I'm certain she'll be powerfully hungry and tired when she arrives. Yes, I'm certain she will. Ryan helped himself to eggs, sausages, biscuits, and more coffee. Nobody can beat your biscuits. I wonder if a girl from the East has any idea what a good biscuit tastes like. Mrs. Hughes laughed. Oh me. You are quite the flatterer. I only speak the truth, he managed to reply over a mouthful of flaky, tender biscuit which he'd spread with a liberal layer of butter. You shall make a good husband one day, if you don't mind my saying so." Ryan coughed, nearly choking. Mrs. Hughes patted his back until the fit passed. "What makes you say that?" he asked when he was able to speak clearly. "I've heard you speaking of it with Miss Lena," she reminded him as she poured more coffee and slipped another biscuit onto his plate. He'd need his trousers let out if he wasn't careful, but this didn't stop him from slathering more butter. "I mean no offense, Mrs. Hughes, but that is a rather delicate subject." "So I gathered," the old woman said, undeterred. "Even so, I understand why Miss Lena is so determined. She only wishes for your happiness and comfort. She cares very much for you, and it hurts her to think of you all alone when she's gone." Ryan saw the truth of this, and it did somewhat lessen the irritation he always experienced when this topic came up. "I know." He busied himself with eating and opening his newspaper, ending the conversation. He looked at the words printed there, but did not see them. Was the entire world against him? Was every woman in his life bent on pushing him down the aisle into the arms of some silly, giggling, vapid female with nothing on her mind but marrying a wealthy rancher? Once he'd finished eating and was certain of the cook busying herself in the kitchen, and thus no longer threatening to interfere in his personal life, at least for the time being, he hurried away from the table and into his study. He preferred his study. The door locked. By the time the buggy wheels rolled past his window, he was knee-deep in correspondence and had lost all track of time. When he was deep in concentration, he tended to forget even the day of the week. Was it that time already? He checked his pocket watch, surprised to find it was nearly noon. Craning his neck on looking out the window gave him a view of the rear of the white buggy. Nothing more. His sister was home safe, and judging by her laughter, she was happy. Good. She might leave him alone for a while, at least until he'd finished writing his letters. He would meet this Abigail at supper. Or so he thought. "Ryan." Lena barely tapped on the door with the backs of her knuckles before swinging it open. "I want you to meet Abigail." "Can this wait?" he muttered, hardly glancing up from his desk. "I have quite a lot to do here, and that's before looking over last month's ledgers. If you expect to have the wedding you've been planning, I need to make certain we have the money in the bank. It will only take a minute. My, so grouchy when you're working." He sat up with a sigh, folding his hands over his stomach. "Fine then. Show her in if it'll make you happy, but I haven't the time for pleasantries." "What a lovely first impression," she whispered before waving her friend into the room. "Come in, Abigail. He won't bite, I promise, though he likes to sound as though he will." "Lena," he whispered, warning her. It was of no use. She would do and say as she pleased. His first impression of the young woman who stepped into the study was of her shy demeanor. She did truly appear as though she believed he would bite. He supposed she'd heard him grumbling to his sister over being interrupted. Lena had a talent for putting him in situations which did not flatter him. She made a good impression in dress, however, wearing a smart traveling dress which looked new. It occurred to him that she might have purchased it in Carson City, seeing as how she'd been on the train for days and would likely not be so well turned out otherwise. The green fabric set off her green eyes, and a thick rope of brown hair was wound about the back of her head like a crooked crown. She was slender, taller than average, full where a woman was supposed to be full, or rather where her undergarments made her full. He knew of such things, having visited his share of sporting houses in his youth. There was little illusion left in him when it came to women. "Abigail. I'm glad to have you in my home. Lena has been looking forward to your visit." The girl's cheeks went pink, a rather pretty color. She was rather pretty on the whole, he decided. "I've looked forward to my arrival, Mr. Belton." A soft voice, throaty and rich. "You might call me Ryan," he suggested. "Ryan," she whispered. He found himself smiling. She was rather charming, he supposed. Perhaps it wouldn't be bad having her around. A pleasant face, a pleasant smile. Something new. Someone who wouldn't pester him during every meal they shared. What a pleasure that would be. Lena stood in the doorway, all but bursting as she smiled upon them both. Well, I suppose Abigail would like to see her room. I've prepared everything for you. I hope it's to your liking. Abigail looked around herself. If it's anything like what I've seen so far, I'm certain it will be wonderful, and far better than I could have imagined. When her gaze landed on him, her cheeks flushed again. Yes. She was quite charming indeed.
Chapter 4. This was exceedingly strange. Perhaps it was fatigue after such a lengthy, difficult journey. Abigail's neck, back and shoulders held tightness as she'd never known after so many nights spent sleeping upright, propped against the train window. If she never rode another train, it would be too soon. That fatigue, coupled with the human whirlwind that was Lena Belton, had her head spinning. It was the only explanation for the way nothing around her seemed to make any sense. For instance, why was she being treated as a guest in her soon-to-be husband's home? Her handsome soon-to-be husband with his dark hair and eyes, his fine features and easy smile once one got past his rather gruff exterior. Certainly she'd released a sigh of relief on seeing just how handsome he was. Perhaps it was wrong to wish for a nice-looking husband, but she'd wished it in the secret corners of her heart. She'd gotten her wish, but that was roughly all she'd gotten. For he treated her as little more than an irritating guest. Yes, she was his guest until their wedding took place. She understood this much. But when Lena introduced them, she had made it sound as though they knew one another, and Ryan had no part in the situation. He had hardly struck her as a man meeting his fiancée. In fact, while she waited outside the study, she'd reflected on how aggravated he'd sounded at the prospect of their introduction. He hadn't wanted to take so much as a moment to greet her. Hardly the attitude of a man whose mail-order bride had just arrived. Not to mention the fact that Mrs. Mahan made it sound as though the wedding would take place upon her arrival. She had imagined shaking the rice from her hair, marriage license in hand, as she stepped foot over the threshold of her new home. Instead, she took a seat on the bed in the spare room and felt more alone than ever. Even in what seemed to be a friendly, cheerful household, she may as well have been back on the train all by herself. Desolate as ever. And terribly confused. It should not have come as a surprise, she supposed. How often did life turn out as she expected? Had it ever? Not in her recollection, at least. Not ever. The room was lovely, at least. The house was lovely. The brand new dress, which Lena had insisted on buying for her in Carson City, was the most beautiful thing she'd ever worn. And it was hers. So Lena had insisted. She'd insisted upon a great many things. Such as an entire trousseau. "This is a great treat for me," she'd gushed at the dressmakers. "I'm in the process of organizing my own trousseau, and it means so much to do the same for you." "You're getting married?" It was then that Abigail had noticed the ring on Lena's left hand. A lovely thing, luminous, a perfect pearl. Yes. In less than a month, 3 weeks to be exact. How exciting. And Abigail was excited for her, as Lena seemed to be a charming, generous, large-hearted person. But they'd spoken not a word of Abigail's marriage. The very fact that it had been a woman to fetch her from Carson City, in and of itself, was startling enough. Now that she'd met her intended, things were just as murky as ever. A brief flash of insight glowed in the corner of her mind. What if it was Lena who arranged all of this on her brother's behalf? What if, because she was due to be wed, she wished to bring a woman into her brother's household to take her place in managing things? She shook her head, chuckling at her folly. What a foolish notion. The bed was large, soft, inviting. By far the most luxurious thing she'd ever run her hands over. It was quick work to remove the beautiful green dress and carefully drape it over a velvet-covered chair near the bed. A fine wash basin and pitcher sat upon a highly polished table beneath a gilt-looking glass. She could actually see herself in it, the glass clear. Not cloudy at all, not cracked. She'd seen luxury such as this in the Hubbard household for certain. She'd never imagined such luxury being her own. It wasn't yet. But it would be. She washed up before lying down to rest as Lena had advised. There is more than enough time for you to learn everything about the house and the ranch, she'd promised with a secret smile. The first real hint since their time in the dressmaker's shop that Abigail would at some point be the woman of the house. This house. Her house. She covered her mouth with both hands to hide the giggling this thought inspired. Nervous giggles, light-hearted, overwhelmed. She hadn't expected anything like this. Nowhere near. A modest shack perhaps, or a small farmhouse. Nowhere in the letter she'd received was there a description of what she could only describe as grandeur. This isn't the largest ranch in the state, that honor goes to our friend Mark Furnish. He's our closest neighbor, I'm sorry to say. Sorry to say. You just referred to him as your friend. Best friend, Lena added. And I'm only sorry to say it, because he's so far away. Over an hour's ride. And that is the closest neighbor? Abigail had gaped. There is a great deal of land between the two houses, she'd explained. Abigail's surprised laughter had rung out in the warm, sunny morning. My goodness. In Boston, everyone lived on top of each other. I last lived in a boarding house with 3 other girls and the owner. You'll find quite a bit of space out here. Plenty of room to breathe and move around. Though if you are the type who requires much companionship, neighbors to pop in on and share a cup of tea, perhaps it will take a bit of adjustment before you'll be happy. Did she require companionship? She never had before. I've been alone for a long time, she'd admitted. How it was so easy to admit such an intimate detail of her life, she could not have said. Lena possessed the sort of character which made a person want to share. Lena's response had been sure. Strong. The way a woman who was deeply certain of herself spoke. I'm sorry to hear it. You don't have to be alone any longer. She didn't have to be alone any longer. What a tremendous relief. Or rather, it had been a relief at the time. Now, lying in bed with her head resting on feather pillows, she asked herself if life with her husband would merely be more of the same loneliness to which she'd accustomed herself years earlier. Sleep overtook her then. Sleep filled with dreams of her parents. The girls. Bringing the girls to her. How they would love it here. A knock at the door startled her into wakefulness a moment later. When she opened her eyes, however, the change in the light coming through her open window said she'd been asleep for quite some time. Hours, perhaps. The fresh air must have had something to do with it. She'd never known anything so fresh and clean, not in Boston with its trains and thick black smoke of hundreds of coal and wood fires hanging in a choking cloud over the city. As if the very breeze heard her thoughts, a fresh gust came through and waved the lacy white curtains. She'd never known a place could be so pure. So sweet. Yes, she called out, flustered. Supper will be served soon if you're hungry. Her stomach growled, and she noticed the first time that the scent of roasting beef wafted up from the kitchen. I am. Thank you. Do you need help dressing? Fixing your hair? The thought that her intended would be joining them at the supper table flashed through her mind. She wanted to make a good impression, better than the shy, nearly stuttering one she'd made earlier in the day. They would have the chance to speak seriously, even if Lena would be present at the time. She couldn't have everything, it would seem. Perhaps this was for the best, however. If Ryan had no desire to speak with her, as he'd shown on her arrival, Lena would bridge the gap between them. However, she slid from the bed and dashed to the door, opening it a crack to reveal Lena waiting in the hall. Bowls of roses sat behind her to either side, framing her in flowers. Thank you, but I've never had assistance with either, and I suppose I ought not to become accustomed to doing so when I shall be on my own again. Lena's laughter was soft, gentle. I understand. You're a far wiser woman than I shall wait for you downstairs. Abigail leaned against the closed door, a bit breathless. This would be her first supper with Ryan. The first of many, many more. She did so hope they would be happy ones. The least she could do was start off on the right foot. With this in mind, she washed up at the basin, then unwound her long, glistening brown braid. It hung below her waist, thick and shining from a good brushing. Perhaps her favorite thing about herself. Pride was a sin, she knew, but she'd known many sinners. The sin of being prideful of her hair seemed rather slight in comparison to others, most recently, several of the men with whom she'd made the journey from Boston. Their dreadful manners, coarse language, and the lustful eyes they'd turned toward her on more than one occasion had plainly displayed the sort of men they were. She had never been one for regular church, a good thing as she had not seen one between Carson City and the ranch, but she did believe most firmly in right and wrong. Practice fingers wound her braid once again and wound it around her head. A few carefully placed pins held it in place. A pity, the green travel dress was the only nice one she owned, as the garments which she'd ordered in town would not be ready for several days or even a week. She made quick work of fastening the buttons at the waist, before sliding her arms into the jacket, a white shirtwaist beneath it. The bit of lace around her throat was the prettiest and most delicate she'd ever seen. She touched a finger to it, smiling to think it belonged to her. Plates clattered in the dining room, or she assumed so. This spurred her to move away from the looking glass, where her pink cheeks betrayed her excitement, and out of the room. This would be the start of the rest of her life. The rich dark wood beneath her feet gleamed, telling her how well it was cared for. This was the sort of thing that she would be responsible for. Somehow, even the idea of overseeing household chores was exciting. Because it would be her house, not another's. The front hall was lovely, the tables bearing roses such as the ones in the upstairs hall. She would have to explore the garden which Lena took such pride in. The more she learned about it, the greater the chances that she would maintain its lush beauty once its former caretaker had married and moved to a new house and a new garden. The dining room doors slid back into the walls to either side, and Lena stepped through. "You look lovely. You were right to refuse me, you need no assistance." Abigail ran a hand over her hair. "Thank you for offering." She wanted to ask whether she would please Ryan, but shyness held her tongue in place. The sight of only 2 places at the supper table loosened it, however. "Are you not having supper with us?" she asked, looking around the room. Polish silver atop china closet. A table dressed in lace linen, silver candlesticks, delicate china. And 2 place settings. Lena let out a tiny, sympathetic sound. "I'm sorry, dear." He had already made plans to enjoy supper with our neighbors. "Remember, I told you about them." Abigail's heart sank. So much for a first supper.
Chapter 5. Only 3 weeks to go until Lena's wedding, isn't that right? Belinda poured coffee for the men, before returning to her seat at the table. Being lady of the house suited her well. She fairly beamed with pride as she served the men and behaved as hostess. One would never know she'd never experienced this sort of life prior to marrying Mark. A quick study, and possessed of a natural grace and charm which instantly put guests at ease. "Is it 3 weeks already?" Ryan exchanged a smile with his best friend. Belinda shook her head with a motherly smile. "You know it is, Ryan. 3 weeks until you're in that big house all by yourself." "Oh, this really is too much." Ryan set his cup down perhaps a bit harder than he'd intended. "I thought you were merely making pleasant conversation, but now I understand the truth of it." "The truth of it?" she asked. "Does my sister have every woman in the state of Nevada scheming to propel me down the aisle?" "Yes, my friend. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but she wrangled my wife and Melissa and every other woman in a 100-mile radius." Mark burst out laughing. "Would you please relax? You would be a much happier man if you did. I mean no offense, but the married life is not for me. I have no desire to wed myself to anyone." Mark and Belinda shared a secret smile, the type married couples exchanged when they were having a private laugh at another's expense. He could just imagine the conversation which would take place between them later, once he'd left for home. "You know, I wasn't in favor of marriage until I met the woman I was meant to wed," Mark reminded him, his brows lifting. "I remember, thank you." Belinda offered a soft smile. "He only wishes for you to be happy, Ryan. I feel the same. And I feel as though I lost my last ally, Ryan groaned, shooting a withering look in the direction of his best friend. Mark's laughter bubbled from his lips before he could hold it back. Fair enough. I shall take your part, if only for the sake of keeping things balanced. It isn't fair of your sister to force you into an arrangement you wish to avoid. Thank you, Ryan managed. Finally. I'm no longer alone. Belinda's mouth twitched at the corners. You behave as though she's throwing women in your path at every turn. As though you have to step over them simply to leave the house in the morning. It's a wonder you made it here at all, having to ride over the bodies of these poor hapless souls. Ryan rolled his eyes. She doesn't need to throw women at me. She throws her words at me, which is more than enough batter my patience. I tell you, I'm uncertain how much more I can take. Mark made a sympathetic noise. Cheer up. She'll be too busy with wedding plans soon to bother you much. And you have branding coming up in another couple of weeks. That will keep you busy with planning for a time. Ryan's spirits picked up at Mark's reminder. He did look forward to branding. Being on the land for days on end, working hard with the men. Sweating, bleeding, giving everything to the land and the cattle and ensuring his bloodline stayed pure and his herd stayed safe. Avoiding his sister would be a pleasant bonus. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he regretted it. She would leave him soon enough, and he would be without her for the rest of his life. Certainly, he could ride into Carson City for visits, and he hoped that once she and Edward started their family, he would have time with his nieces and nephews, but it wasn't the same. They were all they had. It had been that way for so many years. The house would be quiet without her voice, without the footfalls to which he had grown accustomed. His mood sank as quickly as though he'd blown out a match, snuffing out the light. I'm sure you'll miss her, Belinda murmured. He was so startled by the way she seemed to read his thoughts that his head snapped up, his eyes searching hers for understanding. There he found nothing more than friendship. She did not hold his clumsy, thoughtless words against him. She sympathized. Mark, on the other hand, was unaware of this. He enjoyed his coffee, leaning back in his chair with the satisfied expression of a man with no troubles, no worries of any kind. Ryan wondered whether he ought to take this relaxed attitude at its face value. After all, his friend had fooled him before. How furious he'd been upon learning of Mark's secret troubles. How he'd plagued him for not coming to those he'd known and trusted longest for help. He would have offered it, just as he knew Mark would have offered help to him. If he'd put his pride aside long enough to ask for it. There was the rub. There would always be the rub for a proud man. Even so, he'd asked himself in the weeks since finding the truth of how close Furnish Ranch had come to disaster how he'd missed Mark's distress. Surely there had been some sign, some clue which both he and Lena had overlooked. Ryan had always considered himself a strong judge of character. When a hand on the ranch coasted by on the minimum possible amount of work, Ryan saw through that man's charade in an instant. He could tell without asking which of his men were better suited to certain tasks, simply by observing them as they worked. Even from afar he could read them and discern their strengths. This was crucial to do this if one wished to be a leader of men. It wasn't enough to pay them. Payment did not ensure good work. Leadership did, effectively delegating the men to the posts which best suited them did. A lesson he had learned from his father. He stirred his coffee, lost in thought, knowing it was wrong of him to wool-gather so while in the presence of friends. Have you received word from your grandfather on his visit? He asked Mark, noting the amused look the Furnishes exchanged. Yes, he plans to return on his way through from San Francisco, Mark replied with a wry grin. He intimated in his letter that he wants to stay for at least 2 weeks. Perhaps 3. Or more, Belinda giggled. It ought to be easier having him here, now that we're married. No lies, no made-up stories. No forcing ourselves to pretend to be married this time. And we have good news for him as well, Mark grinned. Oh, this wasn't the best way to tell Ryan, Belinda blushed, giggling. We wanted to tell him and Lena together. I'm sorry. I've been bursting to share the news all night. If you ask me, I've exercised great control up until now. Ryan looked from one of them to the other. Does this mean what I think it means? What do you think it means? Mark asked. Belinda swatted his arm, giggling again. We're expecting a child. This is tremendous news. Ryan rose, shaking Mark's hand and patting him on the back. His friend all but glowed with pride, which warmed Ryan's heart tremendously. Mark was the closest thing to a brother he'd ever known. It was what he imagined becoming an uncle would be like. He took his leave of them not much later, as there was quite a drive ahead of him. The sun was well on its way to setting, the night quiet and still. Hardly a breeze stirred. It was easy to imagine his friends, happy and content in their grand home. Now expecting a child, the fulfillment of their marital joy. It hadn't started that way for them, nowhere close. They'd been strangers living beneath the same roof, pretending to be married in order to satisfy Mark's grandfather. Belinda had even pretended to be with child, all in the service of a ruse designed to encourage Mr. Furnish to lend Mark the money necessary to save the ranch. Only after he'd learned the truth of the situation did the old man agree. He would be pleased as a peacock, strutting about the place. He and Mark would make quite a pair. The sky was pink-red, flaming orange. Only the soft clip-clopping of hooves broke the silence. It was nights like this when Ryan felt keenly the fact that he was alone. It would be pleasant to have someone beside him. Someone to talk to after the fine meal they'd enjoyed. Someone to share his deep gladness for Mark and Belinda. They would not have to speak at all, really. Not if companionable silence was possible. There was truly something to be said for being able to be quiet. No need to fill the air with words. He and Lena were like that, but it wasn't the same. The same as what? He'd never known anything else, but he could imagine.
Chapter 6. And this is your garden? Abigail looked about in wonderment. I've never seen anything so lovely. It reminds me of something out of a dream. Roses grew in abundance, all sizes and colors, winding their way up and down white trellises along the side of the house. They grew on bushes as well, shaped to create a natural border for the garden. Along with the large, luscious, fragrant blooms grew all manner of loveliness in pink, purple, red, yellow, and white. Flowers Abigail had never seen before, and wondered if she would ever learn how to tend. There was no such natural splendor in Boston. You're too kind, Lena smiled. But yes, I've tended to it ever since my mother passed away. I suppose. She looked away toward the horizon, her chest rising and falling as she drew and released a deep breath. Abigail looked away as well, suddenly uncomfortable and wondering if she ought to leave her hostess alone for a while. After all, she knew well what it meant to remember one's deceased parents. Whenever she did, whenever their faces and voices came back to her, they were wont to do so, and often at the least opportune times, the last thing she wished for was company. Lena cleared her throat. This is my way of keeping her with me, I suppose. Does that sound silly to you? How could it? Abigail heard the sharpness of her words and immediately regretted it. You see, I lost my parents several years ago. You did? Lena reached for her, taking her hand. It was a rather intimate gesture, one of comfort and kindness, which ought to have seemed overfamiliar given their short acquaintance. It did not, however. It struck her as fitting. She'd never before been able to share her experience with another who understood. Even so, she could not speak of it. She merely shared a knowing smile with her new friend before shaking her head, as if to shake away the grief which touched her heart. Lena mimicked her motion, then pushed up the sleeves of her calico work dress with its pretty purple flowers on a field of robin's egg blue. Even a dress, which she wore to do housework and gardening, was far lovelier than anything Abigail had ever owned. Now, let us talk about fertilizing the roses, she decided, rubbing her hands together. The sun beat down on their backs as they worked, and Abigail was glad for the wide-brimmed straw bonnet which Lena had given her for the occasion. I knew there was a reason I kept my old bonnet, she'd smiled at the time. It's as though I knew you were coming. How could you have known? Abigail had smiled. It was unusual, the thought that someone would be happy to have her with them. Never in her life, not since the loss of her parents at any rate, had she felt like anything but an imposition. Even at Mrs. Mahan's, where she took the smallest room in the house and helped with the meals and the cleaning for the sake of saving $1 a month. She'd never been simply accepted as a matter of course, with nothing asked in return. This was not entirely reassuring. They had still not spoken of her marriage to Mark. It was as though the entire situation was merely an afterthought. Yes, Lena was teaching her how to tend house and treat the garden as though it was her own. This spoke to the fact that she would be the woman of the house once the wedding took place. But nothing had been said of the wedding itself. Abigail wondered if she ought to ask. Would Lena construe this as rudeness on her part? Over-eagerness? She might even accuse her new guest of wanting nothing more than to align herself with a wealthy family now that she'd seen the comfort in which they lived. There was no one to ask. No one to confide in. It was all very confusing. Rather than think too much on it, Abigail got to work. Best to prove herself up to the task of tending the garden, as lovingly as Lena always had. Several ranch hands passed on horseback, all of them tipping their hats to the ladies. Abigail could not help but watch them as they rode by on the backs of their sleek, strong horses. She realized she knew nothing of horses or cattle or anything really, which comprised ranch life. You find them interesting? Lena chuckled, and Abigail blushed at having so easily been observed staring. I've never seen anything like them before, she admitted. Not in Boston. They're the stuff of stories in a book. They're very real out here, Lena smiled. And very hard-working and very brave. Brave? Abigail had heard of soldiers being brave. She'd once witnessed men running into a burning building, and knew they were brave. They had saved her sisters, after all. But these men? They rode horses and spent their lives outdoors, allowing the wind and the sun to roughen their skin and leave lines at the corners of their eyes after squinting for so long. Where was the bravery in that? Lena, however, heard nothing of her doubtful thoughts. There's a branding in a month, she said. You'll see then. Branding? You mean when the men burn the calves? She'd heard of the practice, and it certainly didn't sound like something she wished to witness. It's necessary, Lena insisted. Truly. It marks the calves, so that if they wander there will be no question as to where they belong. They can be returned home quickly. And they hardly feel it, I assure you. They don't? That seems unlikely. Their hide is quite tough. It's important to keep the herd together, to keep the bloodline pure. Imagine if the furnished steer found their way onto our land and mingled with the cattle. Abigail blinked, waiting to hear what would happen. Lena frowned. They would taint the bloodline. Oh. I see. Abigail didn't see at all. Lena's mouth quirked upward at the corners. I know. Mark can explain it to you. I'm sure he would be more than happy to do so. Perhaps the two of you can go riding tomorrow. He rarely works on Sunday. Abigail lowered her head to hide the smile she couldn't contain. A chance to get to know him. This was what she had prayed for in her lonely, if lovely bedroom before going to sleep. The opportunity to spend time with him. Just the two of them. I would ride along with you, Lena continued, but I'll have company after breakfast. It was her turn to duck her head with the intention of hiding a smile. Company, eh? Abigail giggled. Would this be your intended? Perhaps. He visits on Sundays as the bank is closed. You must be looking forward to your wedding. Did she place a bit too much emphasis on the word? Perhaps. Lena did not seem to notice. What did she have to do short of blurting out her confusion? No, Lena was far too lost in shy giddiness to notice. If it were up to me, we would be wed already. Why is it you waited? Was it perhaps because no one would discuss it with you, and insisted upon behaving as though a wedding was never part of the arrangement? Our house isn't ready yet. Edward is having it built for me. Oh. That is lovely. The house is lovely, Lena beamed. I can hardly wait until it's finished. It ought to be suitable for setting up in 2 weeks, after which time our furniture will be delivered, and I shall have the chance to arrange it. Then the wedding. Abigail couldn't help but be glad for her. Lena was the sort of person who all but demanded to be liked, with her generous nature and endearing ways. She deserved to be so happy, and deserved a home of her own after living with her brother for years. "How long have you and Ryan lived here alone?" Abigail asked. "I don't mean to bring up difficult subjects, of course. You don't have to speak of it if you don't wish to." "Time has a way of softening memories," Lena murmured. "Our parents passed when fever swept through the plains 8 years ago. You were so young." "I was 15. Ryan was 18. Not so very young." It's never easy to lose a loved one, though. No matter what age a person is. Abigail looked around at the house, so well cared for, the garden, the ground surrounding it. "You availed yourself beautifully well." "Fortunately, my mother insisted upon teaching me all the ways of housekeeping from a young age," Lena laughed. "Oh, I detested it sometimes. Especially when I was of an age when I would have rather run and play with the boys. I was a terrible tomboy as a girl. I drove my mother to distraction." "Did you and Ryan get along well at that age?" "Heavens no," she giggled, shaking her head. "We fought like wild dogs sometimes. He hated the way I ran around after him, tagging along whenever he and Mark Furnish went off on adventures. I'm fairly sure he called me every name in existence, and more than likely made up 1 or 2 of them." Abigail could just imagine it. A freckled Lena, running about in stockings and frilled dresses, insisting on being one of the boys. "You grew up, and left those activities by the wayside, I would imagine." "Not entirely." Lena gave her a conspiratorial wink. "I do enjoy riding whenever possible. Not the ladylike, proper riding my mother demanded I practice. I ride astride wearing breeches." "You do?" Lena was the picture of ladylike propriety. Cultured, refined, soft-spoken. There was never a hair out of place, and her skin was pale and smooth in spite of the work she devoted both inside and outside the home. "As fast as I can, for as long as I can. I ride as far as the horse will take me." "I find that fascinating." Abigail sat back on her heels, picturing the scene in her head. The freedom it would entail. Feeling the wind running through her hair, the sun beating on her face, heart pounding in time with the hooves. Granted, she would have to get over her fear of horses. It seemed that would stand in the way of her imagined freedom. Yes. She could imagine it all. And she thought she might want to do it too. "Do you think?" Lena giggled. "We'll get you a pair of breeches, and you can join me." "How did you know I was going to ask?" "You seem as though you need a bit of excitement in your life." "This isn't excitement enough? Taking a train out here, on the invitation of a complete stranger. Agreeing to marry a man who seemed less than interested in so much as speaking to her. That will wear off." Lena brushed the dirt from her hands as she stood. "And you'll understand more about why we love ranch life. Maybe it will help you love it too." Ryan stepped onto the porch as they approached, both of them carrying baskets of fresh flowers. My, he smiled upon noticing them. "I don't know what I'll do when Lena isn't here to tend the garden. The house won't smell nearly as sweet." Abigail opened her mouth, ready to remind him that she was capable of tending and loving the garden as Lena always had, but Lena was too quick for her. "I'm sure I'm not the only person in Nevada who can possibly manage a garden." She steered Abigail into the house, ending the conversation. Lena thought riding in a pair of breeches would help her learn to love ranch life. Loving ranch life might be much easier if Ryan would only acknowledge her existence as his future wife. It was clear why he and Lena felt it important for there to be a woman in the house after Lena's wedding. Would the time ever come when he cared for her as more than just a replacement for his sister?
Chapter 7. Sunday was the only day of the week when Ryan allowed himself to rest. Even when he sat in his study, it was with the purpose of reading for pleasure rather than reading his correspondence, contracts, and ledgers. He took a deep, satisfied breath before opening his book. A cup of coffee sat on the table beside his chair, a plate of biscuits and strawberry jam beckoning him. Their scents, the rich, pungent coffee, the hot biscuits warming the sweet jam, wafted through the air and made his stomach rumble in response. There was no need to rush today. Lena and Abigail would likely wish to enjoy breakfast together, giggling and chattering on ceaselessly as they'd been doing since Abigail's arrival. He told himself it was wise to give them space. The right thing to do. Even though it was also in his best interest to dine alone in blessed peace. They were enough to give him a headache. Truly, he didn't begrudge his sister the opportunity to have a pleasant few weeks with a friend before settling down into married life. If anything, it was a refreshing change, her bright laughter, the tinkling of bells. Women were different around other women than they were around men, especially when the men happened to be siblings or longtime friends who might as well have been siblings. With Abigail, Lena became a different person. Almost a girl again. Perhaps the woman she might have become had they not shared the harrowing experience of losing their parents so suddenly, compounded by the need to step into the roles of master and mistress of the ranch. Lena might have remained the bright, laughing thing she was as a girl. That she had not was no one's fault. Certain events in a person's life changed them. There was nothing to be done. He had certainly changed. Ryan. He rolled his eyes at the sound of his sister's voice. As per her usual habit, she entered the room without knocking. Yes, he sighed, keeping his back to her. Her skirts rustled as she crossed the room on swift feet. Why did you not join us this morning? To her credit, she kept her voice low. He thought this was likely for Abigail's benefit. Though if she knew Lena, she likely knew of her spitfire temper. Everyone did. He fixed a pleasant smile on his face, in spite of his irritation at her constant questioning. I thought it was the kindest course of action, as the pair of you seemed to get on so well. I would merely be in the way. You would feel as though you had to entertain me, simply because I was present. That wouldn't be fair. Her expression remained fixed for quite a while. Long enough, in fact, that he asked himself if she'd suffered a sudden stroke and had been rendered paralyzed. Then, you are the worst liar I've ever known, Ryan Belton. It isn't a lie. I apologize, though, for keeping your welfare and comfort in mind. I refuse to listen to this. Then you should not have come in and disturbed me when all I wish for is a quiet morning to myself. She put a hand on one hip and waved a finger at him. Never would she understand how it infuriated him when she did that, no matter how many times he'd explained, though it was quite possible that she did understand and chose to do it anyway. You're behaving very rudely to my guest. She is your guest, he hissed. Not mine. I didn't ask you to bring her here, and I never agreed to entertain her. I wouldn't treat a friend of yours this way. Not that you have any friends outside of Mark, and it's easy to see why when you behave in such a manner. He groaned. I cannot understand why this is so important to you. Lena's steely expression softened. I didn't know Abigail's presence would drive you away from me. If I had, I wouldn't have been so eager to have her stay with us until the wedding. He remained silent. She turned away, walking to the window. Her fingers wrapped around the velvet drape, its wine-red shade richer than ever when compared to her pale skin. These are our final weeks together. If all you do is avoid me for the rest of my time here. How did she always manage to do it? No matter how deeply put out he was by her persistent nagging, she made him feel like a selfish fool. Which he was. I didn't think of it that way, he admitted, closing the book. I never intended to avoid you. Not deliberately. I suppose I missed breakfast. You did, she sniffled, still looking out the window rather than looking at him. What can I do to make it right? I don't want this hanging between us. Her shoulders rose and fell. I don't know. I suppose if you agreed to go for a ride, that would be nice. It's a lovely day. He had to agree. White clouds piled on top of each other at the horizon, setting off a deep blue sky. Recent rains had left the grass growing lush and thick, rippling in the wind. All right, he conceded. A ride it is. The least I can do. Thank you. She turned to him with a brilliant smile, which called into question the sniffles of moments earlier. You're certain you can spare the time? I had already planned to take in the sunshine, he assured her. The company might be quite pleasant. He was trying. He truly was. Anything he could do to make their final weeks together more pleasant. Until her face fell. Oh drat. She snapped her fingers. I'd completely forgotten. Forgotten what? Edward is paying me a call today. He's on his way now, I would imagine. Ryan rose from his chair, the book and breakfast forgotten. Lena. I forgot, I said. We both know there is no chance of your forgetting a call from Edward, he growled, teeth clenched to hold back the diatribe of sharp words which came to mind at her obvious deception. You merely wished to get me out of the house while he was here, and you want me to take Abigail along so the two of you can be alone. Her cheeks flushed. Ryan, I resent your implication. I wouldn't consider any untoward behavior. He stammered, suddenly embarrassed. I didn't mean to imply there would be anything improper, though now that you mention it, I would prefer you have a chaperone in the house. I am not your daughter. Her shoulders moved back, her chin tilted up. You don't need to protect my virtue, and I do not appreciate you speaking to me this way. Edward spoke to me before asking for your hand, he reminded her. He obviously understands how things are. I am still the man of the family, whether you wish for it or not. I never said. Oh, never mind, she sighed, turning her gaze upward. I have no desire to argue with you. If it would make you happy, we'll sit on the porch. I'm not asking you to put yourself on display for my sake, he grumbled. This was rapidly becoming an uncomfortable conversation, which he would gladly see finished. Whatever makes you more comfortable, brother. She patted his arm as she passed on her way from the room. I will tell Abigail of your plan to ride with her. It isn't my plan, he hissed, careful to keep his voice low when the door opened. Oh, come now, she smiled over her shoulder. She'll feel more welcome here if she believes you're the one who wished it so. Don't you want to make her feel welcome? I don't care one way or another how your friend feels, Lena. But she was already gone. As usual, she'd set her course and was determined to follow it through no matter what he thought. He all but threw himself into his chair before reaching for a biscuit and taking an enormous bite. The only person in the world who could reduce him to such childishness. What was worse, his blissfully peaceful day of rest was now marred by obligation. The biscuit soured in his stomach. Minutes later, a soft knock at the door. This could be no one but Abigail, as Lena never favored him with such pleasantries. Yes, he called out, finishing his now cold coffee. It was an effort to remind himself that it was not the girl's fault. His sister had coerced him into riding with her, the way he would rope a calf and hold it in place for the branding iron. If only Lena wasn't so skillful when it came to twisting him to fit her little schemes. She was never cold-hearted or mercenary. She was merely clever, which made him less clever, which made him unhappy. Abigail edged her way into the room, cautious as a youngster tiptoeing into a house they'd heard to be haunted. Her pale face and troubled eyes spoke of nervousness. Excuse me. Lena asked me to stop in to inquire about our ride. Did she now? He looked her up and down and noted her plain style of stress. Plain to the point of shabbiness. How in the world had his sister come into the acquaintance of this brown-haired wren? She reminded him of one just then. One who would take flight and disappear if he wasn't careful. Only his devotion to Lena made him take care to avoid frightening the wren away. That and the haunted look about the girl's face. Terribly uncertain of herself. Perhaps she'd had a hard time of it before then. To speak sharply would be akin to kicking a dog. Do you ride then? He asked, brushing crumbs from his trousers as he rose. I've ridden before, she replied with an uncertain, shaky smile. I do not, however, make a habit out of riding. My feet have normally been what took me from place to place. I expect there isn't as much empty space where you come from. He moved his arm in a sweeping gesture, inviting her out of the room before him. No. Homes and shops on top of one another. Where would that be then? I do hear an Eastern accent in your voice. Boston. That explained it. Lena had visited Boston with their mother during the summer of her 13th year. Ryan's responsibilities around the ranch had rendered him unable to join them. It had to be then that the two of them came into the other's acquaintance. Charming, really, that they would have maintained a correspondence in the years since. Oh, Boston. A city I would like a pay visit to someday. Along with New York, Philadelphia, have you even seen either? No, sir. This is the first time I've ever left home, in fact. Ryan, please. No need for formality. They strode side by side to the stables, with Ryan shortening his stride to allow Abigail to keep up. What do you think of our country, then? It's beautiful, she breathed. A glance at her from the corner of his eye confirmed the truth of this. She didn't flatter him simply for the sake of flattery. You really believe so? You've never seen Boston. The wry humor in her voice was a refreshing surprise, and he laughed. Do not take offense, he implored when her cheeks turned pink. How pretty she was when she blushed. A far cry from the pale-faced, wide-eyed, haunted expression he'd seen in the house. They strolled through the stables, and he pointed out the rows of stalls dedicated to workhorses. We try to rest them on Sundays, he explained, nodding in greeting to the three young men devoted to the care of the beasts. They were the sons of the foreman, all between the ages of 11 and 14, and all clearly stirred to nervousness at the sight of a new female about the place. Lena was a presence to which they'd become accustomed long since. Can you prepare a mare for Miss Abigail, and saddle up Spirit for me? He requested of the boys, stroking Spirit's chestnut mane. Is this your horse? Abigail asked, and a glance from the corner of his eye told him of her renewed nervousness. If she stood much further from Spirit, she'd be outside. How to handle this situation with discretion? Have you had an unpleasant experience with a horse in the past? He asked, his gaze focused on Spirit. I was thrown once as a boy. You were? The worst feeling I can imagine, to tell you the truth. I remember hitting the ground flat on my back. He turned away from the horse, looking up at the ceiling, arms stretched out to either side. My bones rattled. The air rushed out of my lungs. There was a moment, a split second, when I couldn't pull in another breath. I was only 12 years old, and convinced I was going to die on the spot. I would never draw air again. Oh no. That sounds terrible. Do you know what happened after that? He went from looking up to looking at her. I breathed. I lived. Which is why you're here right now. She chuckled behind her hand. Indeed. And I sit astride every day. Because a single fall cannot control the rest of a person's life. It would be a rather limited one, wouldn't it? I suppose. She looked at the straw-strewn floor. He swallowed back a groan of frustration. His sister might have warned him that he was taking along a woman afraid of horses. What happened to you then? He asked, stepping aside that Spirit might leave his stall. To me. What happened to turn you against horses? A frown passed over her face, her brows drawing together. I was bitten as a child. I reached for it, tied off outside a store. My mother was busy speaking to a friend she'd met on the street and not paying attention to me. You frightened it. I suppose, she shrugged as a flush crept up her throat, over her cheeks. I've always avoided them since. That seems a long time. He nodded in acknowledgement of the boys as they finished saddling Spirit, then turned to Abigail and gestured to where the third led a gray mare he knew to be older, quieter, sweeter than the rest. Perfect for her. I believe this is as good a time as any to get over those fears, don't you? Something in her eyes, hopeful, fearful, touched him. She wanted to. She simply didn't believe she could. Come. He held out his hand. What had begun as an imposition had become a mission. If the girl took nothing from her visit to the ranch beyond overcoming her fear, it would be well worthwhile. She drew the corner of her bottom lip beneath her teeth, as though she questioned whether to trust him. When she extended her hand and touched her fingers to his palm, he closed his fingers around them and guided her to spirit, placing her hand against his neck. Now. Hard part's done, he smiled. The smile she offered in return brought to mind the strangest thing. The memory of getting the wind knocked from his lungs.
Chapter 8. How are you faring? Abigail forced a smile. Very well. He had the good grace to look away before he laughed. Yes. It appears that way. What am I doing wrong? She had followed his instructions to the letter, doing everything she could to assert herself and assure the mare that she wasn't afraid. She sat with confidence, she believed, her back straight and shoulders loose, holding the reins in a controlled yet relaxed grip. You're grimacing, for one. I am? He threw her a grin which nearly stopped her heart. When he was astride out on his land, where he belonged and felt most comfortable, he went from being merely handsome to what she would imagine a Roman god would look like. Tanned, virile, his nearly black hair shining in the sun, his smile flashing pure white against his skin. Now you look like you tasted something sour, he observed with a chuckle. Relax. You're doing well. I feel like I'm a mile off the ground, she confessed. Have you truly never ridden a horse? Not until now. Yet you agreed to come out riding today. He raised a quizzical brow. When he put it that way, it did sound ridiculous. I wanted. She choked on her explanation. He would laugh at her. Who could blame him? I wanted to leave the house empty for Lena. That sounded much better than the truth. She'd been aching to spend time alone with him without Lena in the way. While Lena was wonderful and everything she could have imagined in a sister-in-law, she was not the reason Abigail had spent nearly a week on a train. Ah, Ryan murmured with a nod. I see. Scheming to leave the loving couple alone. There was no avoiding notice of the bitter edge to his voice, slight but present. This didn't bode well. For a time, she focused her attention on the motion of the mare and on controlling her nerves. Is Edward a difficult man to like? She asked, keeping her voice light. Curious. Nothing more. He shook his head. Oh no, please. Don't let me give you the wrong idea about him. I'm sure he'll make Lena a fine husband, if he can manage to navigate her mercurial changes in temper and her penchant for never releasing a grudge until she receives a proper apology and the assurance that she was in no way at fault. She snorted. I can imagine that. She has a very determined nature. You sound like a politician. Choosing your words carefully. I don't wish to offend. And I'm only having a bit of fun. Forgive me. When he smiled at her as he did then, she could forgive him anything. How fortunate she'd been to respond to his advertisement when he was so handsome and charming. And patient. Her heart skipped a beat when she recalled his hand covering hers, pressing it to Spirit's neck that she might overcome the worst of her fear. He was so kind and gentle and understanding. Was she building him up in her imagination, making more of him than there truly was? Perhaps. Right then, with no one and nothing around them but wide open space, with the sunlight making his hair gleam and his strong, healthy body moving along with the horse beneath him, turning him into a romantic hero was not difficult. In fact, it would have been impossible not to. However, why did you sound so displeased when you spoke of the happy couple then? She dared ask. They had already come a long way in a short time, beginning to forge a bond. And hadn't he instructed her to act with confidence? She couldn't be afraid of him, if they were to begin a life together. They'd gotten off to a slow start, but they were finally on their way. Which was why his response was like a splash of cold water to the face. I've never held the idea of marriage in high esteem. Her hands shook harder than they had when she first mounted the horse. Her chest ached. The blood pounding in her ears was nearly deafening. How could he be so cruel? So thoughtless, so cold? The ground, the horse, Ryan, all swam in the tears which filled her eyes. How foolish she had been to believe her life had changed for the better. Didn't she know better by then that no such thing was possible? She wasn't meant to be happy. She wasn't like Lena, so beautiful and clever. Girls like Lena were the ones who married handsome, dashing men, and set up housekeeping in a new house full of shining, beautiful things. Lena was the sort of girl a man fell in love with and worked hard to make happy. Abigail? She would be fortunate to find a husband who wasn't cruel or violent. She doubted Ryan Belton possessed a violent bone in his entire body, but he knew how to be cruel and thoughtless. This was what she could look forward to then. Boss? A man's voice carried to them on the wind. Abigail wiped her tears away with a quick, efficient motion, while Ryan's attention was on the man who'd called out to him. My foreman, Ryan murmured. You sound disappointed, she observed, looking away. Work calls even on Sunday, I suppose. He let out a humorless laugh. I suppose. I was enjoying our ride. No need to soothe my disappointment, she managed to assure him without her voice breaking. You can go to him. I'll make it back to the stables on my own. I wasn't, he sighed. Are you sure you'll be able to ride on your own? It's just there, she reminded him, pointing to the far-off building which in fact was quite a distance from where they were. But if it meant getting far away from him and fleeing to her room, she thought she'd be able to swim through a lake of fire. Before he could protest, half-hearted of course since her presence could do nothing but disgust him, she tapped the mare's side with her heel and sent it off at a trot just as he had shown her. She would now never be able to sit in a saddle without thinking of him. Thank goodness for the mare being as smart and gentle as she was, for it left Abigail with little to do but allow it to take her to the stables. Good girl, she whimpered, hating her tears almost as much as she hated Ryan. And just then, she hated Lena along with him. When she drew nearer the house, they could just make out the shape of two people bidding each other goodbye. The sweet intimacy of the moment wasn't lost on her even from a distance. She knew she shouldn't watch for the sake of decency, but her wounded heart seemed to enjoy reminders of what it would never have, including the tenderness of a hand holding a hand, the caress of a cheek. A kiss. Lena stood back as her fiancé climbed into a small buggy, covered in black leather, which had been carefully oiled to shine in the sun. It reminded her of Ryan's hair, which meant the sight of it turned her stomach. Unfortunately, after waving a handkerchief at the retreating buggy, Lena turned in time to spot Abigail's approach. Rather than go back to the house, as a person with any modicum of common sense would do, she began walking toward the stables. Oh no. Abigail tugged the reins just enough to pull the mare back to a walk. There was little recourse but to return the horse to the long, wide building with its attached square pen of log fencing. Never in all her life had she ever imagined she'd dread getting off a horse. It couldn't be helped. One of the stable boys was quick to bring a stool for her to step down onto as she dismounted. Thank you, she was certain to murmur. He was a nice boy, and he didn't deserve her ire. Even his freckles seemed to blush before he ducked his head and hurried away. Where's Ryan? Lena asked, upon entering through the opposite doorway. Please tell me he wasn't thoughtless enough to leave you on your own. So typical of my brother. I honestly don't know where his mind is most of the time. For some reason that was the final straw. Abigail's resolve broke then and there. She whirled around on Lena, who dropped back a step. Her warm, friendly eyes widened in surprise at this abrupt change in quiet, docile Abigail. This only angered her more. Why am I here? She hissed, hands clenched and shaking fists. Lena blinked. What? You. I know why I'm here. Abigail shook her head. No. I know why I came here. I know why I left behind everything I've ever known. I even left my sisters, though there was little chance I would ever see them again even had I stayed. But now I'll never know, will I? Because I'm here, and I couldn't afford the fare to return if I wanted to. Sisters? Lena whispered. Yes. 2 of them. In an orphanage. It doesn't matter, I don't know why I mentioned them, she whispered, her chest rising and falling in time with her ragged breaths. My point is, I'm here, and I don't know why anymore. We have not spoken a single word of my wedding, and I'm beginning to believe there will never be one, especially considering my finances' negative view on marriage. So what is it? Why I am here? Chapter 9. Lena touched her forehead to the door she'd just closed, her shoulders sinking as she exhaled. I'm so sorry, dear, she whispered, trembling. The first time she'd shown anything but complete confidence since Abigail's arrival. Even her tiny earbobs danced. Abigail stood stock still in the center of the drawing room, surrounded by loveliness which would never be hers. She would never entertain guests here, which she had foolishly allowed herself to imagine more than once. Never would she pour a glass of port or cup of coffee after supper, smiling benevolently as her husband made conversation with his friends. Friends who might have become hers. She would never run a dust cloth over the clock, the oil lamps, the flower vases, her heart swelling with pride of ownership. She would never plump the pillows on the horsehair sofa, or sit by the fire on cold nights with her knitting or darning. She would never watch her children play in this room. Yes, she'd imagined them as well, more of a general idea of them than a clear picture. The notion of her children, their laughter, their uneven first steps into their father's waiting arms. It would never be her life. Not ever. What amazed her in all of this was her ability to speak. She'd never been one to use her voice to berate another. Now it seemed there was no end to the words ready to pour from her broken heart. Sorry for what? For bringing me here under false pretenses? You need a woman to run this house in your stead, isn't that right? A woman to tend your gardens and mend your brother's shirts and darn his socks and see to his comfort. He has no intention of marrying me or anyone else. Isn't that so? No, it isn't. Lena turned, hands held out as though to beg forgiveness. To Abigail's surprise, the early afternoon sun revealed dampness on her cheeks. This did nothing to soften her heart. What is so, then? I've refrained from giving voice to my questions. Afraid I would offend you, that you would send me packing. This has all seemed like a beautiful dream. I didn't want to wake up. Oh. She tapped a closed fist to her forehead. I've been such a fool. Such a blind fool. There is nothing worse than a fool who refuses to see the truth when it's in front of them. Would you please do me the honor of allowing me to explain at least? Lena gestured to the sofa with its tawny horsehair and embroidered pillows. Abigail might have embroidered her own, in order to grant the room a bit of herself. Instead she sat, not to oblige her hostess but because her knees knocked so. It would seem there was a limit to her courage, and she'd reached it. Lena pressed her hands together at her waist, breathing through pursed lips as though she was blowing on hot soup to cool it before tasting. This isn't how I wanted things to go at all, she murmured. Abigail was uncertain whether she spoke to her, or was merely voicing her private thoughts. So you did have a great deal to do with this. Now I understand. And the more she did, the further her heart sank. You fetched me from town. You dressed me up for him. You've not spoken a single word of our marriage. And he certainly doesn't make mention of it. You must understand, I never intended for this. Lena sank down beside her, her pretty face a twisted mask of misery. I suppose I should have planned better. You suppose? Abigail snorted. It's only that he wouldn't agree. She shook her head, turning to Abigail. I admit, I placed the advertisement on his behalf. Without his knowledge, Abigail added. Lena winced. That's right. He was utterly unaware. He is no more aware now than he was then, I take it. Bile rose in her throat, requiring her to swallow and take a deep breath, then another to calm herself. Who does he think I am? A friend of mine, Lena admitted in a small voice. From back east. One he's never heard of, naturally. You know how men are, Lena was quick to dismiss with a wave of her hand. No. I don't. Do tell me, Abigail prompted. This was out of character for her, too. Pressing so, pushing to have her say. To hear the answers she needed, though they made little difference in the end. She was bereft, alone, with no greater prospects than she had before leaving Boston. Oh, Mrs. Mann, how wrong we both were. He dismissed my explanation soon after I offered it. I see. This was not quite true. She saw nothing and understood even less. Where does this leave me? He has no idea I'm here to marry him. What happens to me when he refuses? Lena's jaw set, her eyes hardening. He won't refuse. Lena. Abigail held her head in her hands. This really was too much. How can you say that? This is my life you're toying with. Not to mention your brother's. But he'll at least have a home when all is said and done. What am I supposed to do? Where shall I go? You shall stay here. This is really too much. Abigail fled from the room, throwing open the door and taking the stairs two at a time, heading toward her room. Well, not her room, she reminded herself, but the room she stayed in. She hadn't done that, running out, since she was a little girl, and Mama had reminded her on more than one occasion how unladylike it was to run around like one of the boys. It hardly mattered. She had no mother to chastise her. She had no one. It wouldn't take long to pack. The least Lena could do would be to give her enough to stay in Carson City for a few days. She might be able to secure a position somewhere. She had experience in housekeeping after all, even if she hadn't secured a recommendation from Mr. or Mrs. Hubbard. She could still answer questions, and could certainly prove herself when the time came to do so. If only she had the chance. Someone simply had to give her the chance. If not, images of the boarding house flashed through her mind. Not the house itself, but the girls in it. The girls whose money came from the men they brought to their beds late at night. It was so easy, really, to find oneself in such a situation. This was what outsiders didn't understand. The outsiders who thought themselves above any such depravity. Hadn't she, even she, considered herself above it? She would never stoop to that level. It seemed that that level was quickly rising to meet her, rather than the other way around. It would soon become a matter of survival. She realized she was weeping and wrapped her arms around herself, rocking back and forth in a vain attempt at self-comfort. Her chest ached. Her head throbbed. Where was she to go? Abigail? Lena's persistent knocking worked its way into her troubled, tangled thoughts. Please don't lock me out now. We can work this out together. Unless you can find me a job once I reach Carson City, there is nothing to be said. I have to leave. I'm so ashamed. Her shoulders heaved as she sobbed. That was it, at the heart of the matter. She was ashamed of herself for allowing Lena to fool her. Ashamed of the days she'd wasted, afraid to voice the very important questions which she very well ought to have voiced. You have nothing to be ashamed of. I'm the one who ought to feel shame. And I do. Please. Let me in. I don't want to. I have a key, you know. But I would rather you allow me to enter. Abigail could hardly keep her hands steady enough to unlock the door, but she managed. She then sank to the bed, staring at the floor, arms winding around herself again. I wish I had a way to make this right. I wish there was a word I could say to fix things. Abigail would not lift her gaze above Lena's shoes. Boots. Tan leather. Very smart. There isn't one. I know. I only wish there was. But we can do this together. I'm sure of it. You're sure of a lot of things. You're sure your brother won't mind his bride being here, when he has no desire to marry and doesn't know who I am. You're sure everything will turn out well, even though you have no knowledge of me or my situation. I know you're a good person. I know anyone would be lucky to know you, to have you with them. A resounding recommendation. She raised her head. Would you be willing to speak on my behalf in Carson City? I'm sure your name commands respect. I'll be in need of a position, you see. Lena was evidently unmoved by this. You're not going to Carson City. Do you ever tire of telling others what they'll do? Where they'll go? Do you not have enough to do with your time? Lena's head tilted to the side, then she burst out laughing. Only when I care about the people in whose lives I meddle, she admitted. You might not believe it, but it's an honor to be one of the people who I meddle with. Forgive me, but I don't see the humor in this, Abigail whispered as tears threatened to overcome her again. I came here thinking. It was too humiliating to admit. Thinking you would find your husband and your home waiting for you. Lena finished. There was no longer humor in her voice. Only sympathy. I'm sorry, my dear. I stole that from you. I should have been honest when I met you in Carson City. I didn't want you to frighten off. Is it really that important to you that I stay? Can you not hire someone to care for the house? It isn't a housekeeper I'm interested in. It's a wife for my brother. You. Abigail sighed. The poor girl was out of her mind. That was the only explanation. He doesn't want a wife. What man wants a wife before he meets the woman he's meant to marry? Lena whispered, with a tentative smile. Especially a man in Ryan's position. He has so little time to spare on women, courting, any of it. I'm confident we can change his mind. We have less than 6 weeks until the wedding, and by then he'll be ready to crawl over broken glass to wed you. Abigail scoffed at the very idea. I can hardly imagine a man behaving so in my honor. You don't give yourself nearly enough credit, Lena murmured. You're quite beautiful. I promise, the more time you spend with Ryan, the more enamored with you he'll become. He won't be able to remember life before you arrived. Why did she want to believe this? She ought to finish packing her valise and rush from the house. Or at least demand a buggy, so that she might make her way to town and forget she'd ever been part of this strange scheme. What if you're wrong, she asked, and why was she asking? Why would she do this to herself? Lena nodded, placing her hands over her stomach as if she wanted to calm herself. She saw a flicker of hope and didn't want to become overexcited, but there was no helping it. Abigail saw through her. If I'm wrong, I'll see to it that you have more than enough money to go anywhere you choose, to do anything you choose. I'll work with you to find a position either in Carson City or elsewhere. I'll write any recommendation you desire. You'll be able to do anything you want. And what am I supposed to do until Ryan throws me out? Which he will. I know he will. He won't. You can't stop him if he wants to. You'd be surprised what I can do. Lena threw her shoulders back, lifted her chin. Until the wedding, we'll work to acquaint the two of you. You'll spend time together, he'll get to know you. The ride today. Abigail closed her eyes. You worked it out that the two of us would be together. Perhaps. When Abigail's eyes opened, she found Lena wincing and shrugging. It worked, didn't it? To a degree, but your brother told me he doesn't wish to marry. He sounded quite adamant. He believes what he thinks he believes, but will change his mind when he discovers how lovely and sweet and charming you are, and how indispensable you'll be to his life. Lena surprised her then by kneeling before her, lifting her hands from her lap. I wouldn't ask you due to this, if I thought there was a chance of it not working in your favor. I admit I went about it all wrong, and I'll do what I can to make it up to you. But you must trust me now. I know my brother. I know how to get through to him. Abigail watched her silently, unsure. Her eyes widened. If this is what you want, Abigail, you are in a unique position now. Any other woman, were she to answer a mail-order advertisement, would have no choice but to follow through. She would be pulled from the train and wed on the spot, and forced to live wherever her husband happened to live, no matter her feelings on it when she arrived. Do you understand what I'm telling you? You're telling me I can change my mind and it's all right. Yes. That's exactly it. Do you want to marry Ryan? Do you want to live here? She looked around. It's a wonderful home. We were very happy here, my family and me. I think you could be too, but I might be biased. It would be so easy to bring an end to this. She could be on her way to a new life. This could all be behind her, a memory, and she could move on to something better. Perhaps save money to send for the girls. Ryan Belton could remain in smug, contented bachelorhood for the rest of his life. It was none of her business. "Yes," she whispered, not knowing why. "Yes. I'll stay."
Chapter 10. As was his custom, Ryan retired to his bedroom for a short time after supper, that he might remove his jacket and vest, hanging them carefully in the tall cedar wardrobe. Dressing for supper was a habit instilled in him from a young age, one which he carried on, though they rarely entertained guests. His evening clothes were far from formal, but were most certainly a step up from what his hands wore. This was a matter of importance, as there might come a situation requiring the foreman or one of the others to visit the house during the evening meal. He wanted above all to present a polished image to the men working for him. Almost as badly as he wanted to prove, he was just as rough and rugged as any of them were. A strange, delicate balance to strike. He decided to leave on his starched collar and silk tie, loath as he was to wear the things. There was a chance Abigail might cross his path, and he wouldn't want to cause her embarrassment upon seeing him roaming the halls in a state of half-dress. It was with her in mind that he pulled from the hanger his silk lounging jacket. Lena had bought it for him in Carson City 2 Christmases past, but he'd worn it on no more than 2 or 3 occasions. He hadn't yet reached the time in his life in which a lounging jacket was necessary. Older men might wear them, men such as Mark's grandfather, who also spent his time working indoors. Lena would have done better to gift it to her husband, as he was the type to make use of it. Even so, he belted it around his waist before returning to the first floor, where he planned to spend the rest of the evening at his desk. There were times when he wondered what he would do with himself if there was no more work to attend to. Some men preferred their leisure, while others climbed the walls when there was nothing of importance to do. A giggle came from the study, halting his approach. "What is this?" he muttered, silently cursing the distraction. He found Lena standing on tiptoe, surveying one of the many rows of books lining the walls. "Do you need to be in here at this very minute?" Ryan spared them a cursory glance as he went to the desk. "You know this is the time of day when I do most of my work in the study." "Forgive us." Lena flashed a brief, apologetic smile. "I only wanted to find one of the old books on the shelves. One I know Abigail will enjoy. I can't seem to find it." "What is it?" he asked, more out of politeness than curiosity. Truly, he could not have cared less which book Abigail wished to read. The fact of his growing impatience with her very presence was clearer by the day. While he knew he ought to be a more generous host, and he was on the surface, denying his sister nothing if it meant making her guest happy, he could not bring himself to be grateful for her presence. Especially when she insisted on wandering around the house in rooms exclusively for his use. "David Copperfield," Lena murmured, running a finger over the spines of row after row of books. "Mother always enjoyed Dickens." Mother enjoyed many authors, Ryan recalled with a fond smile. The memory of his mother and her love of reading, how many hours he'd seen her buried deep in one of her books, sometimes too engrossed to hear her children speaking directly to her while standing by her side, broke through his aggravation. "Did your mother enjoy reading?" Lena asked Abigail. It was the wrong question, clearly. His sister's attention was still on the row of books she currently examined. She was not looking to her friend, whose cheeks flushed, whose gaze lowered. Thick lashes fluttered over her cheeks. "No. She did not know how to read. Neither did my father." He winced, wishing not for the first time that his sister would be a bit more observant. "How is it that you learned how if they didn't know?" he asked, scowling at the back of Lena's head. Abigail suddenly became deeply interested in the lace edging of one sleeve, staring down at it while adjusting it with the other hand. It set off her thin wrists and delicate fingers quite nicely, he noticed, wondering how he hadn't taken notice of them during their meals together. "It was important to Mama that we learn," she explained in a voice much smaller than the one to which he'd become accustomed. She reminded him of the frightened little wren who'd first arrived at the ranch. "You taught yourself," he assumed. "With a little help from friends." She smiled, still adjusting her cuffs. "I was teaching my sisters when I had to stop." "There it is," Lena announced before he had the chance to ask why she'd stopped. Always speaking up at the wrong time. It's all the way up on the top shelf. How did it find its way up there? Ryan, can you help? He bit back an irritated word or two as he rose from his chair. It wasn't as if he'd gotten started on his work, anyway. Who could work with this level of distraction? Will you leave me alone after this? He murmured once he reached her side. I do have things to attend to, and would appreciate the solitude. Oh, come now, Lena cajoled. I've spent many an evening here in the study with you, reading or embroidering. This was true. There was no denying it. Yet she normally did these things alone, without a friend with whom to chatter like a songbird. They normally passed their evenings in companionable silence, with Lena chuckling over and even reading aloud, an amusing passage from time to time. Even so, the balance of the time was normally spent quietly enough that he could become absorbed in his work. She didn't understand what it meant to have an entire ranch on one's shoulders. The lives and livelihoods of the men were his responsibility. What did she do? Oversee the daily menus? Darn his socks. He offered up a silent prayer for strength as he reached up for the book in question, handing it to her on its retrieval. If he allowed her to lead him into an argument, he'd be a damned fool. If you want to read in here, be as quiet as you can, was all he would say. And even that was through clenched teeth. Abigail tugged Lena's sleeve. We ought to go elsewhere. The drawing room, perhaps? The girl had more sense than his sister, that was certain. Not that it mattered. It's much more comfortable on this side of the house as it gets less afternoon sun, Lena explained. The drawing room is too warm at the moment. Poor Abigail. Her nervous twitching was enough to make him regret his protestations. No need to worry, he assured her. You might stay and keep me company. Did he imagine the triumphant look on Lena's face? He caught it out of the corner of his eye, or thought he did, but it was gone when he turned his full gaze upon her. She was as innocent as a lamb, or was determined to appear that way as she led her friend to the sofa, the two of them arranging their skirts around them as they sat. You'll need light, Ryan pointed out, taking up the small box of matches from beside the oil lamp and striking one before lifting the glass shade to touch flame to wick. Thank you. Abigail looked up at him, smiling in that shy, retiring way of hers. She was quite charming. A refreshing change from his opinionated sister. You must forgive me, he bowed, before turning his attention to the lamp beside Lena, on the other end of the velvet sofa. Forgive you? For many years, it's only been my sister and myself in the house. I've become old and set in my ways long before my time. Unaccustomed to company for more than the course of an evening. A creature of habit. Lena chuckled. I learned long ago that his bark is worse than his bite. I could say the same for you, he smirked. Abigail covered her mouth with one hand. I shouldn't laugh. It's rude of me. Nonsense, he assured her. Never abandon the chance to laugh at my sister. She deserves it from time to time. As if you don't. Lena laughed. I've never known anyone to take himself so seriously, except for father. Yes, well. He returned to his desk, settling into the wheeled chair with a sigh. I can think of far worse examples to follow. Wouldn't you agree? Lena opened a book. He had not taken note of the title, and bowed her head over the pages. He didn't have much fun in life. Wouldn't you agree? Since when does fun matter one way or another, he scoffed. Women are permitted their fun. Not men. Oh yes, his sister sighed with a sidelong glance at her companion. A woman's life is non-stop gaiety. When compared to that of a man, it rather is. As always, my beloved brother, you know little of what you describe. Lena looked at Abigail again. I can't blame him. Men so rarely know what a woman does with her time, and even more rare is the understanding that we're trained to make everything appear easy. She closed her book. Ryan wondered whether she'd bothered to read a single word. Then she said, only children are permitted their fun. Both men and women have work to do. No matter how many times we have this conversation, you refuse to see reason. I admit, you know how to do a great many things I wouldn't know the first thing about. The same is true when our positions are reversed. You wouldn't know the first thing about running the ranch. The difference being that I would never degrade the time you spend here in the study, Lena pointed out in a cool voice, arching one eyebrow. I could just as easily accuse you of sitting behind your desk, reading letters and performing sums. Anyone could do that. He gritted his teeth and reminded himself that they had a guest. Not everyone could. Just as not everyone could successfully run a house while making it appear as though a child could do it. That, brother, is the true skill of it. Making a man's life easier, more comfortable, without attracting his attention in the meantime. He must always believe things simply appear out of thin air or repair themselves on their own. I'm not a fool, he grumbled. I don't believe anything repairs itself. And I'm certain that if this were a larger house, with a large family living beneath the roof and a passel of servants, it would take a great deal more time and organization to keep things running smoothly. But I'm a rather easy man to please. My needs are few. Lena's mouth fell open, but to her credit, she closed it with an audible snapping of her teeth before laughter bubbled up in her throat. You know, Abigail, I believe you were correct when you suggested we read in the drawing room. It's suddenly uncomfortable in here. We agree for the first time tonight, he observed, his chest tight as he watched them rise. Once again, he thought of their guest as poor Abigail. She reminded him of a lost child, wondering the best course of action. She clearly settled on silent acquiescence, following Lena from the room. Before she could step into the hall, he cleared his throat to stop her. My sister has a good heart, but she often rushes ahead in speech and action without giving much thought to either, he explained in a softer voice than the one he'd just used with Lena. An awkward explanation, surely, but he felt somehow that it had to be made. Ever since the admission of her parents' illiteracy, her spirits had not recovered. A cloud had hung over her which only he could seem to see. Lena, meanwhile, had gone on with her evening as though nothing was amiss. There were times when he wished they were children again. He might be able to get away with throttling her, if they were both very young. Or he might at least see it that she was sent to her room without supper. Abigail remained motionless for a moment, before turning her head to the side that he might see her striking, delicate profile. Against the cream-colored silk paper which covered the walls, her equally creamy complexion seemed to blend in. Think nothing of it. As you say, she means no harm. She simply forgets that the things she says and does can sometimes affect others. She would never wish to upset or hurt anyone. In fact, she only wishes for those around her to be happy. I'm glad you understand her. I do. We both do. With a weak, shy smile and the rustle of her skirts, she removed herself from the room. The silence she left in her wake was deafening. Had he enjoyed nothing but silence all evening, he would not think twice of the study being as quiet as it was then. He would have welcomed it, reveled in it, for he did his work best and most efficiently when there were no interruptions. Now he looked down at the rows of figures in his ledger, and tried to make heads or tails of them. A difficult proposition when one couldn't rid himself of the image of a shy smile, a downturned pair of eyes that somehow managed to shoot lightning through him whenever they met his.
Chapter 11. Abigail was beginning to suspect that Mrs. Hughes had been roped into joining their efforts. The way to a man's heart is through his stomach, my dear, she advised in a sage, world-weary voice as she demonstrated how to make a proper pie crust. While Abigail had assisted Mrs. Mahan in cooking at the boarding house, and had learned many clever dishes from her mother, normally using whatever it was the family could afford on that particular day, baking was something that had escaped her up to that point. Lena winked over the top of the older woman's head. That's how she caught her gentleman. Now. Mrs. Hughes laughed as gaily as a woman half her age. I didn't catch anyone. I merely coerced. Our foreman, Lena explained. Kenneth. A confirmed bachelor who cared more for wrestling steers than he did. That's enough out of you, young miss, Mrs. Hughes scolded with a twinkle in her eye. Abigail bit the inside of her mouth to hold back her giggles. It was your baking that did it. The woman's shrug didn't distract from the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Perhaps. A man's head will always turn at the scent of his favorite dish. The woman who knows how to make it, and make it well, will turn his head once he's swallowed the last bite. He'll remember her long after he's finished dining. Mark my words. I would be a fool to question your methods. Abigail watched carefully, mimicking the cook's motions as they both cut cold lard into flour. Be sure not to touch it too much with your hands, Mrs. Hughes instructed in a quiet, patient voice. We want to keep the lard cold, that it will melt in the oven and create a light crust. Who taught you to cook? She asked, wondering why her flour and lard mixture didn't look the same as Mrs. Hughes's. My mother was the cook for Mrs. Belton's family, she explained. When Mrs. Belton married, I came along with her. So, you'd been learning your entire life? Nearabouts, yes. She ran the back of her arm over her forehead, leaving a trace of flour in its wake. My earliest memories are in the kitchen. Are you pleased with the work you do? The older woman's eyes widened behind a pair of wire-rimmed spectacles. Well now. I can't say I remember the last time I thought about it. I suppose I am. I'm certainly not displeased. There simply isn't time to think about it. I do better when I'm busy, when my hands are moving, and I'm able to care for the people I love. Abigail glanced up from her work to find Lena smiling fondly. It must have been nice for her to have a woman in the house after her mother's passing, especially one who'd known her mother her entire life. Once she added cold water, fresh from the well, to the dry ingredients and mixed everything together, she watched Mrs. Hughes roll the dough out and place it inside a pan. Don't think too much on it, she advised over Abigail's shoulder as she took her turn. If there's a tear in the dough, you can mend it with scraps. Nothing is all that serious. Easy for you to say, Abigail muttered with a wry smile as she did what the cook had done. Again, it didn't look as good, nor was it as easy to roll the dough into a thin circle. Her arms and shoulders tightened in protest. Preparing the cherries was much simpler, as she'd been doing so for as long as she could remember. My papa always had a particular fondness for cherries, she remembered smiling, the paring knife pulling the pit with practiced efficiency under her hands. My goodness, but you're fast. Mrs. Hughes marveled. Whenever we could find them at market, Mama would use the money she saved in a little jar to buy some for him as a present. I would pit them and place them in the prettiest bowl we owned, and the twins would make a great fuss of carrying the bowl together to the table that he might enjoy them after supper. He didn't like pitting them himself, I suppose, Lena observed. Abigail burst out laughing. No. He used to sit on the front stoop and entertain the children on the block by spitting the pits clear across the street. Mama made me throw them away before he could find them. Their laughter filled the kitchen, and Abigail realized this was the first time she'd laughed over a memory of her beloved papa since the fire. In the years since that terrible night, even the happy moments had left her with an aching emptiness, a gnawing sense of injustice which no amount of tears could wash away. Such a good man did not deserve to die as he had. Nor did Mama, who'd given her life to save her girls. They had deserved better than their fate, crouched together in the corner of what was once the kitchen, unable to escape once the ceiling began falling in. All the while, their 3 daughters had screamed for them from the street where Papa used to spit cherry pits for the amusement of the neighborhood children. The only comfort she'd ever taken was the thought that they'd been together, holding each other before they succumbed. Had they exchanged words of love? Had they been able to speak over the thick, choking smoke which still woke Abigail in the middle of the night, coughing and straining for breath, certain she was back in the house again and they were burning? He sounds like an interesting character, Mrs. Hughes chuckled, unaware of Abigail's soot-stained memories. Oh, he was, she agreed, willing herself to concentrate on the good things instead of the bad. He could always make us laugh. Even sometimes when he wasn't supposed to. Mama would glare at us in church, warning us against giggling during the sermon, but I could always tell it secretly delighted her. She only felt that at least one of our parents should set a good example. They raised a very sweet daughter, Mrs. Hughes praised, patting her hand. And you can pit a cherry, faster than anyone I've ever seen." They laughed again. Then the cook showed her how to cool the cherries down a bit with sugar and water, before pouring the fruit into the pie crust and spreading a pretty latticework crust on top. "This is Ryan's favorite then," Abigail confirmed, her heart quickening at the sound of his name. There was no doubt that she had a special fondness for him, no matter how the odds of earning his love were against her. When Mrs. Hughes offered to show her how to bake his favorite pie, there had been no refusing. Every little bit of help she could get would be welcome. Once they'd cleaned up the work table, Mrs. Hughes began a batch of biscuit dough. "Between pie and biscuits, my dear, there will be no way to avoid him sliding a ring over your finger." Her cheeks flamed hot. "Lena," she hissed, stomping one foot. Lena had the good grace to appear apologetic at least. "I'm sorry. I thought we could use the help. You're charming and pretty and everything a husband could wish for, but my brother is a stubborn piece of work, to put it mildly. I would hardly call him a normal person. All men are stubborn when it comes to these things." Mrs. Hughes nodded sagely as she worked the dough. Delicately, Abigail noticed, careful again to keep the lard cold. She recalled the light, flaky, buttery taste of the biscuits they'd enjoyed with breakfast, and understood the difference cold lard made. What a treasure the woman was, sharing these lessons so freely. "What about Edward?" Abigail asked. It was time for Lena to know how it felt for all eyes and attention to be on her. "What about him?" she asked, innocent. "How long did it take for you to work your way into his affections?" "Not long at all," Mrs. Hughes winked, chuckling when Lena gasped in mock outrage. "In fact, he was the one who pursued her. I believe it ought to be that way." Now, Lena was quick to protest, clearly thinking of Abigail's feelings. "I believe it ought to be, whatever way it turns out to be. Whether the man does the pursuing or the woman. So long as two people who are meant to be together are together as they ought to be." Mrs. Hughes cleared her throat, glancing at Abigail. "Of course. You're right. I spoke out of turn." Abigail took pity on her. "Do not worry about me. Besides, I'm not certain this isn't all in vain." "You mustn't think that way." Mrs. Hughes looked and sounded positively scandalized. "A man as stubborn as Mr. Ryan Belton merely needs his eyes opened." She jerked her thumb in the direction of the oven door, behind which 2 cherry pies baked. "This is a good first step. And we'll work on the second step, you and I," Lena winked. Abigail forced a smile, and hoped it wasn't as shaky as she felt. No matter how encouraging the ladies tried to be, there was no helping the fear that she simply wasn't what Ryan or any man wanted in a wife. If only he would give her the chance, she was certain she could prove herself worthy. Instead, she had to make him fall in love with her, or at least like her quite a lot. She'd never attracted a man's fancy before, as Mr. Hubbard hardly counted. He would have fancied just about anything in a dress. All she could do was have faith as she cut biscuit dough in squares and placed them in a pan for baking once the pies were out. Faith, and a quick hand at learning to bake for a man who may or may not appreciate her efforts.
Chapter 12. It seems as though everything's well in hand, Ryan decided, his chest swelling with satisfaction as he looked over the penned calves on the verge of weaning. They'd added over 200 head to the herd in the early spring, a successful year by all measure. Now those calves would need branding. It would take roughly 4 days, with teams of men working in shifts to rope, subdue to brand each calf before turning them out to pasture. He laughed at his own excitement. How many brandings had he experienced? And yet each time he felt the same sense of eagerness and pride. "Is it wrong to feel like a proud father?" he asked Kenneth, sitting at his side. Kenneth grinned. "If it is, I'm wrong too. It's a special sort of thing, this connection to the land and the herd. I must confess, I asked myself if you would feel as you do about it." "What do you mean?" Ryan asked, tipping back the wide brim of his hat that he might better see the man's face. Kenneth leaned over to spit tobacco juice through his teeth before explaining. "You were a young man when her pa passed on, rest his soul. Would y'all wish to carry on in his footsteps?" I wasn't certain. Rumors spread, questions, whispers. Even among men, we're not immune to it, simply because we aren't women. You might have easily sold the spread for a pretty penny, and lived like a gentleman for as long as you wished. You knew of the offers I received then. We all did indeed. Several of the men were sure you'd sell, and didn't wish to stay around if you did. They wanted to work for no one but a Belton. Ryan nodded. And you? What did you think? Kenneth looked him up and down before shrugging. I thought I wouldn't even want to work for a Belton, if he was only in it for the money to be made off the sweat and blood of the men beneath him. Yet here you are. Here I am. I suppose that says quite a lot for you. Ryan reflected on this after they parted ways, with Kenneth riding to join the men in rounding up the herd, currently grazing in the southwest pasture. Ryan considered hanging back to check on the condition of one of the mares currently foaling, but instead rode a distance behind his foreman that he might watch as the herd moved to fresh acreage. It meant quite a lot for a man with Kenneth's experience to respect him. He ought to thank the man really, for having stood by him in those early days. It could not have been easy to place his faith in an untested young man who'd never expected to run the ranch so soon. Jordan Belton had always given the impression that he would live forever. Larger than life, with a booming laugh and a wildly generous nature, the sort of man who inspired allegiance and even hero worship. What a disappointment Ryan must have seemed at first to the dozens of ranch hands employed there, housed in the long, squat buildings which sat on the other side of the stables and barns. He'd learned and fast, for there had been no choice but to do so. He would have lost the respect of the men otherwise. One of the many lessons Kenneth had driven home immediately, stepping into his position and showing the men he was someone to be respected and obeyed. He had, as evidenced by the fact that only 2 hands had left the ranch in the years since, both of them due to injury or infirmity. He felt the herd before he saw them, their hundreds of hooves colliding with the earth and sending tremors in all directions. Moments later, cresting a ridge, he took in the sight of so many on the move, the hands calling out as they guided the herd's direction, their faithful dogs running alongside. There was no telling how long he sat watching, but the sight absorbed him so that the voice at his side made him jump. It's wonderful. His head snapped around, and he found Abigail beside him. She'd clasped her hands over her heart, her mouth open in awe. There are so many. He could only laugh merrily at her reaction. Yes, there are, he called out over the hooves, the bellowing. They watched as the herd receded, until there was no longer reason to shout. His chest swelled with pride until he was certain the buttons would burst from his vest. I hope I'm not disturbing you too much, but Lena asked me to bring your dinner out to you since you rode away from the house rather than coming in. She spoke breathlessly, all in a rush, still taken aback by what she'd seen. He had one clear thought: she understands. It meant everything to know it, though her understanding of what made this place special made no difference to either of their lives. She'd be a memory after the wedding. His stomach growled at the thought of food, his breakfast having been quite rushed and scant. Very thoughtful of you, and my sister. He wondered who will see to it that he had his meals after her wedding. Abigail let out a soft laugh, accepting his hand in order to dismount. You look like a natural-born horsewoman, he praised as he helped her to the ground. I would never suspect you only recently got over your fear, or that you were ever fearful at all. I had a marvelous teacher. Her feet hit the ground, and she looked up at him with a shy smile. I'll never forget you for that. It was my pleasure. Somehow, when Lena was back at the house and he was alone with Abigail, he found it much easier to treat her with a gentility otherwise foreign to him. He even sounded like a different man. She brought it out in him, he supposed. Her gentle nature, her nervousness, all of it made an already lovely young woman infinitely more attractive. He wanted to protect that gentleness, the fragility that sometimes showed itself. Though a man would be a fool of the highest order to mistake occasional flashes of fragility for an overall fragile nature. At her very core was a steel rod, evidenced by how quickly she'd gone from being too afraid to touch a horse to riding completely alone. She shook out the blanket Lena had given her and spread it on the ground while he hobbled the mare beside Spirit. When he turned around, he found a veritable feast before him. Cold chicken, hard-boiled eggs, cheese, a fresh loaf of bread, apples. And your favorite cherry pie. Lena told you my favorite type of pie, eh? His mouth watered at the sight of it. She's told me many things about you. I made that myself, by the way. Just this morning. Did you? I'm impressed. Her cheeks flushed and she chuckled. Perhaps you should wait until you taste it before you decide what you think of my efforts. Fair enough. He stole a glance at her as he loaded a piece of bread with sliced chicken. What do you think of the ranch? Now that you've had time to see much of it. She appeared to give this real thought as her frank, clear gaze surveyed their surroundings. Just over the ridge was the herd, the hands riding alongside to keep them together. Dust rose in great clouds around them, carried away by the ever-present wind coming down from the mountains beyond. Grass the color of emerald waved in that wind, bringing to them a fresh, bright scent which mixed with the far-off odor of so many hulking beasts. I really admire what you have here, she decided. Truly. It's a difficult life. Not all are suited for it, I would imagine. You imagine correctly, he surmised. She drew a deep breath, releasing it with a satisfied smile. I certainly feel better than I have in possibly my entire life. The fresh air must have something to do with it. I suppose there isn't much of that in Boston. Not at all. She picked at a chicken leg, delicate and ladylike. Then again, I never ventured outside the busiest, most crowded part of the city. Not ever. There was no reason to. Everything I needed was there. He chewed slowly, trying to imagine this. How did you manage it? How many times have you traveled farther than Carson City? Or to the Furnish Ranch? How many times have you left Nevada? That's different. How? I don't need to. He laughed at himself, as he realized he was about to offer the same explanation she had. I'm busy here. Oh, I see, she teased. Her eyes twinkled when she did, revealing a clever, bright mind he suddenly longed to know much more about. You're busier here than I was in Boston, working to keep body and soul together. Is it truly that difficult for you there? The light left her eyes then. Her full mouth thinned to a firm line as she pressed her lips together. Yes, she murmured, turning her gaze away. I shouldn't have asked. It was too forward of me. She shook her head. No, it wasn't. I had a difficult time of it, as you said. I lost my parents several years ago, and had nothing to do but fend for myself. We've faced similar circumstances, he observed with no small measure of surprise. Our parents died suddenly, though I'm sure Lena has already told you of it. She has, and I was sorry to hear of their passing, Abigail whispered, turning back to him. The breeze caught her hair as she did, teasing bits of it free from the heavy coil pinned to her head. He stopped his hand before it rose of its own accord to tuck that hair back, shocked that he would even consider being so bold. Who do you live with in Boston, if you don't mind my asking? Do you have other family? I have 2 sisters, though I don't think that's the sort of family you're asking about. I have no one to support me. I've taken work where I could. What of your sisters? They're too young. Her voice broke, and he was alarmed to see her chin quiver. They live in an orphanage. Oh, Abigail. He was utterly at a loss as he fumbled for his handkerchief. She murmured her thanks when she accepted it, touching the linen to the corners of her eyes. I shouldn't have cried. I didn't mean to bring you discomfort. You didn't. It was awkward of me to ask. I miss them so much. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever see them again. There are times when I try to imagine what they're going through, and I can't do it. Not because I don't want to, but because it hurts too much. That sounds silly, doesn't it? I don't think so. Not at all. I feel like I let them down. Her shoulders shook, but he realized in an instant that she was laughing at herself instead of crying. What you must think of me, saying all these things when we don't know each other. He tried very hard to give voice to the thoughts in his head. Words of comfort mixed with concern, outrage on her behalf mixed with the remorse of knowing there was little to be done. A young woman with the best intentions but no money to her name could not hope to support two sisters, and the state had certainly viewed her situation this way. What are their names? Mary and Agnes. Twins. 10 years old. Her face changed as sunrise changed the landscape. She looked younger, brighter. Even her voice lifted. Both of them smart as whips. Clever, saucy. Mama would fret and fuss over their sauciness, but Papa would only chuck her under the chin and remind her where that sauciness came from, and how he hadn't minded a bit when he met her. Ryan laughed. That sounds like something my father would have said, and our mother certainly labored to break Lena of her tomboyish ways. It sounds like you love them in spite of it then. In spite of it, she snorted. I love them for it, and for so many other things. I adore them. In many ways, they're like my own children. She turned her face partly away from his, cheeks coloring. I've already said too much. No, you haven't. Continue. Please. I want to hear about them. Even if he didn't, he would have begged her to go on if only because this was obviously what she needed. Someone to listen. She had no other family in Boston, and likely few friends who might understand on such a profound level what she suffered. He did. Very much so. I wanted to keep them. She stared at him, daring him to challenge her. I did. I believe you. I couldn't. They wouldn't let me. The constable, the judge. I had to hand them over. I know. I was afraid I would have to do the same thing. Lena was only 15. I was able to claim guardianship, to make her my ward. You're lucky. Her smile was shaky. You had the money to do that. I had nothing after paying for the burial. We lost everything in the fire. A fire. It seemed her story grew more grim with each word. That was how you lost your parents? Yes. It wasn't as if we were well off before the fire, mind you. We had very little. But isn't it funny how a person can continue to fall even when she thinks there's no worse things can get? They can always get worse, I learned. It seems terrible to learn so many things at such a young age, he mused. He'd never understood how fortunate he was, really and truly, before meeting her and listening to her troubles. Yes, he'd known in some abstract way how very lucky it was that he had the money to fall back on after the fever that took his parents away. He'd been able to call upon the very best lawyers in Carson City, who had spoken on his behalf and filed the correct documents to bring Lena under his care. Without them, without the family's wealth, he would have had no choice but to send her to an orphanage as the court had forced Abigail to do. An unthinkable concept. To be without her, to force her into a state-run facility with strangers, no one who knew her or cared for her. So soon after her parents died. It would have been akin to rubbing salt in an open wound. There was just one thing he wished someone would say to him while he went through that waking nightmare. I'm sure they know how much you care, and that you would want to have them with you if you could manage it. Thank you. Her eyes swam with unshed tears, but her smile was genuine. I think your reward for listening to my troubles is a large slab of cherry pie. You deserve it. Ryan reached for the napkin-covered plate she offered, yet instead of taking the rim of the plate in his fingers, he brushed them across the back of her hand. It was no trouble. I was glad to do it. Please know that someone understands. Her skin wasn't quite as soft as a gentlewoman's would have been. Work had toughened it somewhat, just as riding and roping had left his fingers calloused. That might have been what made him respect her more, knowing how hard she was ready to work to support herself. The brief foolish notion of helping her crossed his mind, the thought taking only as long as the ill-advised caress to blossom, then fade into nothingness. He could not insult her by offering to ease her troubles. He sensed a great deal of pride in the girl. Perhaps it was his own pride that made it easy to identify hers. After that came the question of propriety. How would it look to outsiders? They'd see her as a kept woman, and a kept woman never had an easy time of it. Especially in a close-knit town such as Boston, where even he knew how quickly rumors spread. Like disease. Or fire. He closed his eyes at the first taste of pie. Ah, he groaned. I've never tasted a pie crust as light and tender as Mrs. Hughes's, but it seems you've surpassed her. You think so? She couldn't hide the pleasure in her voice. Taste for yourself, see how well you did. When she lifted the fork to her lips and took a taste, her eyes lit up. He couldn't suppress the gleeful laughter this brought him, and he wished he could make them light up again and again just to see her so happy. She shooed him away from assisting in cleaning up after their picnic. Don't trouble yourself with this. I'm sure you have other things to do. There was a gentle chiding tone in her voice which amused him. In spite of the serious nature of their conversation, the time they'd passed was pleasant. Refreshing. He was sorry it had come to an end, and found himself looking over his shoulder to mark her progress as she returned to the house. The memory of her lit-up eyes remained at the forefront of his thoughts for the rest of the afternoon.
Chapter 13. I just know he'll be fixed on you all evening. Lena tucked a bunch of delicate tea roses into the side of Abigail's coiled braid, allowing them to rest against her ear. He'll have difficulty getting food into his mouth, he'll be so busy staring at you. Oh, come now, Abigail chuckled. She was glad Lena couldn't hear the racing of her heart, or the excited thoughts running through her head in all directions. On the surface, she was a stately, relaxed young woman in possession of her senses. Inside, she quaked like the ground when the herd was on the move and their hooves sent dust up into the air. Her chest swelled and tightened in dizzying succession when she imagined Ryan's reaction to her new dress. No, not a dress. A gown. A proper gown for the first time in her life. Her trousseau had come in that morning, delivered most generously by the dressmaker's assistant. Since both her order and Lena's were available at the same time, and since they'd meant quite a tidy profit for the dressmaker, a delivery seemed appropriate as an expression of appreciation. Her trousseau. What a foolish idea. And what a blessing that Ryan had been out and about when the wagon rolled up to the house, meaning there would be fewer questions as to why so many trunks were needed. He knows I have but little money, she'd confessed breathless as Lena laced her new corset. Men think little on these matters, Lena had reminded her. Especially my brother. Most of the time, unless it involves horns or udders or grazing acreage, he pays little mind. Abigail had laughed as hard as it was possible to laugh when one's ribs were being crushed by whaleboning. This was the first proper corset she'd ever owned too, excellent in construction and unforgiving when it came to movement and breathing. All right. Coming up to the end. Hold on. Abigail had gripped the bedpost, gritting her teeth in determination. Now. Let out all your breath. Abigail blew out a long, heavy breath, emptying her lungs of air. Come now. You can do better than that. I can't. Abigail had gasped, completely out of air. Lena had pulled the strings, tightening the corset until it seemed impossible she'd ever breathe again, before quickly crossing them at Abigail's waist and tying them in the back. Oh my. She'd leaned against the bedpost, all but swooning. I've never so tight. Breathe slowly, Lena had advised. You'll adjust to it, I promise. What about eating? How am I supposed to get as much as a mouthful of food into my stomach when it's all but non-existent now? She'd placed her palm over the area in question, breathing slowly as Lena instructed. As I said, you'll adjust. Give it time. Lena had patted her arm, her voice heavy with experience and understanding. Once you see what it does for your figure when you're in your new gown, you'll see what all of the effort is in service of. Now, staring at herself in the full-length looking-glass in Lena's bedroom, she did see. Her waist was whittled down to nothing thanks to the boning, and Lena's merciless tightening of the lacing at the back. Her breasts, meanwhile, were pushed up and out in an enticing manner, though the cut of the gown's bodice was still quite modest, hinting at more than it revealed. The green silk almost matched her eyes perfectly, making them appear greener than ever. Soft white lace gathered across the breast, over her shoulders and along the cuffs of the elbow-length sleeves, hanging down nearly to her wrists. The skirt was fuller at the hip and down to her knees, with the overskirt ending there and trimmed in even more lace. The underskirt of pleated cream-colored silk ended in even more rich jets of lace and green silk ribbon tied in cunning little bows. "You're a vision," Lena gushed. "Like something from a fashion plate. I'm sure Mr. Worth himself couldn't do better, and he's considered the very best Paris and all of Europe has to offer." She said this as though it meant quite a great deal, though Abigail had no idea of whom she spoke. She merely smiled and took Lena's assurances for the compliments they were clearly intended as. "I hope it isn't too much," she whispered, turning to the side to admire her profile. "I told Ryan we would be dressing for supper tonight, and informed him that I'd invited Mark and Belinda Furnish to join us. I'm sure you'll love Belinda. She's charming and clever and sweet and quite warm. I took to her immediately, and I would never simply accept the woman who married Mark Furnish without giving her quite a looking over." There was a note of authority in her voice, which caught Abigail's attention. "You feel protective of him, then?" Lena caught her gaze in the looking-glass before turning away. "I suppose so." "Was he ever your beau?" She expected Lena to protest, or even to scoff at the notion. Instead she sighed. "For a moment. Nothing more. It was ill-advised, to say the least." "Did it end badly?" "Oh no," Lena chuckled. "No, it simply ended. I'm not even certain it began, to be honest. We thought we were in love, but we were simply fond of each other. We still are. He's more of a good friend, almost a brother. We mistook those feelings for something more." "I see. You're fortunate to have two men who care so much about you. I've often wondered what it would be like to have a brother, especially an older one." Lena laughed, all seriousness forgotten. "It can be painful. Especially if the brother in question is stubborn and pig-headed and opinionated. And if the sister in question happens to be of a similar temperament," Abigail giggled. "A good point, well stated." They shared a smile, and Abigail reflected on how self-aware and good-natured Lena was regarding her faults, unless she was arguing over them with her brother, in which case she turned into a stubborn mule. Abigail could never be called stubborn or outspoken. The dressing down she delivered Lena when demanding the truth of her purpose in Carson City was the closest she'd ever come. She'd never felt so deeply passionate or so deeply wronged, except perhaps when Mr. Hubbard had lied about their ill-fated encounter. Lena touched a bit of perfume to her throat, behind her ears. It carried the scent of lilacs. "Would you like some?" she asked on noticing Abigail's attention. "No, thank you, my roses would have to compete. I would smell too much like an overgrown garden." No, the flowers in her hair and pinned over her heart would suffice. "Are you ready, then?" Lena took her hands, squeezing hard. "You look so beautiful. His heart is all but yours, I promise." "You're making me so nervous," Abigail confessed through shaky laughter. "I don't mean to, I promise. I'm just so excited. This is your evening." "I know it." There was a fierce note in her voice, a brightness in her eyes not attributed to the oil lamps burning on the bedside tables. "I want this so much for you both." "Do you approve of me, then?" Abigail whispered. This was a question she'd pondered in the deepest recesses of her heart ever since finding out about Lena's scheme. "Of course I do." As though there was no question. "You aren't going to this trouble simply because I'm here and he's here, and you want to be sure he's taken care of?" "Oh, my dear." Lena was careful not to muss either of them when she embraced Abigail, then patted her shoulder. "Please don't trouble yourself. I think you would make Ryan a perfect wife. You're bright, clever, witty, and you would not allow him to get away with his masculine flights of fancy. You're also loyal and loving and sweet. He needs a good, strong, honest woman like you. I couldn't ask for a better sister-in-law." Abigail waved her hands, laughing. "I shouldn't have asked just now. You'll make me cry." "No tears." Lena linked their arms, leading her from the safety of the bedroom and into the hall where the stairs waited for them to descend before marching into the drawing room. Into the future. They descended slowly, with Abigail's heart thudding like a bass drum all the while. She ran her hand over the smooth banister, ready to grasp she stumbled over her knocking knees or trembling legs. If she could only breathe. Yes, it had gotten easier as the hours stretched on, but what she wouldn't give for a single deep, lung-filling breath. Voices floated out from the open doors to the drawing room. "I didn't know they were already here," Lena whispered. Abigail clenched her arm. "I'm nervous." "Don't be," Lena whispered, kissing her cheek. "Just be yourself. I'll be sure to draw you into conversation with Belinda and me, and we'll have a lovely evening." "What about Ryan?" she hissed. "He'll make eyes at you from across the room and wish he could pull you aside for a private conversation." Lena tittered. Abigail swatted her hand, their arms still locked, but the truth was she couldn't help wishing things would unfold in just that manner. That he would fall in love with her from across the room and end the night wishing to ask her for a kiss. On their entrance, two men rose from their chairs near the fireplace. The dark-haired man was undoubtedly Mark Furnish, and Abigail could see at once how a girl could consider herself in love with him. He was terribly handsome, just a different version of Ryan, with a wide, easy smile. Belinda sat on the sofa, and Abigail liked her instantly. Her warm, sparkling eyes danced as she crossed the room, holding out her hands. "You must be Abigail. What a beautiful gown. You're so lovely." "Thank you," Abigail breathed, taken aback by this show of warmth. "I'm so sorry," Belinda laughed, turning to the men. "I ought to have waited for Lena or Ryan to make introductions, but I couldn't help myself. It's so nice to have another woman around, too." "You needn't worry," Lena assured her. "Mr. and Mrs. Mark Furnish, I would like to introduce you to my good friend, Miss Abigail Vaughn." She murmured the necessary niceties, already taken with the Furnishes. They seemed everything Lena had described them, right down to what a beautiful couple they were, but they faded into the background along with Lena when she looked at Ryan. He was staring at her. No, that wasn't quite right. Staring wasn't an active effort. He was studying her, taking her in, going over her gown, her flowers, her shining hair. His mouth was slightly open, his nostrils flaring, a glass of whiskey hanging in midair where he'd been close to raising it to his lips moments before. She inclined her head in greeting, and he mirrored the gesture. A slow smile, disbelieving and deeply pleased, spread over his face the longer he took her in. Perhaps the impossible had happened, and Lena had been right after all. Perhaps this night was the beginning of the rest of her life.
Chapter 14. Ryan opened the account books. "We're looking to send 400 head to market this autumn. And over 200 in the branding." "That's right. You're growing steadily. A good sign." Mark clapped him on the back, raising his glass in a silent toast. "And now all you need is an heir to pass your riches onto." "Let's not start with this again." Ryan groaned. "We've had a pleasant evening." "More than pleasant, from where I sat." Mark leaned against the windowsill, a wry grin spreading across his face. "What does that mean?" "You seemed happier than usual. Jovial, even." Jovial. Had he seemed jovial? Yes, it had been a pleasant, happy supper. An evening he would look back on with pleasure, in days and even weeks to come. He would never forget how beautiful she looked. How she sparkled. How fresh the scent of roses from her hair, from the bunch pin to her dress. How he'd fought against the desire to look at those flowers, to admire them, knowing his attention would be misconstrued as something improper. He'd had more than enough to hold his attention otherwise. Her smile, her very green eyes. Greener thanks to the silk she wore. How her eyes shone, almost as beautiful as her hair in its heavy coils. Smooth throat, shoulders, chest. He swallowed over the lump which formed in his throat, even at the memory of that creamy swath of skin. How he longed to touch her, even to caress her cheek or the back of her hand. She drew him the way the flame drew the moth. She was in the drawing room with the other women, talking over their women things, probably discussing the wedding. Were it not for Mark and Belinda, he would have asked her to take a walk with him. He might even have kissed her hand, asked for her to go riding with him tomorrow. Mark was speaking in spite of Ryan's distraction. It looks like we both had the same good luck, even if my mail-order bride ended up marrying another man. You could have done much worse. His words took their time sinking into his skull. But sink in, they did. He looked at his friend, understanding dawning at last. What did you say? Mark's eyes widened. The color drained from his face, leaving him pale as his stiff white shirt collar. Ryan rose, holding on to the edge of the desk for the sake of steadying himself. No. This couldn't be. Repeat what you said, he murmured, his voice surprisingly low and steady when considering the veritable cyclone raging in his head. Mark's eyes rolled upward. I cannot believe I was so stupid. Say it, man. What is that girl doing here? What did you just say? Mark groaned. Lena's going to demand my head on a platter for this. I said Abigail was here to be your bride. Brought in from Boston. By my sister, Ryan hissed. Yes. That's how I heard it told. She confessed to Belinda that she'd planned the whole thing, to bring Abigail in before the wedding to get to know you and, what are you doing now? Mark asked as Ryan barged out from behind the desk and strode across the room. He threw himself in front of the door, bringing Ryan up short. Step aside, he growled, fist clenched. She's gone too far this time. I'll throw her out of this house for what she's done. You can't blame Lena. I can't. Who do you suppose I ought to blame for this? Certainly not the girl. It isn't her fault my sister is a scheming, conniving, lying. Don't be too hard on her. She only wants to be sure you're taken care of when she's wed. Ryan shook his head before nudging Mark aside and opening the door. Lena. Oh no, Mark muttered, trotting behind him. Lena. Ryan bellowed, charging into the drawing room. Lena jumped to her feet, positioning herself in front of Abigail. She knew. Of course she did. What's this all about? Belinda asked, rising to join Lena. As if you didn't know, Ryan growled. But my anger isn't with you. It's with you. He pointed to Lena, whose placid expression was perhaps the most infuriating thing of all. Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to interfere with people's lives without giving them so much as a chance to decide otherwise? You told him? Lena whispered, glaring at Mark. I should have known. You did. Belinda hissed. It was an accident. I don't care what it was. Ryan shouted over all of them. It doesn't matter how I learned of this, only that I did learn of it before it was too late. Too late for what, Ryan Belton? Lena demanded. What was so wrong with doing everything I could to make sure you didn't rot and die in this house on your own, all because you're too stubborn and pig-headed? You're one to call another person pig-headed. No matter how many times I've told you I want nothing to do with this, you insist on doing exactly as you please. It doesn't matter what I want. Only what you want. Only what you think is the right way. Please both of you calm down, Belinda pleaded, positioning herself between them. Yes, I agree, Mark said, clapping a hand on Ryan's shoulder. Ryan shook him off. And you only told me by accident. You were going to let this happen. You call yourself my best friend, but you would allow her to lie to me and make me out to be a fool. The only one making you a fool is you, Ryan, Lena spat. I've never seen a man behave so much like a child in all my life. I'm ashamed of you. Ryan's bitter laughter rang out. Ashamed? Of me? When you're the one who's made a mess of everything? How can you interfere with the lives of other people this way? Have you no shame? No conscience to guide you? Or are you that certain that your notions are correct in all situations, that you're willing to go to these lengths to bend others to your will? He stalked back down the hall to the study, slamming and locking the door behind him, before going straight for the bottle of whiskey on one bookshelf. His hand shook as he poured a glass, sending amber liquid sloshing over the rim and onto the floor. He hardly cared as he raised the tumbler to his lips and tossed back the entire drink, then poured another. He'd never been so disgusted with her in all his life. She'd never gone this far. Everyone knew. Everyone whispered about him behind his back, making a joke of him, watching as he... My God. He sank into the chair behind the desk, setting down the glass before taking his head in his hands. My God. What have I done? He had begun to care for the girl. He truly had. And she'd sat there, listening to him rant and rave and rail against the idea. Good, he decided with a sneer. It was no less than she deserved, as she'd been part of the scheme too. She had to be. She must know why she was there, how Lena intended to use her. No wonder she'd made a point of getting to know him, working her way into his esteem and affections. His affections. Oh, what a fool he'd been. If Mark hadn't slipped up and revealed her reason for being there, he would have pursued her after that evening. How beautiful she was, how charming and sweet. He would have courted her, if she had accepted him. And she would have. Like the spider accepting the fly. He slammed the tumbler to the desk after emptying it again. How dare she? How dare any of them? He didn't care if it was months before he saw Mark again, the lying snake. After everything they'd been through together, he would play his best friend false this way. Was there anyone he could trust? Ryan. Ryan, you have to come out. Please. He stopped short of throwing the tumbler at the door, imagining the satisfaction of hearing it shatter against the wood. It was the nearest he'd come to throwing it directly at his sister. Back away from the door if you know what's good for you, Lena. Please. Abigail said she's leaving. She's locked herself in the bedroom, and I can hear her packing her things. Please, you have to stop her. Why should I? He demanded, still seated. She's just as much at fault as you are, trying to lure me into marriage without my knowing it. Ryan. Be reasonable. I'm begging you. Beg all you want. To his surprise, the knob turned and the door swung open. A skeleton key, Lena reminded him, holding it up. Just one thing I have in my possession as the woman who runs the household. Congratulations, he spat, turning away from her. The truth was, he'd forgotten the skeleton key, and resented the fact that she'd been able to enter in spite of his efforts to keep her out. Ryan, stop behaving like a child. That girl has nowhere else to go. Lena marched to the desk, the closeness of her voice telling him she stood just on the other side. You might at least speak to her, tell her you don't hold this against her. That would be a lie, he snarled. She's just as much to blame as you. You know that's not true, and you disappoint me by saying it, especially when I know you're only saying it to hurt me, she whispered. You do hurt me. You hurt me deeply. But I deserve it, at least. She doesn't. We agree that you deserve it. Please, Ryan. If she leaves, where is she to go? I don't know, and I don't care. She should never have come. He scowled over his shoulder. Why don't you take care of her then? You're the one who sent for her, you're the one responsible for this vile mess. You deal with her. You're the one who's hurt her, she accused, slamming her hands onto the desk hard enough to shake it. You're the one who behaved like an ill-tempered boor in the drawing room. Not only is Belinda beside herself, and in case you've forgotten, she's with child and shouldn't be upset that way, but Abigail is distraught. She shouldn't have come here in the first place, and she wouldn't have left herself open to being hurt. Very simple. You know you didn't need to react the way you did. You must know. You're not a beast, no matter how you behaved like one back there. He spun in the chair, leaned forward to glare at her. Maybe it's better this way, her thinking I'm a beast as you say. Let her go back to Boston and think twice from now on about using trickery against an unsuspecting man who was generous enough to open his home. Her eyes bored holes into his head. She didn't know when she came. What? I said nothing of you not knowing when I placed the ad. I said nothing in the letter I wrote in response to her. I said nothing until nearly a week after she'd arrived, in fact, and only then because she demanded I tell her the truth. She didn't want to stay. I told her to. I told her this would work out for the best. Her voice broke, her gaze lowering until she stared at the surface of the desk, at the hands which she splayed on top. I'm to blame for this. Not her. And if you allow her to leave, she'll have nothing. No money. No one to write to, no one to ask for help. She has no one in her life. Don't you know that? I know that, he admitted, sitting again. It was all such a mess. Nothing made sense. Least of all, what he was supposed to do with her. Will you please speak to her? Stop her from doing anything foolish. He wanted to. Very much, in fact. He didn't want to bring her pain, especially when they'd become friends. More than friends, perhaps, if Mark hadn't spoken when he did. It was all too ridiculous for words. Ridiculous and shameful and unfortunate. He waved a hand. I'll speak to her first thing in the morning. Why wait? She looked at him again. Why put her through that? She'll spend the night worrying, blaming herself. One word from you could spare her that. Yes, but it would mean admitting he was wrong. It would mean admitting he'd behaved like a bore, the way Lena described. He couldn't do that, not so soon. He needed time to calm down, to get his wits about him, to see things through calmer, more rational eyes. No. Tomorrow. I won't go crawling at her feet, begging forgiveness. She doesn't mean anything to me, remember? Even so, he rose. I will speak to Belinda, however, before they leave. I don't want to part in anger. And Abigail is just going to suffer. Lena whispered. She looked and sounded distraught, like a little girl again. A little girl who just was starting to realize the damage she'd done. Maybe it was perverse of him, but he hardly minded making her suffer a little after what she'd brought to pass. You can speak to her on my behalf for now, he suggested. I have other things to do tonight. Just tell her I don't blame her and she shouldn't leave. We'll work the rest out in the morning. Come morning, he was still in bed, staring up at the ceiling as he'd done throughout the night. Sleep had evaded him until he'd given up the act of keeping his eyes closed. It didn't matter. There was no sleeping when his conscience pummeled him from all sides. And he deserved it. He should have apologized in person. He should have assured her that he knew she wasn't to blame. His stupid pride, always in the way. He would make things right somehow. In spite of that pride, he would do it. Ryan. Lena's fist pounded the closed door. Ryan. She's gone.
Chapter 15. Abigail's thighs burned horribly when she dismounted the poor, tired mare she'd ridden all the way from Ryan's ranch. He would want the horse back, of course. He could have it back. She didn't want anything of his. Certainly, Lena had apologized on his behalf. A lot of good that had done. A real man, a true man, would have apologized for himself. He would have asked for her forgiveness after making such a fool of himself and of her. Especially of her. He had no idea what he'd done. How he'd hurt her. Worse than any man ever had, worse than she could have imagined. He'd rejected her. Not just rejected, but rejected in front of his friends. He'd shamed her. She wondered if she would ever get over the shame. She doubted she ever would. Some things a person carried with them forever. The spite in his voice, the disgust. The way he'd made her skin crawl made her feel dirty and small. She untied her valise from the back of the saddle before fetching a bucket from beside the well between two clapboard buildings and filling it for the mare to drink from. The poor beast deserved it after carrying her since before dawn. It had been 3 hours, judging by the position of the sun. Good girl, she whispered, patting the smooth gray neck of the horse as she drank deeply of the cold water. It was a beautiful day, and the town was beginning to come alive. She looked around and wished she'd paid closer attention the day she'd arrived. Lena had taken her to the dressmaker. She would go there first in search of a job. There was hardly another choice. She couldn't accept Lena's money, even though she had made assurances when Abigail agreed to stay. If Ryan found out and made her leave, Lena would see to her comfort and security. Ryan hadn't made her leave. She had broken their bargain the moment she decided to steal a horse, and ride straight through to Carson City. Besides, friend or not, responsible for the state of things or not, Abigail didn't want Lena's money. She didn't want to be indebted to her. It wasn't Lena's fault Ryan didn't want her. She gritted her teeth against the rising tide of bitter disappointment this reminder brought about. No matter how he'd looked at her during dinner, how many times their eyes had locked and lingered, or the tingle which had run up and down her back every time he smiled her way, it hadn't meant a thing. She'd let herself be fooled into thinking it did. She'd imagined everything, built it up in her head. She had allowed herself to be shamed. "Do you have experience working in a dressmaker's?" the kindly old woman who ran the shop asked, coming out from behind the counter. No," Abigail murmured, "though I've known how to manage a sewing needle since I was old enough to hold one. My mother taught me early." "I'm sure she did," the dressmaker smiled, then she tilted her head to the side. "Weren't you in here just 2 or 3 weeks ago? I prepared a trousseau for you, didn't I? Along with Miss Belton." Abigail's heart sank. Of course, the woman would remember her. Of all the places for her to begin her search. She couldn't very well not offer an explanation. "Yes, I was here with Miss Belton," she confirmed with a smile. "But it seemed what? Seemed that she'd been wrong about everything, from the day she'd stepped foot on the train in Boston. Seemed Ryan didn't want her, that no man would want her. For if she couldn't attract him while dressed in such finery as she'd been last night, how would she ever manage as plain, unadorned Abigail?" She looked away, unable to explain. She didn't need to explain, after all. A work-roughened hand covered hers. "I can't say I'm in need of assistance at the moment. I have 3 girls working for me at this time. But there might be other establishments in town which could use a lovely, energetic young woman such as yourself." There was pity in the woman's eyes, in her voice. Abigail didn't know whether she wanted to curl up in a ball of shame and despair, or thank the woman for understanding without needing to be told that sometimes things simply didn't work out the way a person expected or even prayed they would. She supposed a woman of her advanced years, working in such a bustling town, would see quite a lot of tragic or unhappy stories unfold. The tale of Ryan and Abigail was likely nothing in comparison. "Where do you think I ought to go next?" she dared ask. Her stomach growled at that very moment, a reminder that she'd eaten nothing since supper last night. "You ought to go to Ruby's and get something to eat," the dressmaker chuckled. "If you'll forgive me for being so bold." "Thank you," Abigail smiled, though she knew very well she had no money to use for food. She was in trouble. She'd left with nothing but the clothes on her back, and that which she'd brought with her. Now, hours later, tired after a long ride and an even longer night without a wink of sleep, it was easy to see the folly of her quick escape. She could have at least packed some food. Mrs. Hughes wouldn't have begrudged her that much. She stepped out of the shop and walked down the boardwalk, which ran the length of the block before ending before the cross street. Such a pleasant, busy place. There had to be somewhere for her to go, some way to earn a living with so many shops and businesses. And yet, her feet ached enough to make her wince with every step by the time the sun sat directly overhead. She'd walked the entire length of the street, then back again, stepping through every open doorway and inquiring as to whether they were in need of help. The man behind the desk at the hotel seemed kindly at least, and he appeared to want to help her, but even he'd expressed doubt. "We might be in need of a housekeeper, someone to help with the laundering of the linens and changing of the beds, but not for a while," he explained. "Not right away." That seemed to be the way of it, no matter where she went. Either they were not in need, or they might be, but not immediately. It left her in the same position, regardless. The gray mare waited where she'd left her. She fetched a fresh bucket of water, and asked herself when Ryan would send someone to bring back his horse. Soon, no doubt. It was his property after all, and he certainly cared a great deal about his herd and his horses. Not nearly as much about people. Across from where she stood was a saloon. Not very busy at that time of day, granted, but there was conversation and music coming from inside nonetheless. "Should I?" she asked the horse, as likely to get an answer from it as she would from any of the strangers on the street. It was worth an attempt. The only thing she had any skill for was housekeeping, which was hardly something to be ashamed of. It wasn't the same as being a barmaid, or one of the girls who entertained the guests. She knew of those girls, having seen enough of them in Boston. They, like the girls she'd lived alongside in the boarding house, might have been very nice people. She was certain they were. But that didn't mean she could justify performing that sort of work. The piano music coming from inside the saloon grew louder the closer she drew, forcing herself to walk smartly and with determination, in spite of the pain she suffered, thanks to her blistered feet. She couldn't limp into the place like a wounded animal. Abigail. Her heart caught. Her breath stole. She froze on the spot, one foot on the packed dirt of Carson Street, while the other rested on the sidewalk. She hadn't expected him to come personally to fetch his horse. Abigail, stop. He didn't need to order her to stop, as the very sound of his voice and the threat of a fight, right there in front of God and the people of Carson City, had robbed her of the ability to move. She could barely think straight. And yet, in spite of his command, or perhaps because of it, she continued up onto the sidewalk made of wooden planks and strode purposefully through the saloon's swinging doors. The sight of a strange woman must have shocked the patrons quite a bit, for they gaped at her like great fish. "May I help you?" the man behind the bar asked, peering at her through the glass he was in the process of polishing. She lifted her chin. "You might at that. I'm here to inquire about a position." "You most certainly are not." This was Ryan, standing beside her with his arms folded over his chest. "What do you think you're going to prove by taking a position here?" She drew a deep breath and let it out slowly before just as slowly turning her head in his direction, tilting it that she might meet his hard, glittering eyes. "I think I'm going to prove to myself that I don't need to die of starvation, if you must know. I wouldn't imagine it would be any great concern of yours." "It isn't." His words stabbed her heart, but she couldn't let him see it. "Grand. Allow me to go about my business then. The horse is yours. I took care of her, though I would imagine she's hungry by now. You'll find her across the street." "What's the problem here?" the barkeep demanded. "Are you here to start trouble, Mr. Belton?" "You know me better than that," Ryan replied, all smoothness and charm now that he was speaking to someone he deemed worthy of respect. Someone who wasn't her, in other words. He even tipped his hat. "And I'm here to inquire about a position," Abigail reminded the stranger in a loud, clear voice. "Would you happen to have anything available?" A low rumble of laughter spread through the room, dotted with round tables at which men enjoyed their drinks and engaged in card games. Knowing laughter. A flush spread over her cheeks at the sound of it. The barkeep, on the other hand, didn't laugh. He merely looked her up and down. "We just might," he decided, his eyes cutting to the corner of the room where a handful of brightly dressed young women were gathered. All of them looked to her like starving crows with dyed feathers and painted faces. "She's not interested," Ryan announced, his hand closing around her upper arm. "Come along with me, Abigail. We have a few things to discuss." "Kindly unhand me," she hissed, jerking her arm from his grip. He gawked down at her in surprise, which seemed entirely the wrong reaction. What did he think she would do? Allow him to paw her? "I need you to come with me now," he growled. "And I need to find employment, sir, or else I'll have nothing with which to support myself. You aren't helping me by standing in my way." She attempted to push her way past him. An attempt made in vain. "What are you doing?" she shrieked when all of a sudden he threw her over one shoulder and marched from the saloon. Laughter followed them, ringing in her ears along with her screams of indignation and utter humiliation. "Let me go," she screamed, pounding on his back with both fists, kicking her feet like mad. "Put me down, Ryan Belton. I'll call for the police." "You're the one making a scene," he bellowed as he strode down the sidewalk. "I told you we have things to discuss, but you wouldn't come along like a person with sense. So I had to make you come along." "You're nothing but a brute," she shrieked, still beating him to no avail. Her blows fell on what felt like granite. He didn't flinch even when she used all of her strength. They were attracting attention, which went a long way toward quieting her. So too did the fact that she had already been just shy of exhaustion and weak from hunger before this turn of events. When Ryan finally set her on her feet, she reeled backward. "Abigail?" He caught her before she lost her balance entirely, holding her upright in arms made of the same granite as his back. Strong, firm arms attached to bulging shoulders which sat below his head, containing eyes which searched her face for answers. "Are you all right?" "Am I?" "No." She narrowly escaped falling into those eyes and drowning in their darkness, shaking him off. "I'm not all right. I'm furious and humiliated. Again. Thanks to you. If you had just come with me. If you had just refrained from making a terrible fool of me last night." Her lip curled into a snarl as she glared up at him. "I don't know that I can ever forgive you for that." To his credit, his expression shifted to one she could almost describe as penitent. "I asked Lena to smooth things over until I got a better grip on myself this morning. It was not for her to do. It was for you to do. I've never in my life been so ashamed." Her voice shook, and she hated it for shaking, for it revealed how much he'd hurt her. He could not know. That was the last thing she wanted him to know. Being ashamed was one thing, but weeping into one's pillow until the wee hours of the morning was another. He removed his hat, holding it by the brim in both hands. "I shouldn't have carried on so." She waited. When nothing else came, she asked, "Is that it? Is that your idea of an apology? What else do you want me to say?" "To begin with, I would like you to acknowledge how you humiliated me in front of your friends." "I did, and they both let me know how terribly they felt I performed," he grumbled. "But I deserved it. I know I did." "That's a start," she sniffed. "Does it make a difference for me to tell you that at the time, I thought you came here knowing I didn't write the ad? That you made the choice to dupe me from the beginning?" This gave her pause. She'd been prepared to continue berating him too, but when he worded it in such a way. "I had not considered that," she murmured in the most dignified manner possible. "I imagine Lena explained things." "Oh, did she ever?" he chuckled. "But even she never imagined you would do something as foolish as this." "Don't call me foolish," she warned, holding up a hand. "I didn't call you foolish. I called what you did foolish. Running away with nothing but a valise. What was I to do? I was all but certain you were only waiting until morning to tell me to be gone. And?" She looked out at the street, unwilling to meet his gaze. "I didn't want to see you. I wanted to avoid you entirely. I can imagine, and I do apologize. Truly. I behaved brutishly. But I hope not brutishly enough that I've driven you away from the ranch forever." She blinked rapidly, suddenly certain she was hearing things. Had she fainted dead away before, when he put her on her feet? It was the only explanation. This was a dream. "What did you say?" "I want you to come back, if only for Lena's sake." "Oh. Lena. Of course. It was only natural that he should want to make things better for his sister. She mattered. Abigail, on the other hand, didn't. "Did she send you here for me?" she asked. "The truth now." "No. I came on my own, after she all but pounded my door down, screaming that you were gone and it was all my fault." "Lena would do that." "I see. And you want me to come back with you, because it would mean a lot to her." "Naturally. Naturally. What happens to me once the wedding takes place? She won't need me then." He frowned, one hand rubbing the back of his neck, his handsome face pulled into a grimace of discomfort. "I thought you might manage the household. It's the least I can offer you, after you've come this far. I know you have nothing else to fall back on, and I can't live with myself if I know you're wandering the streets of Carson City in search of employment. I would hate to find out you'd come to a sorry end." He looked over his shoulder, no doubt in the direction of the saloon. She tried to keep her heart from sinking with disappointment, but it was a lost cause. She so wanted him to ask her for more than that, much more. It was a fool's dream, nothing more. It wasn't as though he had misled her. He'd been clear from the start regarding his view of marriage. There had been no lies, no misrepresentation on his part. This was merely in keeping with his nature. And he did need help with the house once Lena was gone, just as she needed help keeping herself alive and safe and fed. It would ruin the wedding if you left now, Ryan reminded her. Lena will be heartbroken. Don't use your sister to convince me, she warned. If only she could accept this as the blessing it was. The promise of a good, honest, healthy life full of work and purpose. If only she hadn't wished for so much more. He would never be just her employer, not since she'd developed a yearning for him. I'll even look into bringing your sisters out. She gasped, her gaze fixing on him. What? You would do that? He looked flabbergasted, as though he hadn't thought his words through before they escaped. After a moment's surprise, he appeared to strengthen his resolve. Yes. I would. They deserve a home. I would be glad to work with you to build a home for the three of you, just as the foreman has a home of his own. Anything you wish. So long as you come back with me. How could she say no now? Her heart thrummed with the possibility of holding her sisters again. I suppose there's nothing I can say to argue, she admitted with a shrug. Then you'll come back. She told herself it was nothing but relief for Lena's sake that spread relief over his features. The lines in his forehead smoothed, his jaw loosened. His shoulders fell from up around his ears. Yes. I'll go back with you. On one condition more. He winced. I deserve it. What do you want? Something to eat, please. I'm famished.
Chapter 16. For Ryan, the next 2 weeks passed in a haze of work and the sense that a speeding train was bearing down on all of them. Time tended to pass in the blink of an eye, when something the magnitude of a wedding hung in the balance. He saw little of Lena, and what he did see proved to him what he'd always suspected. The woman could lead an army into battle without so much as blinking an eye. She handled the nearly frantic level of activity with an air of cool calm, as though she'd been born to it. Between settling her new home and preparing the final arrangements for the wedding feast, she spent much of her time driving the buggy to and from town. Yet she was always present at the breakfast and supper tables, always full of interesting news. Did she work to keep conversation flowing smoothly, to keep the tone of the meal light and peaceful? He thought maybe she did, and knowing how she labored to make his final days with her as pleasant as possible, meant a great deal more than he ever could have expressed in words. The bulk of her labor went toward bridging the gap between himself and Abigail, who still took meals with them as though she was a guest. Just as she had before. Only now, Lena had no reason to scheme toward the goal of making the two of them fall in love. Without her machinations interfering, Ryan found himself liking Abigail even more than he had before. She had a sharp intellect, which she'd up until then hidden behind a reserved nature. Reserved, he supposed, thanks to uncertainty over whether he would come to accept her as his future bride. What a waste of time that was. Now, with her relaxed and of the belief that she could express herself freely, he could imagine the two of them becoming good friends. That could have been the wrong way to think about it, and he knew this. She was still his employee, or would be after the wedding. They couldn't be friends any more than he could consider Mrs. Hughes a confidante. It simply wasn't done. Then again, this was his ranch. No neighbors dropped by unannounced, except for the furnishes, and they hardly counted. Who would know? Who would care? Nonsense, he muttered to himself as he looked over a pile of bills from the dressmaker, the floral shop, the hotel where he'd already arranged for the more inebriated of their guests to spend the evening rather than riding home to their ranches and farms. Rather than holding the wedding at the ranch, Edward and Lena had decided to host their guests beneath a series of tents set up behind their new home. The house, which he'd yet to visit, was a rambling 3-story structure in the fashionable Italianate style. Lena had described it so thoroughly over the course of its construction, he could all but see the gray slate roof and white stucco walls in his mind's eye. It sat on the edge of town, where the more heavily populated area began to encroach on farms which had sat on the land since before the city was incorporated. Lena would still wish for fresh air and open space, or as much as one could get of either in the state capital. As such, there was a nice parcel of open land behind the house which might one day become a grand garden, and the feasting and dancing would go on there. Edward had a great number of friends in town, having lived there all of his life, and being such an upstanding member of the business community. It was certain to be a large, lavish affair, evidenced by the mounting bills. "I ask myself why I ever agreed to pay for this," he muttered, when Abigail handed him 2 new slips which she'd discreetly accepted on his behalf during a trip to town. She'd gone in with Lena to assist in overseeing the furniture delivery, and had stopped to inquire with the hotel manager and Mr. Lawrence, the owner of the saloon, who'd agreed to provide wine and whiskey to the party. "Because you knew it would make your sister happy," she reminded him in a chiding tone. "Why else?" "I still question whether that means so very much," he grumbled, only the slightest bit serious, and she laughed. "It will once it's over, and everyone goes on and on about what a wonderful day it was. And what a generous brother Ryan Belton is for hosting such a lavish event." Abigail grinned over her shoulder as she walked to the study door. "Wait please," he rushed to implore before she left. She turned, still smiling pleasantly. "Yes?" Anyone who happened to observe them in that moment would take note of how proper she was. How obliging and efficient. She'd learned so much about his habits, his preferences. How he liked his coffee, how he preferred it alone prior to riding out in the morning, then returned for a bite to eat once the day's work was settled on. She'd even begun anticipating his needs, going so far as to have a plate of biscuits and jam waiting for him on his return from visiting with Kenneth and the Hands. Yes, she would make an excellent manager of the household. She'd be everything Lena had ever been and then some, except in one area. She would never be a companion. At least, he couldn't imagine it when she smiled at him in her friendly but not too friendly manner, hands folded before her. She had a habit of tilting her head to the side, ever so slightly, when she prepared to take instruction. He wondered if she knew she did it. What do you think of the new house? Do you think Lena will be happy there?" Truth be told, he knew his sister would be happy anywhere she set her mind to be so. It was a foolish question, merely an excuse to forge a warmer bond between them. Once Lena was gone for good, it would only be the pair of them. Mrs. Hughes retired to her house once the supper was prepared, a husband of her own to care for. Until another house rose from the ground to house Abigail and the twins, they would share his house. Amazing, really, that Abigail raised no qualms about this. An unchaperoned woman in a house with a man who employed her. No less amazing that he cared little whether anyone outside his household cared one way or another about it. He had only weeks earlier balked at the idea of his sister and her intended spending time alone in the house together. Now he would have liked to see a man or woman challenge him on whether his arrangement with his new household manager was entirely proper. Even so, regardless of whether or not their arrangement was socially acceptable, it would have done his heart good to see even the slightest spark of warmth or friendship in her eyes when she gazed upon him and waited for his instruction. "I think she will be very happy," Abigail decided. "It is a lovely house, and she has arranged it just to her liking. She fairly glows when she moves about the place, if you take my meaning. She's so proud." "You approve, then?" "It matters very little whether or not I approve," she replied, quite reasonable as always. "Your opinion, then?" There were moments in which it was like pulling teeth or roping a particularly stubborn calf, getting the slightest reaction from her. It was as if the fiery, fierce nature he had discovered that day in Carson City, when she had slapped and kicked and punched him and screamed, until even the shopkeepers across the wide street and come to their windows to see what the commotion was about, was nothing but a figment of his imagination. As though he had dreamed the entire event. Perverse as it may have been, he had liked her best that day. Now she may as well have been a mere shadow of that person. She looked the same, she was pleasant and obliging, but there was nothing of her. Nothing of Abigail. And Abigail was who he truly wished to know. My opinion. She leaned slightly against the door. Her eyes lifted to the window behind him, staring out at the blue sky. I believe any woman could be happy there. Do you now? Indeed. It is lovely. Open, bright, warm. A sturdy house, fashionable, with great care paid to both inside and out. A slight smile, perhaps rueful, touched the corners of her lips. I believe a woman would be a fool to not find happiness in such a beautiful place. I believe you. I put great stock in your opinion, as you know, and this gives me quite a lot of confidence. I had wondered more than once about it, though I suppose I ought to have trusted Lena's judgment. What has kept you from taking the ride into town then, if you've been so curious? You see how it is here. He spread his arms over the surface of his desk, indicating the amount of work before him. It isn't easy for me to put the time aside. She nodded sagely, but her eyes narrowed in a shrewd manner which spoke of the inner thoughts moving about behind them. Perhaps you have not been overly eager to see your sister's new home, because it means she will no longer be with you. Her words, delivered gently as they were, cut him to the quick. You could be right, he admitted with a shrug of the shoulders, careful to affect an untroubled air. Perhaps seeing the house will make it all the more real. This is the way things are meant to be. I know, and I'm glad Lena won't waste her life here with me, cut off from the rest of the world. But the knowing of it makes it no easier to accept. She's all I've had for so many years. Abigail's forehead creased as she frowned. You have the ranch, she pointed out, her tone gentle and understanding. Having something and having someone are two different things, he admitted. This is something it has taken me time to realize. Perhaps I'm a little ashamed to admit how long it has taken, really. At least you can see it now, she smiled. You know now. That's what matters. Yes, but what difference did it make when there was nothing he could do about it? Not about Lena, who was bound to wed and move on with her life. He would never begrudge her happiness, and in fact, would murder the man who dared sully her dreams with coarseness or selfishness. There was nothing he could do about his own sense of loss. The sense that he would have nothing but a house and a ranch, and a pretty, intelligent, helpful shell of a woman, moving about the place for the rest of his life. He dug a hole for himself. A very large, very deep one. Now, at the bottom of that hole, he looked up at the light so far from where he stood and marveled at the fact that he had been up there not long ago. How could he get out of it? How could he admit to having made a brutal mistake? If you don't need anything else, I ought to go in and speak with Mrs. Hughes about the arrangements for the feast. She's already up to her elbows in flour and sugar, I would imagine. The cake. Ryan chuckled. The poor woman is worrying herself sick over it, Abigail murmured with a rueful smile. But I think we both know it will be a masterpiece. Coming from her. I would expect nothing less, he agreed, glad they could at least end their meeting on a pleasant note. This was all he had to look forward to now, he thought, as he leaned back in his chair once he was alone again. A lifetime of pleasant, empty moments with the woman who might have been his wife, if he hadn't been so blind and stubborn. Yes, he dug a hole, and his pride had been the shovel he'd used. He passed the rest of the afternoon deep in thought, imagining what might have been.
Chapter 17. There was something Abigail would rather have bitten off her own tongue than admit to a single soul. She didn't like visiting Lena's new home, and was rather glad the wedding had finally arrived. The newlyweds would take the train to San Francisco, too, for their wedding trip, before returning to settle into domestic life. Things would return to normal. She would no longer require Abigail's presence at every turn. Not that Abigail would begrudge her friend, which she still was, in spite of the way events had unfolded. Lena meant a great deal to her. She was the first person in years who'd taken a genuine interest in Abigail's life, her past, her future. Even if that interest had been more than a little self-serving. But seeing the grand new house, knowing all it symbolized, was too much for even the most devoted friend to bear when her broken dreams still lay in pieces around her. Pieces she had no choice but to walk among every single day for the rest of her life. Why did she accept Ryan's offer to stay on to manage his house? Yes, at the time it had been the only choice she had. It was either return to the ranch or starve in town, not to mention the prospect of having the twins with her. But oh, what she had paid in return. Every day, walking around the house, knowing it would never be hers. Seeing him. Knowing he would never be hers, either. Holding herself away from him, engaging only as much as was absolutely necessary. All for the sake of protecting herself from even greater pain than she already suffered. Had she made the trip to Carson City with nothing more in mind than taking a position in a household, she could have managed it. Yes, she might have become very fond of Ryan. He was still handsome and dashing in spite of his many flaws, but she would never have deigned to imagine being his wife. Not someone like him, someone with money and a good reputation. He wasn't for the likes of her. She who'd always been poor, who'd taught herself to read rather than going to school or having a tutor as the Beltons had done. She who had never stepped foot outside Boston before boarding the train that would take her clear across the country. Now, having dreamed of being Mrs. Ryan Belton, having imagined their wedding and their children and their future, it was a matter of unending struggle to separate those dreams from her rather grim, colorless, joyless reality. Today, however, there was no time for reflection. It was all she could do to keep her head on her shoulders, as she looked back and forth, answering questions and overseeing the preparations for the wedding. What had already been a beautiful, shining new house was now something out of a dream. Flowers and greenery cascaded everywhere, off the banisters and draped along tables, dripping from lush arrangements on virtually every surface that could hold them. I wanted to feel as though I was getting married in a garden, Lena confessed. She'd gotten her wish. Abigail wondered if there was a flower left in the entire state of Nevada. Mrs. Hughes had agreed, after more than a little bit of huffing and grumbling, to allow a handful of hired girls to help her in the kitchen. The fact was, no matter how good a cook or how prideful, she couldn't be expected to handle 60 guests when the most she'd ever cooked for was a dozen at a time, not counting the vats of stew and soup and dozens of biscuits she made every day for the ranch hands. That was hardly the sort of food one expected at a wedding feast. With everything well in hand downstairs, Abigail hurried up to the front bedroom to check on Lena. How she had come to be in charge of overseeing the last-minute arrangements was still a mystery, though she appreciated the faith Lena put in her abilities. All is well, she assured the bride with what she hoped was a confident smile. The guests ought to begin arriving soon. Lena blew out a long, shaky breath. I can hardly believe the day is finally here, she admitted. It seemed so far away when we set the date. You two will be an old, married couple before you know it, Abigail giggled, joining her friend at the looking-glass. You do make a beautiful bride. You think so? Anyone would think so. In her white silk brocade, the full skirt gathered up in a large bustle which flowed down into rows of tucks and pleats, a delicate string of pearls at her throat, she was exactly what Abigail imagined when she pictured her own wedding. A wedding that was never to be. She pushed aside the painful reminder. You're going to take Edward's breath away. I'm a bit worried for him. We might need smelling salts. Lena's laughter seemed to clear away the rare bout of uncertainty which had gripped her. Thank you for everything you've done to help me. You didn't have to, and I want you to know it means a great deal that you did. I didn't do so much, Abigail murmured, waving a dismissive hand. And friends help each other, don't they? That's what matters. Lena's chin quivered, but only for an instant. Just one instant in which they both knew and acknowledged what might have been, and how badly everything had gone in the end. Abigail knew Lena was sorry, truly sorry, and she knew that the joy of the day was slightly tinged with the knowledge that no such wedding would take place for her. But they'd made a pact never to speak of it, at least not until well after Lena's wedding. No sense in worsening the heartache. No, the heartache was dreadful enough. Especially when Ryan entered the room an hour later. My goodness, he murmured, standing back to take in the sight of his sister. My goodness. Are you trying to compliment me? Lena asked with a soft laugh. I would if I could find the words worthy of you, he whispered. I'm sorry. I didn't think this would affect me so, or at all. It's just seeing you're all grown up and about to become someone's wife. Lena. Someone's wife. I suppose I still think of you as my irritating little sister. Abigail retreated further into the shadows of one corner of the room, wishing she wasn't there to witness this private scene. It felt improper to be there. She didn't know Ryan would react with such depth of feeling. Considering the look of pure astonishment on his face, he hadn't expected to. I'll never be anyone's wife if we stay up here all day, Lena pointed out with another soft laugh which Abigail sensed concealed her emotions. What would it mean to look at the sibling with whom you'd shared so much, and know he was about to give you away in marriage? It must have been a very meaningful moment. One which Abigail wished even more fervently she was not a part of. Abigail moved, her skirts rustled, and Ryan's gaze landed on her. Something crossed his expression, some new emotion or impression. What was it? Regret? No, she couldn't imagine that, and refused to do so. What then? Pity? Discomfort? You look lovely today, he smiled, and it was a genuine smile. She couldn't help warming at the compliment, glad she'd worn her green silk gown again. It did become her, and after all, when else would she have the opportunity to wear such finery? Thank you. Though I could never outshine the bride. His mouth opened, then closed. What was he about to say? She would never know. Rather than linger in the moment, she went to the door. I'll wait downstairs, she smiled, blowing a quick kiss to Lena before joining the guests. Oh, how she wished her stays would allow her to draw just one deep breath. Ryan Belton still held the power to make her heart beat far too rapidly. Edward waited alongside the Reverend Bell, nodding and smiling to his guests as they offered their congratulations and wishes for a long, happy life with Lena. There was no reason why they should not have a happy life, Abigail reasoned. They were a lovely pair, with Edward's blonde good looks a contrast to Lena's dark beauty, and they would have beautiful children together. His work was steady, solid, and provided a good living. They would be comfortable, they would never know want. There was nothing holding them back. Some people simply seemed to have the best of everything. A lump lodged itself in her throat which she tried to clear but with no success. While she'd been certain the day would affect her, she had no idea she'd spend so much of it battling conflicting emotion, struggling to calm tears which threatened to fall at any moment. The sight of Belinda and Mark waving to her from chairs close to the Reverend lightened her spirits, and she joined them. You look lovely, and you've done such a marvelous job here, Belinda whispered, kissing her cheeks. Lena is so fortunate to have you. Yes. She would only ever be the help. The manager. The housekeeper. Never anything more. Belinda hadn't intended to offend, certainly, and Abigail hid the flash of bitterness her words had inspired. She deserves a beautiful day, she whispered and left it there. Moments later, a commotion at the back of the crowd drew their attention, and they turned to watch as Ryan walked Lena down the aisle between the rows of chairs. The sight of the bride in her silks and pearls, a bouquet of roses and orange blossoms held before her, caused a general sigh of admiration from everyone who saw her. All Abigail saw was Ryan. Their eyes met, and for one brief heart-wrenching moment she was certain he thought along the same lines as she. There was a smile on his handsome face, but his eyes held something far more serious. Perhaps even a bit mournful. She shouldn't have come. This was all wrong. To her surprise, Belinda reached for her hand and held it tight. They didn't exchange a word or even look at each other, but Abigail knew she understood, and this bolstered her. Simply knowing that someone else understood, and even felt sympathy for her, was a comfort. Even so, the only way to survive the rest of the day was to linger in the background, to hold herself apart from the dancing and laughter, the feasting and toasting the happy couple. There was only so much she could bear. Especially when it became clear that Ryan held himself apart too. He looked upon the festivities as an outsider, someone who smiled indulgently on the happiness of those around him, but never truly took part in that happiness. He encouraged others to dance, but did not dance himself. He toasted, but did not take more than a sip of wine. He laughed, but never the deep, rich laugh she had come to know. She saw all of this, and told herself it was all because he would miss his sister. Yes. It would be easier to believe that. For to believe his attitude had anything to do with her would do nothing but break her heart again.
Chapter 18. You'll write to him tomorrow then? Ryan asked the Reverend Bell, the two of them talking privately while the celebration went on around them. Just as soon as I'm able, Reverend Bell promised. My brother's parish is just outside Boston, so it should not be a matter of much effort to locate the twins. Mary and Agnes Vaughn? Right. 10 years old, Ryan confirmed, handing the Reverend a piece of paper with the information written down. I would appreciate your help so much. Think nothing of it. Whenever a family can be reunited, the Lord's work is being done. This satisfied Ryan, who needed at least one positive outcome of the day, in order to ease the guilt which had plagued him ever since first setting eyes on Abigail before the ceremony. Yes, his sister was now a bride, and she was as radiantly joyful as any he'd ever seen. All of the bills he'd paid, all of the fretting of the last 2 weeks and all the weeks prior had come together to create a perfect day. He would wish for nothing less for her. This did not, however, assuage his misery. Guilt always made him miserable. And while Lena was to blame for bringing Abigail to him under false pretenses, the look of longing in Abigail's tear-filled eyes as he walked Lena down the aisle was entirely his doing. And it wasn't so far from what he'd been suffering at that moment, either. For how could he have avoided asking himself how different everything would have been had he not made a complete disaster of things? Now she resented him. It was the only explanation for her aloof nature. He'd embarrassed her, shamed her, led her to believe he was rejecting her personally, rather than rejecting being made a fool of. Too much time had passed to go back and make things right, and there was no putting an egg back together once it had been cracked open. He'd done the damage. Now he had to live with himself and the woman who would always look at him with a mixture of longing and resentment. Bringing the twins to her might ease some of that resentment. He could hope so. Otherwise, they would be nothing more than cordial strangers. It occurred to him that she might marry another man. Certainly, she had attracted the attention of several bachelors that day. He'd observed them noticing her, seen the way their eyes took her in as he'd taken her in on first seeing her in the green silk gown. He remembered clearly the mix of thoughts that had run through his head, and knew they were thinking nothing less. And he hated them for it. Yet word had likely already spread of who she was and where she made her home, and he shuddered at the thought of any one of these polished dandies darkening his doorstep. He'd already gone through Lena's courting days, and that had been enough of an irritation. Abigail was an entirely different situation. He couldn't hold her back, however, and he knew it. Her resentment would only grow. Hadn't he already ruined enough of her life, without making it impossible for her to ever live respectably? She might even be happy with one of them, though he couldn't imagine how one would live happily with men who wore pomade in their hair and looked down their long, thin noses at the rest of the world. He might have just as much in the bank as any of them, likely more, he'd reckon, yet he'd never be in their class. Nor did he wish to be. Lena was much better suited to that world, and a good thing since her husband was one of them. But Edward was a fine man, all Ryan could ask for her. Even if his hair always reeked of pomade. There they were, speaking with some of their guests, his sister sparkling like a jewel. One day, years in the future, he would remind her of how radiant and full of hope she was at this moment. He'd wait until she had 2 or 3 children tugging at her skirts and call to mind the girl she had once been. Mark and Belinda sat not far from them. While surrounded by people, they might as well have been alone, their heads inclined toward the other, a secret smile playing over their faces. A smile intended for the other, and only the other. Their intimacy, their deep joy both pleased and upset him. He was turning into someone he despised. Someone who couldn't look at the happiness of others without comparing himself to them. He changed. He hardly recognized himself. There had to be a quiet corner somewhere in all the madness surrounding him. Somewhere in the house, perhaps. He could get lost there and finally stop forcing himself to smile until his cheeks ached. Inside, all was blessedly quiet. Only the faint sounds of revelry floated into the kitchen, now dark after the food had been served and the rest cleaned up. Mrs. Hughes had earned herself a few days of rest, which Ryan was happy to grant, though he suspected she would be back in his kitchen before long. She wasn't the type who could do without work, just the same as him. The dining room, the parlor, the small corner room which Edward planned to use as a study. Lena had labored over all of it, and it shone like a brand new penny. He intended to stretch out on the sofa and rest for a bit, turn off his mind and allow himself to relax for the first time in days. He might even have done so, had the sound of soft sniffling not reached his awareness. He followed the sound, now treading as lightly as possible so as not to give himself away. He thought he might have stumbled upon an unhappy couple, or a young woman who'd set her cap for Edward before he'd set his for Lena. Regardless of why the woman wept, he didn't wish to embarrass her. He only wished to make certain she wasn't in need of assistance, for there were other reasons for women to hide in darkened rooms and weep. It came from the drawing room, just off to the left of the front door. The room sat behind a set of sliding pocket doors, which had been left slightly open. He tiptoed to the opening and peered in, his eyes adjusting to the darkness as he studied what was inside. Swishing. His eyes followed the sound and fell upon a trembling figure seated in a chair by the window. A figure whose green silk gown was just visible in the light from the many lanterns used outside. He should have known. Somehow, he should have known. What to do now? Go to her. Pretend he'd never seen? She might hate him flat out for disturbing her. It might cause added embarrassment for him to see her reduced to tears in this manner. She was a prideful person, just as he was, and he would have hated to be discovered like this. Yet he couldn't move away. He couldn't leave her to weep in the darkness while music and laughter drifted in through the window glass. He cleared his throat to alert her to his presence. She sat up straight as an arrow, handkerchief clutched in her hand. He could not see her face in the shadows as he opened the door and looked around, pretending he didn't notice her there. "Oh," he exclaimed when his eyes fell on her. "Forgive me. I thought the house was empty. I thought I might take a little quiet time in here." "No matter," Abigail assured him. Her voice was thick with tears, no matter how she tried to conceal them. "I was doing the same, in truth. I've never been much for large parties." "Nor have I," he admitted, before closing the doors to grant them privacy. "They strain my nerves horribly." "Mine as well. I feel so tired around so many people." "You have a right to feel tired after everything you've done today," he reminded her. "Lena had nothing to worry over with you here. You've been such a blessing to her and Edward. I didn't have a gift to offer them, so I thought I could at least be of service," she murmured. There was a flatness in her tone, an emptiness. She was merely saying the right words. She didn't mean them. She wanted him to go, to leave her alone. He knew he should, but didn't know how. "It was a nice ceremony, and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves out there," he offered, wondering why he felt the need to keep talking. He sounded like a fool. What must she think of him? "Yes, some of them a little too much," she snorted. "A good thing you thought to make an arrangement with the hotel." "I've seen some of these upstanding members of Carson City in their cups," he snorted. "They can put on airs all they wish, but every man reveals his true nature when he's had too much to drink." There was nothing to be said in response to that, and he knew it. Abigail turned her face toward the window, revealing the dampness she'd not been able to wipe from her cheeks before he interrupted her. "I think I might leave," she whispered. "So early?" "I'm very tired, as I said, and I want nothing more than to lie down and rest my head. It does ache so." "Oh. Well. I hate to see you leave this soon. I'm sure Lena will miss you." Abigail snorted. "I'm sure she won't notice I'm gone. She's the queen tonight, and rightly so." There are many others tugging at her train, wanting her time. You aren't just one of the others. How would you know, she challenged, finally turning her head that her eyes might meet his. You're speaking for yourself now, not for her. You don't need to soothe me. I don't want you to. All right. He held up his hands. I won't try to stop you, either. You use your sister quite a bit when there are things you don't wish to admit. Did you know that? This abrupt change in direction surprised him. What does that mean? It means you don't have the courage to tell me you don't want me to leave, so you use her as a reason for me to stay. You did it before, 2 weeks ago. Remember? I meant it, he whispered, keenly aware of what an argument inside the house would sound like to the guests outside. Granted, they might not hear it over the music and laughter, but they just might. She would have been devastated if you had left before the wedding. You've come to mean a great deal to her. And she to me, Abigail hissed, but she would have understood. She knew how I suffered. It was you who wanted me to stay, but you couldn't bring yourself to say it. Admit it now. Do me this one favor. I didn't want to see you leave under such circumstances. Because you would have felt guilty if I came to a bad end. Right? Right, he whispered. That is exactly right. It wasn't exactly right. It wasn't even partway right. He'd been so desperate to get her to stay, he would have used any tactic. Lena, the twins, anything. Whatever it took to make her stay with him. And you want me to stay tonight, because it would reflect poorly on you, for me to leave early. Isn't that right? You don't have a high opinion of me, do you? That isn't an answer. Hadn't he only just reflected on how much more he liked the fiery side of her nature? How wrong could a man be? I wanted you stay, because I hated to think of you leaving early and being alone. That is the truth. I'll always be alone, Ryan. It's a fact I've come to accept. Had she ever called him by his proper name before? It sounded like a rebuke just then. No, it sounded like an epithet, like something a person would spit in disgust. You don't have to be alone. Yes, I do. You've arranged it so. How did I do any such thing? He demanded. Damn it all, woman. There is only so much blame I can take for a situation I didn't bring upon myself. I could have left. Done something on my own, for myself. She rose slowly, reminding him of nothing so much as a snake rearing up before striking its prey. I could have made a life somewhere. Here in town, perhaps. Instead, you cajoled me into coming back to the ranch. You used my sisters as a way to get me to agree. You took advantage of my having nothing, having nowhere else to go. And what do I have to show for it? Yes, a bed and food in my belly. That's right. More than you would have had without my generosity. She scoffed. Generosity. You'll never be generous where it matters. With yourself. I only wanted you to be generous with yourself, to entertain even for a moment the possibility that there might have been something real. Something true. You couldn't do that. Too wrapped up in your wounded pride. So fragile. Her words were knives slicing at him, cutting him down to size. She'd thought a great deal about this, it was clear. He'd not the faintest idea how much she truly detested him. Now, I'll be your housekeeper or manager or whatever it is you want, only because you promised my sisters. I'll do this for them. I love them. I would kill for them. I would even live under your roof for them, and see you every day, and remember the hope I had when I first came here. She placed a hand over her heart and continued in a quivering voice. You aren't the only one who was fooled, Ryan. But I lost something far more precious than my pride. I lost my dreams. Now all I have to sustain me is the hope that I'll see the twins again, that we can be together. Otherwise? What else is there? In his mind's eye, it was all so simple. There he crossed the room and took her in his arms. He confessed his affection for her, and admitted that no other woman in the world could have made him think twice about his opinions on marriage. He told her how sweet it would have been to walk his sister down the aisle, knowing Abigail and he would have a wedding day of their own in the near future. He kissed her. He kissed her until every shred of misgiving dissolved, until every ounce of doubt disappeared. Until they were both certain of the fact that they were made for each other, that her coming to him had been an act of providence. He did all of this in his head. He did none of it in reality. Instead, he backed away until he touched the door. If you're so unhappy, if the thought of making your home on the ranch leaves you so desolate, you needn't bother yourself. I don't want to hold you back any longer. You've made it so I have no choice in the matter. Without you, I have no way to get my sisters back. Damn it, he snarled. I'll do whatever it is you want, so long as you stop blaming me. I don't want you in my house if you're only there to appease me. I'd rather you were gone. I can arrange that, she whispered. Good. See to it that you do, at your earliest convenience. Your home is there until you can make arrangements elsewhere. He stormed from the room, slammed the doors together, and instantly regretted everything he'd just said. What was wrong with him? Why did he keep making things worse? He stopped, reconsidered. All it would take was turning around and apologizing. He could take it all back. He could beg her forgiveness, blame it on the long, trying day. Something. Anything. So long as he didn't leave it that way between them. As it turned out, Abigail had the last word, or rather the last sound. That of the door locking behind him.
Chapter 19. It doesn't seem right, and that's a fact. Mrs. Hughes covered the table in flour before turning a bowlful of biscuit dough into the surface, which Abigail got to work patting out and cutting. That's simply the way it has to be. He doesn't want me here, which I always knew would be a possibility. She cast a glance toward the older woman, busy stirring a pot of bubbling savory stew. Didn't you know it? I didn't know any such thing, Mrs. Hughes vowed. I was so certain he would come to care for you. I'm not entirely certain he doesn't still. Please. Let us not engage in such stories, Abigail murmured as she worked. I've already made that mistake. I would like to avoid making it again. Just the same, I can't help feeling this is all a matter of missed opportunity. Mrs. Hughes shook her head as she turned her attention to the pies in the oven. They'd already baked 2 blueberry and 2 cherry, and were currently awaiting a pair of apple pies. Abigail sighed. She simply wouldn't let it go. How so? She asked, if only to be polite. The cook didn't have to care as much as she did, and it would be rude to dismiss her. Mrs. Hughes wiped her flour-coated hands on a towel, frowning as she thought this over. It seems to me that 2 people who care nothing for each other wouldn't fight as the 2 of you have. You told me earlier that you both said things you don't feel you can take back. Abigail winced at the memory. Yes. We did. Terrible things. When a person cares nothing for another, they don't bother with such nastiness, Mrs. Hughes posed. When a person doesn't care, they simply don't care. I believe Ryan cares for you a good deal. He would not bring himself to fight otherwise. I know him, my dear. I've known him all his life. Then you know how impossibly stubborn and hard-headed he is, Abigail muttered. I do indeed. The older woman placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I also know how good he is. How kind and honorable a man. Someone who loves very deeply. He is devoted to Lena, and to you, Abigail added with a grin. That he is, and we're both lucky women, Mrs. Hughes agreed. Yet in many ways, he's still a boy. I know that sounds silly. I've always hated men who never grew up, truth be told. There are many of them in the world, running about with a devil-may-care attitude, refusing to be true men. He's not one of them. He faces his responsibilities and his mistakes alike. He simply needs a good thrashing every so often to keep him in line. I would like to be the one to give it to him, Abigail whispered as she arranged the biscuits in a pan. I should like it a great deal. You're a stubborn thing too, Mrs. Hughes pointed out. Don't misunderstand me. I've a stubborn streak a mile wide, which my husband takes great pleasure in pointing out. I'm also quite a busybody, though that might have something to do with never having children of my own. When I see young people in need of a good talking to, I can't help but want to be the one to give it to them. What is it you think I need to hear then? Abigail assisted in removing the pies from the oven, then slid the pan of biscuits in, right behind it. The entire kitchen might as well have been an oven, sweat rolling down the back of her neck as she closed the door. At least she wasn't wearing that terrible new corset. A woman cooking for a large group of men in the midst of branding didn't torture herself in such a manner. Her old set of stays did just fine, and added more than enough discomfort on their own. I believe he was trying to mend things between you when he interrupted you during the wedding feast, she decided. He's clumsy. He rarely says the things he should. He ought to have thrown himself at your feet and offered the moon and stars to make things up to you. Abigail could only laugh at the idea. He would never do that. He should have. He should have done a great many things. So should you, Mrs. Hughes murmured, soft enough that she could pretend to have not meant to be heard if pressed. What was that? You know I heard you, and you wanted me to. She shrugged, turning her back in pretense of checking on the pies to see whether they were cooled enough. You might have simply told him how much you wanted things to turn out differently, and how much it hurt you to be here with him, remembering what you had imagined. I tried to, she admitted. Arguing the point would be no use. You did it in anger. I was angry. She still was. Very much so. I know I could have done better, but I was hurting. He hurt me. Yes, and you wanted to hurt him. Yes? Abigail slumped forward over the table, resting her forehead on her crossed arms. Yes, I wanted to. You're getting flour all over yourself. Mrs. Hughes pulled her into a standing position and wiped her face and arms with a clean towel. It's normal, dear. Natural, even. When my Kenneth gets under my skin, I'm so mad I could scream. And in those moments when my blood's heated and my heart's pounding, I want to give in and say all the nasty, hurtful things I can muster. I truly do go through those moments. I'm sure everyone does. But you don't actually go through with it, do you? Mrs. Hughes offered a sad smile, shaking her head. No. I don't. Because he's my husband, and what's broken can't be unbroken. It's like trying to put an egg back in the shell once it's been cracked. I taught the children that lesson when they were very young, just as my mother taught me and Mrs. Belton when we were girls. A marriage can take a few cracks here and there, but you cannot become complacent or overconfident in the shell's strength. You won't know you've cracked it too much until the damage has been done. Abigail could see the sense in this. She stood in the open doorway, looking out over the vegetable garden, wishing with all her might for a gust of wind to cool her overheated skin. What if the two people aren't married? What do you think happens then? Mrs. Hughes shrugged, joining her in the doorway and taking a deep breath of the fresher air outside the kitchen. I don't know. I suppose there has to be a point of no return somehow, somewhere. One must take care not to reach it, and to fix any damage that can be fixed. Could they fix it? Abigail truly didn't know. She wasn't certain Ryan would wish to fix it if they could. No matter how she hoped, no matter how many breathless little looks or smiles they'd shared, none of it was a guarantee that he cared anything for her. There's a good chance I'm doing all this thinking for no reason. I'm sure he's not giving me a moment's thought, she groaned, looking toward the pen where the branding was taking place. It still turned her stomach, no matter how necessary the practice might have been for the health and safety of the calves. There were certain aspects of ranch life she would never get used to. Good thing then, that she wouldn't have to, as she'd agreed to stay to help Mrs. Hughes with the cooking during branding. The men needed extra sustenance when they worked so hard. That much was plain to see even at a distance, just as she could understand why the men worked in shifts. 3 of them were on horseback just then, all holding ropes they used to restrain the calves, while another pair of men only approached once the calf was secured. They would hold the writhing animal down, while another applied the branding iron. When the calves were hundreds of pounds each, this was quite a feat. Dangerous as well. She'd seen 2 of the hands limp away from the pen, with blood running down the sides of their heads after falling or being dragged. Yet they'd been laughing as they limped off, which she found the most perplexing of all. "They'll be breaking up for supper soon," Mrs. Hughes predicted, looking at the sky. "Good thing, as it looks like it's fixing to rain. They'll pick up tomorrow." The two of them were in the act of turning away from watching the men, when several blood-curdling shouts pierced the air. Abigail had learned one of life's hardest lessons at an early age: there were different types of shouts. A person could shout to get the attention of another, to warn someone, to simply shout because what they had to say could not be expressed in any other fashion. The sharper a shout, the more critical the situation. Such as the shouts from Mama and Papa when they discovered the fire which had broken out in the kitchen. Shouts to the girls to hurry, get up and out of bed, to run as fast as they could and not stop for anything. Shouts from the men in the street, those trying to fight the fire. They had shouted at the girls to hurry through the door, outside to where it was safe. "Mama! Papa! Hurry!" She'd shouted until her voice broke, long after it was clear they would never come out of that burning wreck of a building alive. She knew the sound of panic. She heard it coming from the men in the pen. They ran from the kitchen, through the garden, both of them holding their skirts in their fists. "Kenneth!" Mrs. Hughes cried out when she saw him kneeling on the ground, his back to them. It wasn't the foreman who was injured, lying on his back in the middle of the pen. "Don't know what happened," one of the men babbled, holding his hat in his hands and all but crushing it. "I thought I had it roped tight." "Somebody ride for Doc Perkins," Kenneth barked. "I need some of you to help me get him in the house." When Kenneth turned to look over his shoulder at his wife, standing beside Abigail on the other side of the fence, the anguish there was plain to see. As was the man on the ground once Kenneth got out of the way. The unmoving man, who looked as though he'd taken a hoof to the head. It was that night in Boston all over again. That terrible nightmare of a night. Watching everything unfold without a thing she could do to stop it. Knowing what was happening, what was inevitable, but determined not to believe it. She couldn't believe it. Believing it would make it real, and this was most certainly not real. "No," Abigail wailed at the sight of Ryan's blood-covered face. Chapter 20. Before any of them could stop her, she threw herself forward, slid between the gaps in the log fence, fell to her knees at his side. "Ryan, Ryan," she sobbed, reaching for him but afraid to touch. Her shaking hands hovered over his face. "Somebody please," Kenneth ordered, and two of the men helped her to her feet, where she watched in shock as four men lifted Ryan onto a sheet which they then carried into the house, cradling his body inside. She followed them, Mrs. Hughes wrapping her in her arms and weeping along with her, into the house and up to Ryan's room. They placed him on the bed. Abigail couldn't help but stare at the blood-soaked sheet under his head. He was losing so much blood. How could he live after losing so much? Mrs. Hughes had a clearer head than she, for certain. "Somebody fill the basin with clean water," she ordered, rolling up her sleeves. "I'll need lamps by the bed so I can see. He's got to be cleaned up so Doc Perkins can be sure of the damage." Abigail knelt at the other side of the bed, opposite the bloodied side of his head. "What happened?" she wept, taking his hand, pressing her lips to the back of it. "Ryan, Ryan, don't leave me now. Please don't leave." "Kicked in the head," Kenneth muttered. Abigail glanced his way, noted the tears coursing down his cheeks. He tried to get out of the way, but he wasn't quick enough. Would have taken it to the face, otherwise. "If he moved, we might be in luck," Mrs. Hughes reasoned with a look to Abigail. "It might have only grazed his head. We won't know until he's cleaned up. Here." One of the men handed over the basin, water sloshing from it. Mrs. Hughes placed it on the table beside the bed, then ordered the lamps held close. When she leaned in, washing away some of the blood, the horror on her face made Abigail turn away. "Bad," she muttered. The only clear word. "Bad." Even so, the pulse in his wrist still beat a steady rhythm. He was still there. She closed her eyes, her forehead touching his knuckles. "Please God, don't take him from me too. I can't lose him. I'll do anything, say anything, only please don't take him. Not yet. Not for a long time. Please God, I love him. She prayed like this for what felt like an eternity, until a new male voice filled the air. Give me room, please. I need to look at him. She opened her eyes to find an older man with white hair and spectacles bent over the other side of the bed. I need some room here, and someone to refresh this water, and another to hold the lamp near. Mrs. Hughes held the lamp, while one of the men hurried to dump the bloody water in exchange for fresh. Kenneth murmured in the doctor's ear, presumably explaining what happened while the doctor took Ryan's pulse and opened his eyelids to peer into his eyes. All right. Everyone who isn't helping me, please leave the room, he ordered. Out, please. You'll be of more help to him if you leave. Do I have to? Abigail whispered, looking to Mrs. Hughes. Perhaps you'd better, dear, she whispered. How had the woman aged another 10 years in less than half an hour? Her eyes were sunken, her skin sagging. You can wash up and refresh yourself, and I'll come for you as soon as the doctor says it's all right. She touched her lips to Ryan's hand before standing, then wandered from the room in much the same state of mind as she'd been the night of the fire. Stumbling, bumping into things, into people. Not paying much attention to anything she did, or anything she said. When she reached her room, she sat on the bed with a thud, hands clenched tight enough to hurt. Even the pain of her knuckles grinding together was merely an inconvenience, something in the back of her mind which mattered little in the face of the horror across the hall. Lena. Lena wouldn't know. What if he died, and Lena was in San Francisco and didn't get the chance to say goodbye? What if he died, and there was no chance for Abigail to tell him how wrong she was? And how much she loved him? They had both lost enough already. They couldn't lose him too. It might have been 10 minutes or 2 hours when Mrs. Hughes came for her and found her sitting exactly where and how she'd sat upon entering the room. The doctor says it's all right for you to come in now. There was a tearful quality to her voice. How is he? Abigail didn't wait for an answer before hurrying into his room, where Dr. Perkins was washing his hands. He's comatose, the old man explained. There's no way of knowing exactly how much damage was done to his head. There's no sign of bleeding behind the eyes, which is a good thing, and his pupils react to light. Also a good thing. The wound wasn't deep, it didn't crack the skull. It didn't? Her knees went weak with relief. She sat on the edge of the bed, nearly weeping for joy. The doctor's stern glance stole that joy. However, this doesn't mean there wasn't injury to the brain. There could be swelling. We simply won't know until he wakes up, if and when he does. Oh no. She covered her mouth with both hands. Doctor, please. Mrs. Hughes draped an arm over Abigail's shoulders in an attempt at comforting her. Doc Perkins winced. I'm sorry to be so blunt, but we must face this and see it for what it is. I would be remiss if I didn't tell you exactly the way things are, and what to look out for in the coming hours. What should we look for? Abigail asked, fighting to control herself. He was right. She had to know exactly the way things were, and she had to get a hold of herself if she was to be of any help to him. Nosebleed. Bleeding from the ears. I'll need you to tell me immediately if either of these things happen. I'll stay downstairs to allow you sit with him as long as you like. Thank you, Abigail whispered, already turned to Ryan. There was a bandage around his head, but at least she could see his face again without all the blood. Mrs. Hughes must have helped get him into a clean nightshirt, and had changed out his pillows. They left her alone with him. The room was so quiet without all the men standing about, worrying, muttering to each other, shuffling their feet. It was only them, the two of them, the voices of the men drifting up to the open window as they ate the meal she and Mrs. Hughes had prepared for them. She lifted his hand to her lips as she had before. You shouldn't have taken such a risk, you know. The men need you. What will happen to the ranch if anything happens to you? Don't you know how they rely on you? It isn't their fault you let all this time go by without a thought to providing children to take over for you, though I suppose they would be too young to do anything yet. His face was immobile, his breathing soft and even. He might as well have been asleep after a long, tiring day. "I suppose you're very tired from all that hard work," she mused, stroking his hand. "You rest all you need now. So long as you promise to come back to me. I need you to come back. Please. Even if you hate me, I won't mind so much if I know you're safe and well. Because I love you." Her tears dripped onto his hand as the words poured forth from her broken heart. "I love you so. You make me so angry sometimes, and you hurt me when you don't think before you speak, but I love you anyway." Mrs. Hughes was right. "You're a good man. A fine man. And if you had let me, I would have made you a good wife. I would have devoted myself to you until the day I die, because I've waited all my life to love someone like you, and I wouldn't have wasted the chance." She bent her head, weeping quietly, never letting go of his hand. "I'll stay here with you," she promised once she'd cried all the tears she could manage, and all that was left were breathless shudders. "I'll stay. I'll wait. I'll be here when you wake up. Please wake up." She didn't know the day, or how long she'd sat at his bedside. She didn't know how long it had been since she'd bathed or combed her hair, or even since she'd changed her dress. Mrs. Hughes tried to get food into her, but that was of no use. She had no appetite. How could they expect her to eat at a time like this? They had never loved, any of them. It was the only explanation. If they had, any of them, they would understand why she couldn't leave him, and why her well-being mattered very little compared to his. "You must at least lie down to sleep in a real bed," Mrs. Hughes pleaded. It was dark outside the window, but Abigail couldn't remember if it was night or early morning. Time slipped by, all of it spent in service of Ryan. "I sleep when I can in the chair," Abigail whispered, holding Ryan's hand. His beard was coming in, dark stubble. He would need a shave soon. "That isn't enough. A few minutes here and there. Do you want to look as though you're standing at death's doorstep when he wakes up?" Mrs. Hughes demanded. That was a solid point, but it did little to lessen Abigail's resolve. "If he isn't up by morning, I'll lie down and take a nap. I promise." "Do you also promise to wash up and eat something hot?" Mrs. Hughes wheedled. Yes, anything you say." He would surely be up by morning anyway. He had to be. Yet how many times had she told herself that? How many times had she whispered those same words in her head? He'll be up by morning. Certainly by midday. By sunset he'll have opened his eyes. He hadn't yet. By her foggy estimation, there had been 4 sunsets since the accident. Perhaps 5. 5 days? It hardly seemed possible, but she'd overheard Doc Perkins murmuring to the men in the hall whenever they came to visit, telling them there were cases of men lying in a coma for weeks before waking up and asking for coffee and a newspaper. Whether he said this for their benefit or not was unclear, but she clung to the hope nonetheless. A strange thing, clinging to hope while knowing it might have been as solid as smoke. She clung nonetheless. Otherwise she would despair, and if she began she might never stop. At sunrise Ryan did not open his eyes, though something changed nonetheless. "How is he?" Lena rushed into the room, leaning over the other side of the bed, staring at her brother as if she could wake him with her intensity. "Are you really here?" Abigail asked through a fog of fatigue and hunger. Lena looked up, surprise on her face. "My goodness. I heard you wouldn't leave him, but I didn't believe it was this serious. You must sleep. But you're here?" Abigail felt herself swaying in the chair, though it might have been her imagination. Or she could have already fallen asleep. "My dear." Lena came to her, pressing a kiss onto her forehead. "You look to be in worse condition than Ryan. I'm here now. You don't have to stay up without sleeping." "But I can't leave him," she whispered, tears threatening to spill over. Why didn't anyone understand? She thought Lena would, if no one else. "You can't sit here forever," Lena murmured, stroking her hair. "You must take care of yourself for his sake." "But I love him," she breathed. "I know you do." Another kiss on her forehead, followed by a brief hug. "Come now. We're going to go to your room and get you out of this dress. We might burn it. I'm not sure. What about him? Abigail cast a look over her shoulder as Lena guided her from the room. He'll be here when we're finished. You must change and bathe and eat, sweetheart. I can't allow you to go on like this. Mrs. Hughes fretted over you the entire ride from town. When? She was too exhausted to form the question. She didn't need to. We got the wire at our hotel and took the first train we could find seats on. Rode straight through and arrived overnight. Mrs. Hughes fetched us in town. Here we are. I didn't know she'd gone. Abigail sat on the edge of the bed, allowing Lena to unbutton her dress. No, I take it you don't know a great many things right now. Too worried over my brother, not that I can blame you. He's fortunate to have you here with him. Yes. Fortunate, Abigail scoffed. I can't help him. I can only sit there and pray. My dear, what else is there to do? Lena's familiar take-charge attitude, her energy, her clear way of looking at things were all a welcome relief. Unfortunately, loath as I am to admit this, there's nothing for us to do but let things unfold as they will. Perhaps this sort of thing happens to remind us what little control we have over life. You're not making me feel much better, Abigail whispered, allowing Lena to lower her into a washtub which had appeared in her room as if by magic. Mrs. Hughes had likely arranged for it, though she hadn't been able to lure Abigail from Ryan's side. While she washed Abigail's hair, Lena spoke of San Francisco. We only had 5 days there, mind you, but it was wonderful. There are so many hills. I've never seen so many in all my life. Up and down, I felt sick to my stomach the first day, though I grew accustomed to it. I don't know how the teams managed to pull carriages up, to be honest, but the cable cars are wondrous. We stayed at the Palace Hotel, which was like something out of a dream. She went on talking throughout the bath, and Abigail wondered in some alert corner of her sleep-deprived brain if she kept talking so because she was afraid. If she kept talking, she couldn't worry too much. She couldn't face the prospect of life without her brother. Once Abigail was dry and dressed in clean clothes, Lena led her back to Ryan's room, where a bed had been made up on the floor and a modest meal laid out. You'll lie down there once you've eaten, Lena instructed her, but first you really must get something in your stomach. I can't eat, Abigail protested, her voice weak even to her own ears. Then again, she'd sworn she had no time or desire to bathe, yet she felt better after having done so. Perhaps eating would help just as much. She lifted a biscuit to her lips, rich with butter and honey. It seemed to revive her, so she took another bite. Soon after, she allowed Lena to bundle her into the pile of quilts and blankets on the floor. She was asleep before the blanket covered her shoulders. Minutes later, she woke. Abigail. Wake up. Lena shook her shoulder. Wake up. No, it couldn't have been minutes later, for the lamps were lit, and the sky outside the window was black as ink. Abigail sat up. What is it? Lena merely smiled, stepping back, eyes shining as she looked to the bed. Abigail scrambled to her feet to find Ryan looking at her. She laughed and cried all at once. Ryan? Abigail? He whispered, his voice little more than a croak after so many days. You know who I am? She asked, sitting beside him. Of course. You're Abigail. His fingers closed around hers. I love you.
Chapter 21. Look left. Look right. Up. Down. Doc Perkins hovered in front of Ryan, running him through a series of tests which were supposed to tell whether he'd sustained any serious damage from his injury. He could have told the man there wasn't any, aside from a dull ache in the side of his head, and in fact had done just that, but it didn't seem to matter. He supposed the fact that he'd slept for nearly 6 entire days meant he needed to be tested. 6 days. He'd missed 6 days of his life, and as far as he was concerned, they'd passed in the blink of an eye. He had no recollection of any of it. What he did recall were dreams. Dreams of his parents, mostly. The old days. Good times. And a sense that something was coming to an end. That he was forgetting something, something important which he needed to do. He wondered now, sitting up in bed and surrounded by people he cared for and who cared for him, if it was them he had to return for. Abigail, in particular. He'd even dreamed of her, though those dreams were a bit more difficult to make sense of. Always the feeling that he was about to lose her, chasing her through the streets of Carson City. She would disappear around a corner just as he was about to catch her. Infuriating, confusing. It made sense now that he was awake, even if the memory still made him shudder. "You seem to have recovered well," Doc Perkins announced. "And not a moment too soon, young man. I thought I'd wind up having to treat this young lady along with you." He jerked a thumb in Abigail's direction and winked. She blushed. "I was worried." "We all were," Mrs. Hughes was quick to add, patting Abigail's shoulder. "I wish you hadn't gone to all the trouble for me," he said, looking around again, catching the eye of Lena and Edward standing near the window. "I wish you hadn't shortened your wedding trip." "There are only so many times a person can ride up and down hills," Edward joked. "We can always return someday." This was more important. "Much more," Lena whispered, smiling in spite of the tears in her eyes, or perhaps tearing up in spite of her smile. Either way, she looked and sounded relieved. "If you think I could stay in San Francisco after hearing what happened, perhaps that calf did more damage than we thought. And don't even begin to protest the fact that someone wired us with the news either," she added, when he opened his mouth to do that very thing. "And you," he said instead, turning to Mark and Belinda. "You have much too much to busy yourself with right now. You didn't need to come out. When I hear that my best friend was nearly killed, you think I'm going to stay home?" Mark asked. "Not a chance. Just the same, I wish you didn't feel as though you need to disrupt your lives on my account." "Perhaps you ought to accept the fact that we care about you," Abigail murmured with a shy smile. "And that we're all so glad you're awake and with us again." He had so many things to tell her. If only they could be alone. Alas, it was not meant to be. Kenneth wanted to have a word with him first. He stood beside the bed once everyone else had cleared out. Mrs. Hughes, clearly knowing her husband longed to speak to the boss, shuffled them all out for this purpose. The older man's weathered face looked paler, and older than Ryan could remember ever seeing it before. "I blame myself for this," he murmured, shaking his head. "Why would you ever do such a thing?" Ryan asked, surprised and a bit taken aback. "You are the last person I would blame. The only one deserving of blame is myself. I shouldn't have been so eager to hold the calf down. I should have waited until it was certain the rear legs were secure. It was late, I was tired. I knew the men wanted to head in for supper." "That's exactly it. I saw the men, noted how tired they were getting, and knew we were all hungry. We'd been at it all day, and teams or no teams, we were all tuckered out no matter how many breaks we took. I should have recommended we stop for the night. We could have made up for lost time the next morning. What we couldn't have made up for is the loss of you. You know I wouldn't have wanted to stop until we'd finished the group," Ryan pointed out with a rueful smile. "Yeah, I know you would have put up a fight, but it's my job to at least say something. Anything." "I understand, though you must know I don't blame you," Ryan assured him. "We'll both know better next time. I suppose it isn't every day a second chance like this one comes around." "You're right about that." They shook hands, with Ryan taking note of how much better Kenneth looked now that he'd gotten his guilt off his chest. Mark entered the room moments later, and laughed when he saw how Ryan's face fell. "Oh, I'm sorry," he chuckled. "I'm not who you were looking for, am I? Was it that obvious?" Ryan winced. "Just a bit. I suppose you were hoping for a girl with green eyes who by all accounts almost wore herself down to nothing, waiting for you to rejoin us." Mark took a seat beside the bed. "She's downstairs anyway. Mrs. Hughes is forcing food down her throat, along with Lena and my wife. She's something, that one." "Yes, she is," Ryan agreed. "You're going to marry her, aren't you?" "As soon as I'm able, if she'll have me," Ryan added. "She'll have you. She might forbid you from ever taking part in another branding, but she'll have you. The girl's got every symptom of lovesickness in the book." Why she would be lovesick over you is something I'll never understand, but… All right, Ryan chuckled. I give. You win this round. Mark raised his clenched fists in mock victory, but sobered quite suddenly. You know, she wasn't the only one who was worried over you. I hate to admit this, but I don't know what I would do without you for a neighbor. Ryan nodded. I suppose I would feel the same if the positions were reversed, even if you did pull a dirty trick by not telling me of Lena's plans for me and Abigail. You're going to bring that up now? Mark asked, rolling his eyes. Honestly, man, you never give up. I still think it was wrong of you. We're supposed to be brothers. Brothers don't lie to each other when it comes to something too important. Well, if it makes a difference, I only did it because I wanted to see you settled down. Not alone. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. None of us wanted to think of you alone in the house after Lena's wedding. Least of all Lena. And you know how impossible it is to take her off her course once she's set her mind to something. Do I ever? Ryan muttered, wincing. It seemed harmless enough. Nothing wrong with a man finding himself smitten with a nice young woman, one who, in case you forgot, refused to eat or sleep while you were lying here. I wish she hadn't. Yes, well, you'll have to take that up with her yourself. I've been a fool, Ryan admitted. I can say this to you, and hope it doesn't reach anyone else. Including your wife. Of course it's between us. He sighed. I could have handled the entire situation better than I did. The fact that she might still want me at all is a mystery. When he paused, Mark didn't provide one of his usual wise remarks. He expected him to agree that yes, it was indeed a mystery. Instead, he seemed to think things over carefully before speaking. Things like this, accidents and such, have a way of getting through to people. Don't forget, it took something much like this to bring Belinda and me together. Granted, she wasn't hurt as badly as you, but even so. It was a jarring experience. It put everything in place. I see what you mean. You think it's the same for Abigail. I think it's exactly the same. I know Lena fretted over how she would continue living here with you, managing the house when she had wanted so much more. She was afraid Abigail's feelings for you would be too much. Mark shook his head, running his hands over his hair and the back of his neck with a rueful sigh. I can't believe we're having this conversation. Next thing you know, we'll be talking about the tremendous good luck we had while shopping in town. Ryan laughed, even though it made the pain flare up in his head. He would never pass up the opportunity to laugh again, not if he could help it. I won't tell anyone if you won't, he chuckled. So Abigail had already felt something for him before the accident. He was glad to hear of it, since he couldn't help but ask himself whether she'd discovered she cared for him when she saw him in bad shape. You don't think I'm too much of a fool, admitting how much I care for her after I made such a fuss over being roped into marriage? Not too much, Mark grinned. I'm serious now, Ryan urged. Tell me the truth. Is it too ridiculous for me to go back now and tell her how wrong I was? Why don't you try it and see? I doubt she'll find you ridiculous, and I know I don't. No more so than usual, that is. Mark stood as if preparing to leave, then stopped himself. Oh, I meant to tell you. Doc Perkins was just speaking to me earlier about Richard Reed. Seems he's been ill for quite a while but didn't want word getting out. You know how he is. Meaner than a starving dog, Ryan mused. Indeed. He's not doing well. In fact, the way the doctor made it sound, he might not have much longer to live. Ah, I'm sorry to hear it, even if he was always rather ornery and difficult to deal with. Half of his land abutted Mark's ranch, half abutted Ryan's. Just thought you'd like to know, in case there's a dispute over the land and we end up hearing about it. Mark shrugged as he strode from the room. Might be fireworks over it, all those daughters of his. When are there not fireworks over one thing or another? Ryan asked, and the two of them were laughing when they parted ways for the time being. Yes, indeed. Fireworks. Always something. When he thought about it, he decided he liked life that way. Though he wasn't keen on having such an accident again, not ever. That was one bit of excitement he would rather avoid again at all costs.
Chapter 22. He's all yours, Mark grinned as they passed each other on the stairs. She felt the flush on her cheeks, and hoped he didn't notice or think she was a ninny for blushing so. In her hands was a tray of food and coffee. Ryan had already complained of hunger, which was to be expected, though the doctor had warned against feeding him until his examination was complete, and he was satisfied with Ryan's progress. He should be just fine, though if he complains of an upset stomach, hold off on the food for a bit and take it slowly. I'll check in on him once I'm finished over with Mr. Reed. Abigail had never met him, though the sour expression on Mrs. Hughes's face when she heard the name told her what she needed to know. That and the fact that the man had not been invited to Lena's wedding, and she had invited all of their neighbors. It didn't matter who he was, so long as he didn't take Doc Perkins's time away from Ryan. "Can I come in?" she asked, nudging the door open with one foot. "Of course, especially if you happen to have food." "I do," she giggled. Just to see him sitting up, to hear his voice, it was everything she'd prayed for. The first time she'd ever had a prayer answered in the affirmative, she realized. "What do we have here?" he asked as she set the tray down on the bed. "Your favorite, of course." She lifted the lid to reveal a platter of eggs, sausages, and a stack of biscuits. "Mrs. Hughes even said you could have a piece of cherry pie if you finish your breakfast." He chuckled as he tucked a napkin into the neck of his nightshirt. "That's something I believe I could manage at the moment." She went to the window to give him some modicum of privacy while he ate. No one enjoyed being stared at while they breakfasted, especially while eating for the first time in a while. He was half-starved and unlikely to care much about decorum. "Doc Perkins says you ought to be able to ride again soon. He doesn't take to the notion of you getting in the saddle for a few days, however. Until you're sure your eyesight and reflexes are keen." "They're keen," Ryan grumbled around a mouthful of food. "He's worrying over nothing." "Over nothing?" Abigail laughed for lack of anything more fitting. "You don't know how worried you made all of us if you think it's over nothing. It was quite a close call, according to him. You might have." There was silence between them for a minute, while she struggled to contain her emotions. "You're right," he finally admitted. "I don't know what I'm talking about. You're the ones who know better than I do about my condition after the accident. I suppose 6 days spent recovering are nothing to sneeze at." She looked over her shoulder to find him frowning, his brows knitting together. "Did you just apologize?" she whispered. "All right," he grumbled, rolling his eyes. "Point taken. Please come sit down. I promise not to make too much of an embarrassment out of myself, now that I've already devoured half of these biscuits." She did so, sitting in the chair beside him. He sipped his coffee, then continued. "I'm not very good when it comes to letting others take care of me. I can admit it. I would rather pretend I don't need to be taken care of at all than admit to needing other people." "Is that why you fought with Lena so much over whether you needed help in running the household?" she dared ask. "I suppose so, now that you mention it. Are you hungry, by the way? Even I couldn't eat all of this right now." Mrs. Hughes had indeed loaded up his plate, as though she needed to make up for days of him not eating anything. "No, thank you, unless you're only offering because you want my help in cleaning your plate, so you can have a piece of pie." He nearly choked when he burst out laughing while in the middle of chewing. "No. But that's not a bad idea." He chortled, wiping his mouth on his napkin. "So it bothers you to be taken care of?" she prompted, getting him back to the topic at hand. It was important that she understand him, as she planned on spending the rest of her life taking care of him, whether he liked it or not. "I feel as though I ought to be the one taking care of myself. Perhaps it's a fear of being considered weak." "There's no weakness in allowing someone to show how they care for you, by letting them do things to show it," she reasoned. "I doted on my sisters when they were small, and I would dote on them now if they were here. Lena actually went so far as to bathe me when she arrived yesterday, because I didn't have it in me to do it myself. Sometimes it's our turn to care for others. Sometimes it's our turn to accept that caring. I'm no good at it. You'll learn to be good at it. You think so? I do. What makes you so sure? There was a gleam in his eye that gave her pause. Are you teasing me, Ryan Belton? A little, perhaps. You must be feeling quite a bit better then. I am. He moved the tray aside, tossing the napkin on top of what he hadn't eaten, then reached for her hand. Come here, please. I need to talk to you. It's very important. The seriousness in his voice was a bit unnerving, but she did as he asked. This was hardly the declaration of love she'd hoped for. Then again, had anything about their time together been conventional or along the lines she'd imagined? She placed her hands in his, thrilling at the touch of his thumbs over her knuckles. Calloused, toughened thanks to the reins he so often held, yet the sweetest caress she could ask for. Her heart soared before he spoke so much as a single word. I've been a beast, he admitted. Unforgivable. I said things no man should utter to a woman. It wasn't so terrible. But it was. You're the last person in the world I would wish to offend that way. I don't know what I was thinking. You weren't thinking. Mrs. Hughes's admonition came to mind. You were angry with me, and you spoke in anger. Just as I spoke in anger toward you. I was so hurt that day. I spent so much of it wanting to cry. You did? He sighed, tightening his grip on her hands. You see, I knew there would never be. Shush. You don't have to say it. I understand. I felt somewhat the same way, and I wondered if you were going through the same thoughts, and I hated myself for destroying what could have been. Why didn't you say so? Because I'm not very good at putting to words what's in my heart, Abigail. Don't you know that by now? Especially when I know I'm in the wrong. You've surely seen enough arguments between my sister and me to know that. I have, she agreed, biting back a smile. Dearest. He whispered the word, drawing it out, releasing one of her hands to cup her cheek. Was this real? Was it truly happening? Could this be her life, this perfect moment? Her heart raced so, her throat constricting as he stroked her cheek. Dearest girl. Ryan. She covered her hand with his, closing her eyes. I was so frightened for you. I cursed myself for ever fighting, for wasting a minute of my time with you. It's not as if I made it easy on you. I was a fool. I ignored what was right in front of me all along, and I could have lost you for good. Perhaps that calf should have kicked me sooner. Don't even make jokes like that, she admonished. He was hearing none of it. Come now. Weren't there times when you wished you could do exactly what it did to me? I won't hold it against you. She pressed her lips together in a vain attempt at holding back laughter. It didn't work for long. All right, she admitted. Nothing quite that serious, but I did want to box your ears once or twice. Ah, now we're being honest, he laughed. Good. I want us to be honest with each other from now on. No more half-truths, no more being afraid to say what we want to say. She would have agreed to anything just then, all to keep his hand on her cheek and his sweet words flowing, promising a future. From now on. It wasn't you I was rejecting, you know. He ran a hand over her hair, the other over her shoulder and down her arm. I hated the feeling that everyone conspired against me, certainly. But not you. Never you. I wish you had come to me that night and explained. I do too, though I don't know that I would have found the words to express it truly. I was still angry and embarrassed. I needed time. But you were never the problem. In fact, had Mark not spoken out of turn and revealed the scheme, everything might have gone much differently. I might have fallen in love with you that very night. Drat on that Mark. She could have torn his tongue from his mouth just then. Instead, he whispered, I fell in love with you the next day. Just that quickly, Mark was forgiven. You did, she gasped. Certainly. There was something about throwing you over my shoulder that drove the sentiment home. Oh, you, she swatted at him, but he caught her wrists and pulled her in until they were mere inches apart. She was dizzy, blood rushing in her ears, her heart beating sickeningly fast. "But I did fall in love with you. I meant what I said when I woke up." His eyes locked on hers and he spoke slowly, clearly, each word like music to her ears. "I love you, Abigail." She could no longer see him clearly through the tears which welled in her eyes. "I love you. I love you so much." Anything else she might have said was lost forever to his kiss. Warm, tender, hinting at his passionate nature but held back for her sake. For now. She touched the sides of his face, as gentle as she could be for fear of hurting him. He stroked the back of her neck, the other hand on her back, pulling her closer. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be real. Everything she had wished for since the moment she laid eyes on him, thinking he would soon be her husband. Theirs hadn't been the conventional path, not at all. Perhaps that was what made the moment so special, so precious. She thought she had him, lost him for what she thought was forever, then got him back. For good this time. She'd never let him go. He evidently thought along the same lines as she. "Marry me," he whispered between kisses, his mouth brushing her cheeks, her forehead, her nose and chin before settling once again on her lips. "Please, Abigail. Marry me." "That's all I want to do," she admitted with a little laugh. "That's all I've ever wanted." Chapter 23. If Abigail didn't know better, she would have imagined Lena Belton Cunningham was planning her own wedding for a second time. "And you'll need the cake," she rattled off, checking items she'd compiled into a list. "Mrs. Hughes will expect to bake it, of course." "I wouldn't ask anyone else," Abigail assured her. "I would rather eat her baking than anything else in the world, no matter what particular thing she happens to be working on." "You know my brother shares your opinion," Lena giggled. "All right then. Are you certain you wouldn't rather have something larger in town? Here at the house, for instance. You've already seen how lovely a wedding would be here." Abigail held back a sigh in favor of a smile. Lena would always be Lena. She loved her dearly, but had to admit the woman was a bit of a whirlwind at times. And once she got an idea into her head, no other idea would do. "You know me," she murmured. "I would rather have something small." "What about Ryan? If he had his way, we would have gone through with the ceremony by now. He wants nothing more than Reverend Bell to be there, along with witnesses. You and Edward, Mark and Belinda. After that, anything else is entirely my doing." While she would have very much liked to go along with Ryan's idea of the perfect wedding, she saw what he didn't. As a prominent citizen and a large landowner, it was in a way his responsibility to invite neighbors and men with whom he did business in town. They might take offense if he didn't. Even so, their celebration wouldn't be half as large as Lena's. Abigail simply didn't see the need to hold it anywhere other than at the ranch. "Still, I suppose it would make sense to be near the hotel, as we were for your wedding," she murmured, looking around Lena's parlor deep in thought. Lena fairly buzzed with the excitement of knowing she was about to get her way. "And you could leave right away for your wedding trip, as we did. Simply freshen up, ride a few streets over to the rail station and go." Now, I don't know about all of that," Abigail informed her. "Ryan told me his wedding gift would entail our being close to home for a while. I don't know what that means, but he promises it will make sense when the time comes." "Oh. I see." Lena's face fell. "Do you know anything about it?" "Not a thing. I'm sure he knows better than to tell me," Lena giggled. "I've always been terrible at keeping secrets. Except for one." They shared a meaningful look, both remembering how they'd started off. Their scheme to make him fall in love with Abigail and agree to be married. Life had certainly taken a few surprise turns, but they had somehow ended exactly where they'd intended to go. "Regardless," she continued, "I suppose it makes sense to hold it here." "Really?" Lena clapped her hands, giddy as a child. "Oh, I'm so glad. I was so hoping you would agree. Do you think Ryan will mind?" "He'll see the sense of it," Abigail decided, hoping she was right. If she wasn't, she'd let the two of them have it out. There would be many years of standing in the middle of their arguments. This one wasn't worth stepping into. As it turned out, he was more than amenable. I would much rather have it at Lena and Edward's, he admitted later that evening, when he came into town to take her to dinner at Ruby's. You mean it? Why did you never mention it before? I didn't wish to intrude. It's one thing to accept an invitation to hold one's wedding ceremony in another's home, and quite another to ask if they'll allow you to do it. Abigail tightened her grip on his arm as they traveled the sidewalk together. You know she wouldn't begrudge you a thing, just as she knows you would never begrudge her. I've never seen a pair of siblings so devoted to each other. He only chuckled. I suppose. You don't agree? We'll see how she feels when she has to put the entire event together in a week. I already told her we don't want anything very big. I don't need to feel as though I'm being married in a garden. A simple ceremony, cake and tea, would be more than enough. So long as I get to go home with you when it's all over. She'd been living with Lena and Edward in the 2 weeks since their engagement, as everyone involved agreed that her living under Ryan's roof without a chaperone was ill-advised. Mark and Belinda offered a room in their very large house, but Belinda was with child and sometimes feeling poorly at her current stage. Abigail would have felt like she was in the way had she stayed with them. The ride to town was just as long as the ride to and from Furnish Ranch, and Lena had practically climbed the walls with excitement over the prospect of having her first house guest. I was your guest before. For weeks, Abigail had protested. That wasn't the same. It wasn't my house, she'd explained. Now, you'll be a guest in my house. That's entirely different. I'm so glad. Yet as much as Abigail loved her, and as kind and generous a host as Edward was, if perhaps a bit dazed, as Lena always seemed to leave him, she wanted to be with Ryan. Back on the ranch she had grown to love. Did you ever see yourself as a rancher's wife? He'd asked in the weeks since their betrothal. Never, she'd sighed. I didn't know there was anything like this, anywhere in the world. This openness, this freedom. The fresh air, the wide blue sky. The clouds that hang around the mountain peaks. I love it all so much. And even more so because he loved it. It was part of him, and she loved all of him. No, she never would have dreamed this life existed. One day, very soon, he would not have to ride home alone after a trip to visit her in town. They would ride home together, the two of them, ready to start a new life together. A new family. The thought of family struck a chord with her, and the smile she'd worn all during their visit faltered. Ryan noticed, of course, stopping in the center of the sidewalk and turning to her. What is it? Something's troubling you. He always seemed to know. I was just... She laughed softly, looking away, suddenly embarrassed and a little ashamed. In the face of so much happiness, so many things to look forward to, she couldn't help but think back on what she still missed. Thinking about the twins, he finished, taking her hands in his. I can't help it. Reverend Bell's brother is working on our behalf. I wish there was more I could offer, he murmured. I'm sorry. I know how much it would mean to have them here for the wedding. It's just that I haven't seen them in so long, she whispered, suddenly choking up. And in public, how shameful. He didn't seem to mind, tilting her chin upward that her tear-filled eyes met his. When you do, you'll never have to say goodbye again. I promise you that. They'll be yours truly. Ours, she corrected. Our sisters. More sisters, he whispered, eyes wide. I don't know how many more I can handle. She burst out laughing, her tears forgotten, and they continued on their way to Ruby's for supper. He always knew how to make her forget her troubles. She had that much to look forward to for the rest of her life, even if so many things were still unknown. That, after all, was the way of things. Finding someone to love, a place to call home, and knowing how to laugh. Just as Papa had always made Mama laugh even when times were hard. Everything else had a way of working itself out. Where in the world is Lena? Abigail asked when Belinda entered the bedroom. "I've been waiting on her to help me with my lacings. I won't have time to get dressed." "I'm here to help you with that." Belinda held Abigail's shoulders steady with a wide smile. "You have nothing to worry about. The wedding can't start without the bride. It seems like nothing's going the way it was supposed to." It wasn't in her nature to fret, but there was no denying what a strange day this had been. Lena kept hurrying in and out, making excuses about having to see to last-minute arrangements. She had forbidden Abigail from leaving the front bedroom for any reason, reminding her of the attached bathroom and water closet, along with the tray of food and tea on the dresser. "There is no reason for you to leave this room," she'd advised, backing out into the hall while closing the door. "So don't do it." What a grim, foreboding command on such a day. It led Abigail to believe that things were falling apart downstairs. Her flowers had not arrived, or Mr. Lawrence had not been able to provide wine and champagne for the feast. Perhaps her cake had toppled, and there was nothing for her and Ryan to cut together. The possibilities were endless. "Everything is wonderful," Belinda assured her, turning her gently in place. "Now, hang on to the bedpost, my girl. It's been a long time since I laced someone else's stays, but I think I remember how it goes." Minutes later, a very tight-waisted Abigail stood before the looking-glass in her wedding gown. Her wedding gown. Hers. How strange to think that only 5 weeks earlier she'd envied Lena in her heart of hearts. Yes, she'd been happy for her, but envy had lingered behind every smile, heartache behind every word of encouragement. Look at her now. She was a queen, dressed in cream silk overlaid in the richest lace she'd ever touched. White roses from Mrs. Belton's garden decorated her hair under the gauzy white veil. The same roses were tucked into her bouquet, as they had been inside Lena's bouquet. Belinda smiled down at them, wishing both she and Mama could be there to see their children joining their lives together. Then again, perhaps they were. Perhaps they were watching from somewhere far away. The bedroom door burst open. I'm sorry, I had 100 things to do." Lena stopped short, clasping her hands over her bosom. "Oh dear, you're so beautiful." "Don't cry," Abigail warned. "I've spent the entire day trying not to cry. I don't want Ryan's first sight of me to be of my red face and swollen eyes, but I can never stop myself when someone else is crying." "All right. I'll do my best." Lena dabbed the corners of her eyes, then put on a bright smile. "You look very nice. Ryan will be so pleased." The three of them laughed, before applying the finishing touch. "I know our mother would want you to wear these," Lena whispered. Belinda held up the veil, while Lena clasped the same delicate string of pearls she'd worn on her wedding day around Abigail's neck. "This means more than I can say," Abigail whispered as her chin started to quiver. "Oh no. Don't cry." Lena kissed both of her cheeks. "Shall I tell Mark you're ready to be escorted downstairs?" "I think so," Abigail nodded, kissing Belinda before the two of them hurried downstairs. This was it. She was about to become Mrs. Belton. A married woman. It was only a shame Mrs. Mahan couldn't have come out for the wedding. Wouldn't she have been surprised to see Abigail in her finery? She'd been right, of course. It was possible to find love, to find one's place in the world. All she'd needed was a little faith and a little courage. Mark tapped on the door before easing it open. "Oh my," he smiled. "He doesn't deserve such a beautiful bride, but I can promise he'll spend the rest of his life trying to." She chuckled, accepting his outstretched arm. "I suppose that's the best anyone can ask for." Moments later, they were descending the stairs together. The guests were gathered in the drawing room, where the ceremony would take place. A few of them spilled out into the downstairs hall, and murmured happily when they caught sight of her. They were there for her. This was her wedding. She wished she could hold each moment, each image forever. If only she could slow time down and see everything, everyone. If only she could speed it up, and get to Ryan as quickly as possible. The crowd parted, familiar faces smiling at her from both sides as Mark walked her through the room. Mrs. Hughes was all but drenched in tears, as were Belinda and Lena. And there was Ryan. No one had ever been so dashing, so impossibly handsome. His new suit, tailored so perfectly to his broad shoulders, the chain of his father's pocket watch shining against the dark material. His dark eyes shone with love. He was the groom of her dreams. Just a few steps away from where he waited with Reverend Bell, movement in the corner of her eye caught her attention. She looked to her left, and at first didn't know who the pair of long-legged, brown-haired, freckle-faced girls were. There was something familiar about the eyes, the smiles, Her knees went weak, but Mark held her upright. "Your groom's wedding gift," he whispered. "It couldn't be." She looked from the twins to Ryan, who nodded. "It's all right," he mouthed. "Oh," she gasped, turning back to them with arms extended, and the girls flung their arms around her waist. She bent over their identical heads, laughing and weeping as they did the same. Her girls. Her family. Everyone she loved most in the world was right there with her. Finally, everything was complete. "I've missed you so much," she whispered, kissing their heads. "I'm so happy you're here." It all made sense now. Lena's popping in and out. She must have been preparing them for the wedding. Abigail doubted they'd come from Boston wearing pretty pink dresses and matching bows in their hair. They'd been in the house all day, most likely, and she hadn't known. No wonder Ryan had been against them leaving on a wedding trip. This had been his plan all along. They were taking the girls home with them. They would all live together as she had dreamed. "I love you," she told them, kissing their upturned faces, "but I need to get married now." A rumble of laughter rose up, and she looked around to find everyone was either weeping or laughing. Or both, just as she was. "My sisters are home," she announced, taking note of the way their green eyes lit up when she said it. With that, she handed Lena her bouquet and accepted Ryan's arm. He lowered his head to whisper in her ear. "Happy?" Even though a single word couldn't come close to capturing her joy, her elation, she nodded. Happy was a good place to start. The very best place.
Epilogue. Ryan watched as his wife and her sisters climbed into the buggy, the three of them chattering on like songbirds. He knew she could hardly wait to get them home, to show them where they'd live from now on. The poor thing still seemed more than a bit overwhelmed, but he could imagine how it was so. The whole thing had been a whirlwind of telegraphs and letters, promises made, and checks written. After 5 weeks of wondering, the girls had made it on the train in time to arrive before the wedding. Thank goodness for Lena and Belinda, who'd bathed and dressed them, and done their best to calm the nerves which were natural on such a momentous day. It had been worth it. Every minute, every penny, just to see the joy on Abigail's face when she saw them, and understood everything. Mark shook his hand, Belinda already waiting for him in their buggy. "I didn't want to tell you this during the feast, but I thought I ought to let you know old Richard Reed passed on last night. The funeral will be in a few days, so I've heard, but I thought you might like to pay a call. Thank you for letting me know. My head's been in 100 places these last few days. I never would have heard about it." "I can understand why," Mark grinned, looking into the buggy at the three sisters. "Worthwhile, I'm sure." "Beyond a doubt," Ryan agreed, shaking his hand. "I'm not entirely sure what I've gotten myself into, but I have a suspicion it will be worthwhile." Lena waved from the front stoop. "Abigail. I'll see you in a few days, once you've settled in." "We'll be glad to see you." Abigail waved back, blowing kisses. "Thank you for everything." "Yes," Ryan added, running back to kiss his sister's cheek. "Thank you for everything. You were right, as usual." "Now, I know you had too much champagne, Ryan Belton." The tears which shimmered in Lena's eyes spoke a deeper truth. All she'd ever wanted was for him to be settled and happy, as she was. Now it was so. "All right, ladies." Ryan climbed in behind the team, taking the reins in hand. "It's time for us to be on our way. Would you like to see your new home?" "Very much," Agnes whispered. He'd already come to know her by the gold fleck in one eye. Otherwise, the two of them could have been each other's mirror image. "Yes, very much," Mary agreed. "Are there lots of horses?" "So many," Abigail beamed. Perhaps one day you'll both have a filly of your own. Mark met her gaze and she shrugged, brows lifting in a silent question. Yes. One day, maybe, he decided, and the girl's happy whispers told him it was the right thing to say. Abigail linked her arm through his, leaning against him and laughing softly at the excitement of her sisters, who'd never seen anything like Carson City before. He laughed along with her as the buggy rolled away from Lena's house, down Carson Street and on toward the ranch. On toward the rest of their lives together. He couldn't imagine a better start.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.